So welcome to the second day of the March 14th and 16th, 2023 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Marine Resources Committee. Callers, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have people on Zoom as well. Callers have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to speak, they will receive instructions on how to indicate they'd like to speak to an agenda item. Speakers will be unmuted individually. We're going to start by getting some technical notes from, I believe, Rachel, to get us started before we officially start the meeting. Thanks, Rachel. This is our Deputy Director, Rachel Belanti.
Thank you. So if you are participating in the Zoom webinar today and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, that linkage happened automatically. Please note that if you are joining by phone only and wish to speak on an agenda item, staff will be identifying you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you are having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact the email address it@agpvideo.com, or you can call 805-801-3576. And Zoom's chat feature is disabled. I also do want to note, because this is a larger committee meeting, we are very happy to have the help of AGP Video. So a couple of the technical directions are just a little bit different from committee meetings. If you are on the phone, you are going to press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute, and we will repeat that as we get into the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So first, I just want to welcome my fellow commissioner, co-chair Sklar, Eric. Welcome, Eric. So we are here in person today at the Monterey County Fairgrounds on ancestral traditional lands. We are grateful to be hosted yesterday by Chair Louise Ramirez, tribal elder of the Ohlone, Costanoan, Essalon Nation, as well as to be hosted by the Carmel Valley Rumsen people. Today, I'd like to acknowledge all California Native American communities who have inhabited California lands for thousands and thousands of years and forever. We honor and respect the diverse indigenous people who are deeply connected to the fish, the wildlife, and the habitats that we manage. We take seriously our trust relationship with these sovereign tribal governments, and we do our work together with and with much respect and gratitude for those who have lived in California since time immemorial. Together with the best available science that includes indigenous knowledge, we carry out the Commission's mission to hold fish and wildlife and their habitats in the public trust, to enhance and restore California's native fish and wildlife in their natural habitats, and to secure a rich and sustainable outdoor heritage for all Californians. We especially want to recognize the elders and the members who share their history, their stories, their knowledge, and their experience with us yesterday. We see some of you are here today, and we thank you for being here today. With that, Susan is going to introduce Commission staff and the department leadership that we have participating today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We have for today from the Fish and Game Commission staff, Rachel Belanti, the Commission's Deputy Executive Director, Cynthia McKeith, Staff Services Analyst, Kinsey Matthews, Sea Grant State Fellow, and supporting us on the Zoom platform are David Haug and Maureen Trotter, 2 regulatory analysts for the Commission. From the Department of Fish and Wildlife, David Bess, who's Deputy Director and Chief of the Law Enforcement Division, Eric Cord, Assistant Chief, Law Enforcement Division, Jason Kraus, Captain of Marine Law Enforcement Division, Craig Schumann, Regional Manager of the Marine Region, Becky Oda, Program Manager with the Marine Habitat Conservation Program in Marine Region, and welcome to the entire Marine Region Marine Protected Areas Program team. That is, we're very pleased you could all be here. And also welcome to Ocean Protection Council staff, Mike Escrow and Lindsay Bonito. And I can also now proceed with a meeting overview. Welcome to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised at this time of 2 commissioners who co-chair each meeting, and members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making by the full commission. And we're asking for your cooperation to ensure lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee chairs cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the chairs make recommendations to the full commission at the commission's regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and will be available online. Items, as a general rule, requests for regulation change need to be directed to the full commission and submitted on the regulation form FGC1 that serves as a pathway to petition the commission. However, at the committee's discretion, the commission may request staff follow up on items of potential interest. And in the case of today, because we are talking about a number of recommendations that may potentially lead to considering regulation changes to marine protected areas, this is a reasonable and expected source of the discourse at this meeting. The committee meetings are intended to operate informally and provide opportunity for everyone to provide comment on the agenda item. And today is one agenda item. So we are asking that for today, if you are wishing to speak, that you fill out a public comment form or a comment request form, and staff are gathering that information at the side table. And then if you are on Zoom, we request that you will raise your hand through the Zoom format and wait to be called upon. In all cases, please provide your name and affiliation and the number of people you represent. And time is limited, so we are asking that you please keep your comments precise to give others time to speak. If several speakers have the same concern, please appoint a person as a group spokesperson, or you can simply say that you agreed with another person's previously provided comment. And that is the end of the general introduction. We can provide a little bit more information regarding how we're going to proceed with comments today. So I'm happy to do that. Yeah. So just to orient, this is a little different from our normal MRC meetings where we have one agenda item. We have a lot of interested attendees in person and in Zoom. And so the pathway that the chairs have identified is that they would like to call on elected officials and tribal members first to come up, and we'll do that through the meeting in the room first. And at the time that you're called up, you'll be invited to line up at the podium to share. And then we will go to any elected officials or tribal members that are participating online and invite them to speak. Then it will be opened up to comment. So what we are going to do is, in the interest of ensuring that we have ample time for all attendees, both online and in person, we would like to start with, you will be called by the name in the order that your cards were received. We'll call 15 people, staff will call on about 15 people in the room. Then we'll go to 15 people on Zoom and alternate accordingly to ensure that everyone has time to speak at least once in this discussion. And if there's additional time after that, we will welcome more conversation. And so, but that's, yeah.
Yeah, and the way, thank you for that, Susan. And the way that we hope to structure the conversation today is, I'm going to hand it over to Craig in a moment to tee up our first discussion, which is really going to be about discussing the decadal management review itself and the report. We have more time today to reflect on that, to ask any clarifying questions you might have of the department. We have lots of folks from the department here, or any comments or questions you have about the DMR report itself. Then after we have had a conversation about that, we'd love to spend the bulk of our time on recommendations from the DMR report and or any recommendations you have for how we want to prioritize our time moving forward from yesterday from the DMR report. Those recommendations can be structured around Chapter 6 of the DMR, but we also know that you may have other recommendations or priorities that you want us to hear as well, coming off of the release of the DMR and the forum yesterday. So we'd love to start with, questions and comments specifically about the report, and then shift into spending the bulk of our time on recommendations and priorities on all 4 pillars moving forward. So with that, I want to hand it over to Craig, and then Susan and Rachel are going to help us get started with calling forward tribal members and officials and elected officials. So Dr. Schuman, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners Murray and Sklar. Thank you for being here today. Craig Schuman, Marine Region Manager, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I want to thank you all for being here in person and online, and especially thank everyone for yesterday. It was a great discussion, but we didn't have enough time, right? We got cut short. We had so much to talk about and so little time. So we thought maybe this morning we could start off with some discussion, some comments, feedback from the department standpoint. We're really interested in hearing from the co-chairs, from the public, from tribes. What are your thoughts on the DMR report? We put a lot of energy into that report. There's a tremendous amount of information. So we want to hear clarifying questions. What did we get right? What did we get wrong? Anything we need to do to clarify what's in the report to help inform where do we go next, really focusing on the recommendations that are in the report.
Terrific. Susan.
Thank you. And I just want to note that in the meeting materials provided to support today's discussion is a copy, an extract from the report of the table of 28 recommendations that the department elevated from within the broad spectrum of recommendations provided by the public throughout this process, the planning process and the development of the decadal management review. And so those are provided in the materials. And just noting that in addition, there's another, the Appendix A, which is in the report that's not extracted in the materials, but it is the compendium of information and input that the public shared in the various public settings and steps leading up to this point. Staff is going to ensure that any additional perspectives and recommendations that you have and that you share, even if they weren't contained in that, we will be logging those in order to provide that information for commission consideration as we go through the ensuing months that are following from today. And I do want to extend a warm welcome to our former commissioner, Mike Sutton, who was walked through the entire MPA planning, design, and an adoption process in all of the coastal regions. So welcome to former Commissioner Sutton.
Welcome, Commissioner Sutton. Nice to see you. Before we get started, and I think Rachel and Susan, you're going to help us get started on calling up tribal representatives and members and elected officials. We want everyone to have a chance to speak. And so this is an MRC meeting, so we don't have a time limit. We don't have a clock, but we do want to hear, we have a lot of people in the room, which is so nice to see. We haven't had a lot of people in the room since before COVID, so we really appreciate everybody being here. We also have so far about 40 people online. I suspect that will go up too. So we want everyone to have a chance to speak. We don't have a timer. We want to hear from you, and we want to hear from everybody. So to the extent that we can, be succinct with our comments while being, ensuring that you have a chance to express everything you want to express, we would really appreciate that. So Susan, if you could get us started, that would be fantastic.
Thank you, and welcome to elected officials and tribal members. We appreciate you being here. And now is the time those in the room, we welcome you to come forward and please line up. And we respectfully request that those of you that are tribal elders or chairpersons to please go first, followed by any additional tribal members that are here. And so we welcome you to come to the podium and speak, and then we will go to anyone online.
Miha, and good morning. My name is Gabrielle Crow. I am the vice chair as well as the secretary for environmental sciences for the Gabrielina Shoshone Tribal Council of Southern California. It's nice to actually be in person. I feel like the last few years I've been coming to a lot of meetings and speaking my piece, but it's nice to actually see people and put names to faces. So after the last couple of days, as well as the last 10 years, it's been a very interesting process to finally be at the point where I feel like we're finally getting a lot of tribal engagement, but we're still at the point where we need it to be meaningful. So we have so many of these different organizations that actually work, and they do all this work, and they're passionate about the same thing as we are, but also from a different perspective. It may be because they went to school and they studied it, they love the ocean, they love being around it, they have families, they like doing this, they want to protect it for their own families. But for us, we have the responsibility of doing this for the next 7 generations. So I have 3 kids myself. I actually live in Encinitas, and so I live in a beach community. And part of our importance is me teaching them that they need to be able to take care of this for their future generations. But I actually come from a unique perspective because I've also worked at the Ocean Institute in Dana Point. I've also worked on the environmental education side, and also seen that I was the token Native American person representing people and these different organizations, even though I know that when I got hired, it wasn't for those reasons. It's because I have a degree in science. So meaningful, connective conversations need to happen, but it's also creating those pathways so that people have opportunities to be able to work in positions like the positions that you are appointed in, but also being able to be on the scientific research side of them, the things that we find so near and dear to our hearts, but also that we feel a lot of times that we're not allowed in that space because we've been systematically pushed off our own tribal lands, and we're fighting to get that back. But at the same time, we shouldn't have to come and come in numbers and kind of scare people in order to get that process happening. We should be able to meet and be able to have conversations, be able to have food together, be able to, show you our own perspective, but without it being such a formal setting. So I read through the long decadal management review, and I feel that there's still a lot of work to be done. I feel like California, we're ahead of the game as far as a lot of places in the country and a lot of places in the world, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm just here to make connections and let you know that we do have scientists, we do have people that are passionate about the ocean, and we want to help you as much as you want to help us in our environment. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I live in North County, San Diego too. I would love to connect if we can find a way to do that. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Buchanan. I'm the Environmental Services Director for Elk Valley Rancheria, California. We have approximately 80 tribal members, I believe. Our rancheria is extremely small because of the California Termination Act that our lands are illegally taken from us. And it's one of the main things that we're focusing on is reclaiming our lands. The unfair prospect of that is that we actually have to pay for our lands back. And as you know, in California's current real estate market, this is the same across the board for all of the tribes in California, and real estate is, excuse for this word, corrupt. But so my main thing is looking at all the programs on the agenda items. There really needs to be an outreach to the tribes to get tribal members in those programs. It's really hard to understand where the tribes are coming from if you do not include them in the programs that you create. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I want to take this opportunity, if I could, very quickly, to make sure that, Susan, what is the best way to connect? We have the opportunity today, I feel like, to say to a wide audience, increase awareness of the tribal committee that we have on the Fish and Game Commission. And I don't know, probably a lot of people do already know that there is a standalone tribal committee that works closely with this committee and with the Wildlife Resources Committee. But I feel like we are so honored to have people in the room. If there's something we could say about that and make sure that folks are connected to that, that as well, that would be fantastic.
Yes, thank you, Samantha. So this is a great opportunity. The commission years ago informally established a tribal committee to provide a pathway for discussion and dedicated discussion with members of tribes and tribal communities in order to hear perspectives unique to the tribes and to identify ways that the commission could better engage with your tribes and your tribal communities, as well as to better understand your priorities and to bring that into the commission's decision making. Through the support of some of the people in this room, the legislature formalized that committee in statute. So formally, the legislature recognized the importance of having a permanent tribal committee. And the committee is different from other types of committees you may be familiar with. In this case, it is chaired by a member of the commission. So there can be one or two members of the commission that serve as that committee. That, similar to this environment, they also provide recommendations to the full commission to help guide their understanding of how to proceed with what is heard at the committee meetings. So there is currently one tribal committee member, and the other commissioners rotate and come to participate so that they can each learn from members of tribes and tribal and community and elected tribal representatives that come and speak at those meetings. So those meetings meet 3 times a year. And we have an email list if you are interested in signing up. We also, similar to this type of venue, that the tribal committee provides a way for you to participate in person or by dialing in through the Zoom platform. And so we invite you to reach out to us if you would like more information. Currently, the commission does have a tribal advisor and liaison position that is vacant, unfortunately, but we look forward to filling it, and then you'll have a direct person. So the commission really invites your participation in those, recognizing that does not supplant the government to government consultations that are part of the shared responsibility and opportunity.
Thanks for that, Susan. Welcome.
Ayakui, Skuyanakoi. Good morning. My name is Ruthie Maloney. I am a member of the Yurok tribe. I'm just a member, but there's about 5,500 of us within the state of California. We are located in Northern California. I just would really like to say thank you to the commission, and also recognize and acknowledge Jackie Carmison Hostler, who is our tribal, who started and was a big supporter of the Tribal Fish and Game Commission. I have attended many of those meetings and really learned a lot from other tribes throughout the state with their issues, as far as like the hitch in Clear Lake. So, you know, I think that's a really good forum that is set aside for specifically tribal members to have a space to let their issues and their knowledge be known for the commission for the next day. And I think that's a very good movement. So I thank you guys for being here today and allowing us tribal members. I'm also the founder of the North Coast Native Protectors and the Tribal Marine Collaborative. You know, again, we're not a government to government entity for tribal, but we are tribal members throughout the state who have our gatherers and practitioners of our culture. And yesterday was a groundbreaking the MPA forum was quite something. So I also want to recognize Strategic Earth and Kelly Sase and oh my gosh, I'm losing her name. You know who she, oh, I'm so sorry. Rochelle and Scarlett, but also Teresa Romero. So, yes, so I would just like to, they helped put this together. And with this decadal management review, if it wasn't for Strategic Earth reaching out and hiring tribal representatives from each region, we wouldn't have had so much input. And I think you can see how important it is to have actual tribal members from each region, because each region has their own unique tribes within those areas. And again, not just coastal, it goes inland. And that's why we have a lot of people who are from inland, Orville, and Paiute country even, that will be speaking today on behalf of their lands. So throughout the state of California, we have tribes who have vested interest in the marine resources and our water. So I want to also mention that water is we're all connected. So we also have to look at our water resources, Department of Water Resources, and State Water Control Board, because I'm from the Trinity and Klamath River, and I've seen the decline on our lands for my whole life, and I'm and it's I brought salmon to the panelists yesterday because it's very important. We are salmon people. We are the fish. We're a part of this our natural resources, and it just dawned on me that I may not be able to fish in my lifetime again, and that hurts, So I really hope that the state recognizes how important it is to us as people. Wakla. Thank you. Thank you.
Aku, Spencer Gokti. I come from Santa Barbara. I'm Smuch Shimash from the Cordero family, again in Santa Barbara. 10 years ago, when the California MPA program started, tribal nations weren't involved in the planning process. And 10 years later, here we are now. I would say Southern California tribal nations still aren't involved in the MPA program. I know our coastal nation isn't, and along the coast, no, they aren't as well, which needs to change, and not in 10 years, but it needs to change this year. Not only that, but we're not treated with respect that is needed. I think we're still at this hierarchical situation where you guys are in charge and we're here to give information and listen. It's very much still an extractive relationship that it's always been. This government needs to stop extracting our land and our ocean and our knowledge, and it needs to give us respect. And that means by filling these position roles with tribal people from California. That's again when real change will happen, is when we're leading this program and not on the sides and giving you our knowledge. But we need proper funding for our programs. I know non-indigenous or indigenous-led environmental orgs and tribal nations will receive pennies compared to what non-indigenous, tribally led environmental organizations will receive from grants and state funding. And that needs to change. We're not going to get that opportunity, and we're not on the same playing field. We don't get that right funding, and there is funding. The state is the world's fifth largest economy. There's no excuse anymore. There can't be for not giving us enough money. The state of California sanctioned our genocide, our attempted genocide. The bare minimum that this commission and the state can do is to fund our tribal nations' futures, to fund our youth's futures and our programs. I urge you guys and all of you to create scholarships for our youth, create scholarships for not just our youth, but for all of our tribal members, recognized and not recognized by the state and federal government. Um, Again, we need that Western science knowledge to be able to be on the same playing field with you all. Again, and that I think we're working towards how we can evolve our TEK, or traditional ecological knowledge, inside of this program. And again, it needs to be that reciprocal program, reciprocal relationship, where we give and you give. Um, so I urge you guys to do that. I want to also invite all of you to a paddle of ours. Spend time with our family, with our uncles and aunties, and our elders and our youth. Um, you know, Come to ceremony, be inside of our tomo, and just try to experience what our life is like before. Get to know us, who we actually are, instead of an hour meeting. Spend a weekend with us, spend a day with us, go fishing with us, go on hikes with us, laugh, just be human with us and have quality time. Um, so that invitation is out there, and I'll give you all my personal email and my number. So there's that opportunity to not just get to know our tribal government, but our actual people, and hear from what we need and what we want. And I urge you to do that with every tribal community that is open for that. And if that's something you guys are not only not willing to do, but not wanting to do, then respectfully, I don't think that you deserve to represent our nations on this board. That's super important. Um, I also urge this committee to allow state recognized tribal nations who aren't federally recognized to fish and take from state managed MPAs. To me, that seems something that can easily be changed within the year. I'm not exactly sure how what that process is like, but if it's not a federally managed MPA, I think that's something that we can work on. Again, that kind of leads into this, like, idea of the government like allowing us to do stuff and giving us permission to do stuff and giving us the right to do stuff that our people have been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. You guys should not be in a place to be giving us permission and allowing us to do stuff that our creator gave us to do, gave us this obligation to do. When my people were created, each animal um, gave us a part of them, gave a part of themselves to us, for us to be who we are, and for us to not only physically be who we are, but spiritually, and telling us what we can eat and what we can't eat and what we can use of them for medicine and sustenance. And it's not right for the government to take that away from us. And the government did take that away from our people. And we're still struggling to reclaim our first foods and our first medicines. We're struggling, we're obese, we're sick. It's because we don't have access to our first foods and our first medicines, without it being illegal or harassed by cops or harassed by rich people. Um, just a lot of work needs to be done. And I hope we can work together, and I hope we can not fight anymore, because we're all here, um, hopefully on this mission to help heal the ocean with our focus of MPAs. This, I just urge that we come together, and and just really focus on the issue, which is helping this planet and working together. Also want to ask you all to please work on, I don't know if it's legislation to help give federally and non-federally recognized tribal nations easy access to free fishing licenses and hunting licenses. Again, we shouldn't have to pay for stuff that we've been doing for thousands of years. It's our birthright to do these things, and the state shouldn't be involved in regulating that or in telling us what to do and what we can't do, and especially charging us. Um, so I hope we can work together on that to get that problem solved. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Kakinala.
Thank you for those comments. And I sign me up to come and visit for the weekend. I have a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old, and we love being outside. And I would love for you to, I'll just speak for myself. No, I mean, I think it's, yeah, like to know us as humans too. I think I'm a human too. I have a day job. I'm a volunteer on this commission, and I think some people don't realize that. And I have a family, and so I would love to be able to connect as real people and get to know you more. And like, I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity that you just suggested, and I will take you up on your email address and would love to find a way to do that. Thank you so much. Okay.
I
Oh, yeah.
just wanted to jump in and say if folks wanted to, sit in the front row, feel welcome to sit while you're waiting for your turn to speak at the podium if folks would prefer.
Hi, my name is Olivia Munoz. I am Mohawk. It's a non-recognized, my portion of the Mohawk Nation is non-recognized. But I also live in Los Angeles County. I live in the San Fernando Valley, specifically in North Hollywood. So I am an inland native as well. And I'm telling you my background so you kind of understand my story for a small second. I'm also a Mexican and German. So I have 3 different life perspectives from grandparents. And on top of that, as she was saying earlier, the up and coming generation is scientists, right? That we've learned since a young age that we need to take care of this planet, climate change. And as a native and a world traveler, I've seen the differences and I know the impact that I can have as a scientist and an early career scientist on top of that, because I don't know exactly what I want to do. I know the impact I want to make, but I'm trying to find my path. And along that way is an equity issue. The equity issues are having funding to do things. I'm an avid volunteer. I've volunteered for MPA Watch since 2012. I was the second class for Hill the Bay, becoming an MPA watcher. As we all know, MPAs were funded in 2012, right? So it's from the very beginning. I've seen the changes. I'm excited for this decadal review and what can come of it. There's a lot of things that's going to be fixed on it, but I'm so happy that we're going this way. And California's been a leader in the nation, but also in the world in environmental issues. And I think we have an opportunity here for the next 10 years to make a huge difference. And part of that is funding, dedicated funding. That's something I noticed that in the MPA decadal review, it kind of mentioned that it's obligatory and the yearly what's going to happen for the budget for the next year. Why is that? Because like I don't understand why that is still a thing right now in 2023. Would you do that for your house payment? Right? No. Do we live on Earth? Yes. Is this our house? Yes. Narrow it down to your neighborhood. Are you a coastal person that goes to the beach? Yes. Therefore, that is your neighborhood. Do you want to keep your neighborhood up? Yes. Why aren't we having dedicated funding for this? I know we're doing 30 by 30 and we're trying to do that. So let's incorporate funding for that. And part of the funding should also go to students, and students, not necessarily in school students, but students of life. So somebody who wants to volunteer and learn how to do this, but they need the extra money for parking to go to the beach to do the MPA sites, or they need the money to go take children from schools to get on a boat, to go see a whale. Something, we need extra funding for that, and we need to make it clear in the bylaws that there will always be money. And I know you guys have a way, power to suggest this. So I highly ask that you suggest this to Governor Newsom and whatever governor comes after if he's not back. But this is something that is critical. And also with that is early career. So we need internships. And as a BIPOC community person, I'm learning right now, especially after the pandemic, that I didn't get opportunities that previous generations got because the world got shut down. So for 1 year, at least for my education, I was stuck on Zoom. For my second year, my school did everything they could to throw me on boats to get me into education. I'm an oceanographer. I was lucky because my school pretty much was locked down. So we were able to do that. Other schools weren't. So that means we have a gap in the future generation. There's a disconnect that happened between what you guys were able to do and what we're able to do, and then add on equity on top of that. Because a lot of the internships that involved upcoming scientists, data scientists, you have computers, you have marketing, you everything involved environmental issues that require some sort of past work history. And I'm sitting here going, how am I going to get past work history if I just got out? I can't even say, oh, I did this because I only had 1 year of it, really. Right. So one of the other parts of the funding is to make sure that's equitable with paid internships for all ages. So it's not an ageist thing. So if somebody who's 40, who's restarting, who wants to do something different, or who's just finally gotten through because they had to pay for their own college, they have access to these things as well. And that's something that as a board, you guys can do, as community members, that all of us can do actually, right? But to help with that, now moving on specifically to the MDR issues, right? So for research and monitoring, as an oceanographer, I understand coastal processes, but I also am in love with watersheds. Everything happens at the top of the pipe, right? And then it flows down. So one of the problems is that in there, I'm not seeing dedicated water quality management. Like, are we monitoring? And if we are we monitoring at every site consistently on a timed level? So we have data that's continuous that we can then use to inform the community if we need to do this in legislation, if we need to do that. Right. And that way, if we have cleaner waters up the stream, we have cleaner waters at the end of the stream, and we have sustainable fishing that way because we have food we can eat. In LA County, we have an issue with mercury. And right now, they also just found hidden DDT barrels in the Pacific Palisades, sorry, the Palisades? Yeah, peninsula, right, between Catalina Island and the mainland. Right. So these are huge issues that are caused mainly from inland communities coming through, and there's also that disconnect between inland communities and coastal communities. So part of the thing I'd also ask for is outreach and education would be media, telling people that they have coastal access, making sure that they understand that BIPOC communities are not only allowed on the beach, but they're legally allowed on the beach and they're welcomed at all times. There's a beach access problem. Parking in LA especially. Most of the state beaches you have to pay for. There's very few non-paid for beaches, and those are typically in areas where there's like $1 million homes, and the beach access is a tiny little gate. And I'm sure that's true for the rest of the state as well. Right. There has to be some sort of media or marketing around it to bring inland communities so that they understand that they are connected to the waters. And so they want to pay taxes to fund all this stuff that we want to do. Because I think that's part of the problem is that the inland doesn't understand that the coastal area is also part of theirs. They think coastal area, I know my friends and family for a long time thought coastal area meant that's the rich people's places. And I'm like fighting, going, no, go through that door, just walk through. Yes, you're brown. I've been approached as an MPA volunteer. I have my hat, my shirt, my little backpack. This is MPA. So people know I'm official because I'm afraid of being approached. And I have had people come up to me, usually kindly, but the fact that they came up to me at all is awkward. Right? And I'm sure it's awkward for both sides. But if we have more people like in the media and marketing saying, hey, that means that person that lives on the beach will understand that, okay, this person also is allowed on the beach. There's no reason for me to approach them. They're not doing anything bad. They're just being a beachgoer, right? The next thing I wanted to talk about was policy and permitting. So again, for the native side, especially non-federally recognized tribes, having access to fishing license for free. Even BIPOC communities having access to fishing license and parking. we have for California this library thing, which is amazing that you can go to a state park. You can check out a state park permit or pass to go see one of the state parks. Why can't we do that for parking? To go to our state beaches, go to the library. You can do for a week. That means you can go on a weekend or any day during the week, check it out, go to the beach, come back. You don't have to, in LA, it's $20 a park. So it's an equity issue on that as well. And then enforcement, I would like to see more funding for wardens. It's ridiculous that we don't have at least 2 wardens for each site. Multiple sites need multiple wardens, and I'm saying 2 because you need one available on the land, and you need one on the ocean, and you need some time in between where one of them can at least go to sleep. All right. So I would like more funding for them so they can get there. But also with that, I would like more training with them so they get non-biased training with the communities that are out there. So part of their impact would be they have to go out with their local nonprofit community and actually do an MPA site beach walk to learn how to be an MPA watch person. So they understand what we're seeing. So when we report, and they can actually tell us and all of our other volunteers, a part of that particular group, it's always community members, all right, what they're seeing so they can inform us when we make a call to CalTIP. It's not just, oh, this is what I saw, but they can also say, hey, you know what, that boat over there? Yeah, it looks like it's poaching, but I can tell you that's a scientific vessel because they have blah, 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 as opposed to me saying it as, the person training them. They're getting it from a law enforcement person. And so it'll ingrain even more in there. And as well, law enforcement people can see what it looks like from the beach. And part of that might be putting up different flags for scientific vessels. So like you have a diver flag. Maybe you have a flag or something. I don't know exactly how that works. I don't know if you guys can do that. But so that we know it's a scientific vessel. So we're not overloading the system with calls for somebody doing their job, right? And moving the path forward, just more sustainable equity, beach access again. And remember that we're all caretakers. So no matter where we live, the ocean is 70% of the world, right? And also there's we learn in oceanography that there's an air-sea interaction. So part of that is MPA sites deal mostly with land and water. So the lower half of the world. I would also like to suggest that we have some more bird stuff in the next 10 years that we add there. Birds are part of the ecosystem, right? Natives use birds, feathers, different stuff from them as well. So it's also part of ceremony. And that's something that I saw was missing, but that's everything I have. Thank you. And thank you for all of this. I appreciate it. Like I said, I've been here since 2012. I've seen the changes. I know what can be done. And one day I hope to be able to be sitting on this board and have others of people that look like me in my background that's very diverse, just like LA, to be sitting on this table as well next to you guys. Not kicking you out, but having an extra seat at the table. Because I think more people talking, sometimes it's too much, but also it brings in enough diversity in there so that there's different ways of thinking, right? Because we get stuck. And I hope to unstick us for the next 10 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Really appreciate that. And we are going to meet up at Scripps.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. Yes.
Manahu, Inaniani, Priscilla Kinney. I have been living in Wichpec for the last 12 years. Wichpec is, well, actually, the traditional name is Wage Poos. I been living in Wage Poos for the last 12 years. Wage Poos is a village that's on the confluence of the Trinity and Klamath Rivers. But before that, I came from the Owens Valley. I have grown up my whole life in drought, generations of drought. And what I know is traveling, living through different parts of the state, I see how much more resources are throughout the state, where our water is actually going. And it's been heartbreaking. There's so many things that we can't do. There's
riparian vegetation, which is the type of vegetation that we rely on for our baskets, are no longer available. And then just to bring it a little bit more, to the coast and why, inland tribes need to be consultated is that we have that connection to the ocean. Um, up the valley from Owens Valley is Mono Lake. Mono Lake is a salt lake. On that lake are two islands, a black one and a white one. On those two islands is where seagulls nest. So the seagulls that we all see out here on the coast, they make it all the way over these coastal ranges and all over the Sierras, over 14,000 feet. And that's where they raise their young. And so even though we are so far apart from the ocean, our culture, our language, our innate knowledge of the land and how and where water flows is crucial to get the ecological systems back into balance. And so I really feel that, yes, you need to look at from the very top of the mountain, a whole entire watershed perspective of having healthy marine spaces. And so I just really want to say that. In addition to that, we know that California is like the most ecological diverse states. But in correlation to that, so are our cultures, our indigenous cultures correlate with our ecosystems. That's not by accident. And so you need all these different tribal voices and perspectives throughout the state to really give you that holistic perspective on what management should be looking like. So thank you for your time. And yes.
Hey Tanani, Sintama, Heyo Heyo. My name is Nicole Whipple, and I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. Just to share, Round Valley is an executive order tribe of 7 tribes that were forced to relocate onto the reservation where the Yuki people have descended. And I'm a member of that Yuki tribe, and many of 6 of the other tribes that were forced to relocate. Those 7 tribes that Round Valley represent tribes from the coast all the way to the border of Nevada and California. And so when we talk about these the needs, the water, those we represent our ancestors, our ancestral territories and lands are those from that range. I am a student and an educator. I'm a student at the University of Oklahoma studying Indigenous Peoples Law. And I am also an educator. I have a criminal justice degree and I teach at our community college. So I am here to support and to encourage the engagement of the pathways and to, really encourage that. I know that the state is also looking for those engagements and the work-related training to get our people into our agencies. I'm also a fellow with Education Trust. I'm also an intern with Save California Salmon, who were the people who connected me with our beautiful community, Tribal Marin, that is collaborating here. It disheartens me that, as a tribal member of 7 different tribes that were forced to relocate, again, as I am a member of the tribe who was originally there, we have our own troubles that, of our lands being taken by the other natives that were there, but we've learned to live together. We've had our own struggles, but the struggle of being non-recognized is not one that we've had to endure. So on behalf of our relatives that, are not federally recognized, I wanted to share with you and encourage you when you're creating your policies to look at one of these suits I'm going to share with you. I think for me, my reasoning, as a person who grew up in tribal government and then going into academia studying criminal justice, I always had a question in the back of my mind as to how does this apply to me? because I know that state law is different from our tribal laws. I always heard the term public law 280, public law 280. So that meant whatever was being taught in our program or in our education systems, even then, didn't apply to California. So with that, I feel like, from my understanding, is that that's where a lot of our barriers come from, is that we look at, okay, natives are federally recognized, but then there's that caveat of, but California's public law 280. And so we get into this misconception of that the state has public law 280 and it's just something that they run and they govern and they create everything. But in reality, that too was a federal law, that was imposed federally. So I'm going to share with you the loss and diminishment of rights, a case that was delivered by Mr. Justice Douglas. It's Menominee Tribe of Indians versus the United States. The Menominee Tribe of Indians was granted a reservation in Wisconsin by the Treaty of Wolf River in 1854. By this treaty, the Menominees retroceded certain lands they had acquired under an earlier treaty, and the United States confirmed to them the Wolf Reservation for a home to be held as Indian lands was held. Nothing was said in the 1854 treaty about hunting and fishing rights. Yet we agree with the Court of Claims that the language to be held as Indian lands are held includes the right to fish and to hunt. For the issue tendered by the present decision of the Court of Claims is whether those rights, whatever their precise extent, have been extinguished. Beginning in 1962, Wisconsin took the position that the Menominee were subject to fur hunting and fishing regulations. Wisconsin prosecuted 3 Menominees for violating those regulations, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court held that the state regulations were valid. As the hunting and fishing rights of the Menominee had been abrogated by Congress in the Menominee Indian Termination Act of 1954. The tribe brought suit in the Court of Claims against the United States to recover just compensation for the loss of those hunting and fishing rights. The Court of Claims, by a divided vote, held that the tribe possessed hunting and fishing rights under the Wolf River Treaty, but it held, contrary to the Wisconsin Supreme Court, that those rights were not abrogated by the Termination Act of 1954. We granted the petition for a writ of certiorari in order to resolve that conflict between the two courts. On oral argument, both petitioner and respondent urged that the judgment of the Court of Claims be affirmed. The state of Wisconsin appeared as amicus curiae and agreed that the judgment be reversed. In 1953, Congress, by concurrent resolution, instructed the Secretary of the Interior to recommend legislation for the withdrawal of federal supervision over certain American Indian tribes, including the Menominee. Several bills were offered, one of the Menominee tribe that expressly preserved hunting and fishing rights. But the one that became the Termination Act of 1954 did not mention hunting and fishing rights. The purpose of the 1954 Act was, by its terms, to provide for orderly termination of federal supervision over the property and members of the tribe. Under its provisions, the tribe was to formulate a plan for future control of tribal property and service functions therefore conducted by the United States. On or before April 30th, 1961, the Secretary was to transfer to a tribal corporation or to a trustee chosen by him all property, real and personal, held in trust for the tribes by the United States. The Termination Act provided that after the transfer by the Secretary of Title to the property of the tribe, all federal supervision was to end, and the laws of the several states shall apply to the tribe and its members in the same manner as they apply to other citizens are persons within their jurisdiction. It is therefore argued with force that the Termination Act of 1954, which became fully effective in 1961, submitted the hunting, fishing rights of the Indians to state regulation and control. We reach, however, the opposite conclusion. The same Congress that passed the Termination Act also passed Public Law 280, as amended 18 USC Section 1162. The later came out of the same committee of the Senate and the House as did the Termination Act, and it was amended. In a way that is critical here, only 2 months after the Termination Act became law, as amended, Public Law 280 granted designated states, including Wisconsin, jurisdiction over offenses committed by or against Indians in the area of Indian country named in the act, which in the case of Wisconsin was described as all Indian country within the state. But Public Law 280 went on to say that nothing in this section shall deprive any Indian or Indian tribe, band, or community of any right, privilege, or immunity afforded under federal treaty, agreement, or statute with respect to hunting, trapping, or fishing, or the control, licensing, or regulation thereof. That provision on its face contains no limitation. It protects any hunting, trapping, or fishing right granted by a federal treaty. Public Law 280, as amended, became the law in 1954, nearly 7 years after the Termination Act became effective in 1961. In 1954, when Public Law 280 became effective, the Menominee Reservation was still Indian country within the meaning of Public Law 280. Public Law 280 must therefore be considered in pari materia with the Termination Act. The two acts read together mean to us that although federal supervision of the tribe was to cease and all tribal property was to be transferred to new hands, the hunting and fishing rights granted or preserved by the Wolf River Treaty of 1954 survived the Termination Act. This construction is in accordance with the overall legislative plan. The Termination Act, by its terms, provided for the orderly termination of federal supervision over the property and members of the tribe. The federal government ceded to the state of Wisconsin its power of supervision over the tribe and reservation lands, as evident from the provision of the Termination Act that the laws of Wisconsin shall apply to the tribe and the members in the same manner as they apply to other citizens in the jurisdiction. The provision of the Termination Act that all statutes of the United States which affect Indians because of their status as Indians shall no longer be applicable to the members of the tribe, plainly refers to the termination of federal supervision. The use of word statutes is potent evidence that no treaty was in mind. We decline to construe the Termination Act as a backhanded way of abrogating the hunting and fishing rights of these Indians. While the power to abrogate, those rights exist, the intention to abrogate or modify a treaty is not to be lightly imputed to the Congress. Our conclusion is buttressed by the remarks of the legislator chiefly responsible for guiding the Termination Act to enactment. Senator Watkins, who stated above, upon the occasion of the signing of the bill, that it is in no way violates any treaty obligation with this tribe. We find it difficult to believe that Congress, without explicit statement, would subject the United States to a claim for compensation by destroying property rights conferred by treaty, particularly when Congress was purporting by the Termination Act to settle the government's financial obligation toward the Indians. So with that, I would just like to share that, many of our tribes have been taken away their rights because they're not federally recognized. And I would like to express the need for our state of California to recognize, not only continue to recognize that our ancestral lands, but also go out of their way to step up to the plate and acknowledge those Native people who have been taken away their rights. Again, I don't know what that feels like, and I don't want to know what it feels like to not be federally recognized and to have those rights to fishing and hunting and gather and take away from me. Thank you.
Hi, Queen. My name is Teddy Moorhead. My Moorhead family comes from Tolowa country, where it is currently known as the Smith River Rancheria. And my Yurok family comes from Klamath, the Klamath River, from the village of Pequon. Our family fishing hole is in Requa. That family fishing hole has been passed down from generation to generation in our family, like all family fishing holes on the Klamath River. At one time in the Klamath River, there was as many canoes, dugout redwood canoes on that boat as you would see in traffic jams. That's how we survived, was the canoe. Water is life for us, for all of us, for all of our relations, the animals, the two-leggeds, the four-leggeds, the winged creatures, all of it. Water is life for all of us. We will not survive without the water. I come here in a good way, because there was a time when our people couldn't come in a good way with a voice without being treated or mistreated. I come from also Chamirigo country, which now is Bernie, California. My great-grandchildren will be the last of that bloodline due to a massacre by the cavalry. Also, there was the governor of California when California was first became a state. He put out an extinction order to wipe out tribes. Guess what? He tried to wipe out the Tolowa people first, but we're still here. And I also am Seminole. I come from the swamps of Florida. When I say I am a native from the swamps of Florida to the Klamath River. I come from canoe makers. My AWOC, my great grandpa, Tom Williams Sr., he is a canoe maker I grew up watching them make canoes on our property, on our rancheria in Big Lagoon, California. And my dad's older brothers, AWOC, Frank Lara, we call him Hawk Jr., and my uncle Dale Lara, we call Digger, he still makes canoes. And if people want to learn, my uncle Digger's always happy to teach. He loves an audience. And he's not a perfectionist, so he makes a great teacher. But he'll teach you all kinds of things. He'll teach you about how to gather mushrooms on the rancheria. Our rancheria borders the state park, the Big Lagoon State Park. I remember as a child, when we would be out gathering things, if we crossed that line and there was a game warden there, they unless they knew who we were, they didn't ask like, what are you doing first? It was dump that out and show us your ID. Or sometimes the men in our family were pushed to the ground and mistreated. And it's not okay. Because it was clear and evident that we were very native, they were very native. And we're not there to overtake anything. We're just there to take enough for what we need to eat and to pack medicine and to gather to make baskets. Everything that we do has a story that comes from the beginning of creation for us. And our canoe has a life force. It has lungs and heart and kidneys. And if you want to know that story, I'm happy to share it with you any day of the week. But what I want to say is that I wanted to share this history with you so that you know how important that these policy makings and including our voices, and maybe one day one of us will be sitting up there with you guys. That is very important. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Can I raise this? Mi'iha wanihingam na twanyane, Jessica Calderon, Tongvet Naha, Koimix Kanakan, Koyoeme. I am Tongva as well as Shumash. We are coastal peoples as well as mountain peoples. For those who are not familiar with Tongva, I'm sure you have heard of our homelands, Los Angeles. So we cover all of the Los Angeles areas as well as the 4 Southern Channel Islands. And then for the other Channel Islands are for our Shumash relatives as well as Ventura on into the Central California. So every time there's, an oil spill, it affects us. The DDT, it affects us. But first and foremost, I'm sorry, I want to thank you all for having us here. This is history in the making. As my young relative said before, we weren't in the first decadal review. We weren't even a thought. We weren't even an afterthought, right? So thank you for allowing us to be here to voice our concerns and for also having our voices in the decadal review. I think it's really important to have our voices more interwoven into the decadal review, including parts of like the education part of things, right? Because when our voices are being represented in the educational part, that means that more people are understanding our needs, right? And I know a lot of people have actually approached me today and yesterday and said that seeing me doing my basket weaving yesterday made them very happy. So imagine if we continue to have development coming into our areas and destruction coming into our areas, destroying things like our basket weaving materials. Y'all won't be able to see me do that stuff and you won't be so happy, right? So there's a lot of necessary things that need to occur within our communities and on our homelands. Development is very harmful. We hear all the time that we have issues with water. There's not enough water, this, that, and the other. There's so many things that lead up to that. Development is one of them. Not allowing water to get back down to the water tables, right? The more people that come to our homelands, they're basically taking our water, right? So there's so many things that come up to it. But one of the things I was mentioning before I got into that was I'm a paddler on the ocean as well. So in the Tamol that my young relative is inviting you all to, I paddle in that Tamol as well. It's a little more difficult for us to have access to our islands on the Tongva part of things. One of our islands is completely occupied by non-Indigenous peoples. And then other islands we have zero access to. We have no rights to access our islands. And one of those islands that we have zero rights to is one of our most sacred islands to our people, to our medicine peoples too. So it's harmful and it's hurtful and it keeps us from being able to practice our ways of life. And I know to other people, it's more of a like, well, I should just have the right to be there. But for us, it's our born right that has been stripped from us. So with the education part, that would help people to understand why it's important for us to be in our homelands in certain parts. And also to help you understand, I don't live in my ancestral homelands because I can't afford to. So yesterday, somebody had mentioned something about having small grants for us. And I kind of thought, well, you know what would be really cool? You take the small grant and then you give us the billions of dollars that I don't know what you're doing with it, right? And then maybe I can afford to live in my homelands, which I feel I am deserving of. But as all of you know, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, these are the multi-million-dollar areas that if you're, a small-time person just trying to keep swimming to survive, you can't afford to live there. And that's the fact for many of us Native peoples. One, dark-skinned people don't have better opportunities, right? And so there's so many things that are holding us back. And part of it is the Western education. I remember being 13 years old and being told by a white teacher, you're going to be in juvenile hall by 13, pregnant by 15, and dead by 15, because that's just how it goes for you people.
And I wanted to cry, but instead I looked him straight in his face. And this is something that most people won't do that look like me. And I said, I guarantee you by the time I'm your age, I'll be making more money than you. But that's not a fact for a lot of people that look like me. I'm a go-getter. I'm a hustler. I don't sleep. I wrote my book. I'm a singer, songwriter, rapper. I work for Sacred Places Institute. Like there's so many things that I do as a single mother with no help to keep myself abreast, but still can't live in my ancestral homelands, right? And so the fact is that most children that look like me, when that teacher said that, would have said, and so it is. And that's why we have suicide issues. That's why we have so many people in the juvenile hall system. That's why we have so many people that think that they deserve less than nothing that look like me. And so if that funding was reversed and we were part of the education system and we were a part of, if we were interwoven with you all in California, that would change for people that look like me and for the youth that look like me. Those voices would not have to say, and so it is, and fall into the cracks of the system. So thank you for hearing us. Thank you for participating with us and allowing us to participate with you. And I hope that we can interweave our cultures and our education and our ways of being from this point forward. Awesh koneha, awesh koneha, awesh koneha. Thank you.
Welcome.
Alka, good morning. I'll just be quick. Today, I just wanted to just provide you some information to support you in the work that you all do. So to introduce myself, Hauka, Enya Emily Bergenio, Wina Chuhi Mata Konang Kopai, Napum Sinyao Kutun Kopai, Enya Pipa Napum Help Me Up Shimok. So that was Ipaya, the language in which I come from, where we speak, or what we speak. And it's a language that some elders have been able to hold on to, but a lot of, like my grandparents, were not able to pass that down. So I'm very proud to introduce myself as I wasn't able to at one time. But I just wanted to also touch on like the importance of what these folks are mentioning with the intergenerational trauma and the systems, that are responsible for those and the systems that we all participate in, right? And how those systems were built and how we can disrupt those systems. Like I mentioned yesterday, it's with these types of opportunities, these conversations, however, it's just opening that door, and so I just wanted to provide some insight as to Kumeyaay Nation. I shared about the territory yesterday, so I won't take up that much time doing that, but just to share, there are 12 federally recognized bands or reservations in San Diego County and 6 villages in Baja California, Mexico. So the border split our nation. And for outreach, I also, I always defer to tribal council because they are the official representatives of the tribe, but also mentioning that the inclusion of cultural bearers and practitioners are key because they carry that knowledge that is needed within the work that we all do. For example, because anytime you work with a person of governance, it will get political. For example, a tribal council can approve a wind turbine project, which we all know the intention is to create green energy. However, the other side of the coin is that a lot of the tribal membership, as well as the land, will be desecrated and affected by these wind turbines. My family has already been affected, my dad specifically, with his brain cognition. And so, as well as the ecosystems around the house. But just wanting to share the importance. And so that's just an example of why, the key element of governance, but also the key element of including the land stewards. But like I mentioned, there are 13 bands, but there are 4 subcommittees within our nation. So I will defer to them as well because they are official delegates that report and support their tribal councils. So the first being the Kumeyaay Repatriation Committee, who deals with a lot of the NAGPRA law implementation throughout San Diego and Imperial counties. The second being the Kumeyaay Decadal Land Conservancy. The third being Kumeyaay Heritage Preservation Committee, and lastly, the Kumeyaay Community College. So I just wanted to mention those 4 committees today so that you cannot say now you're not aware of them. And that, you know, there are I think all 3 of them are online except for 1. So I'm happy to also provide my contact so that I can help you, support you with, you know, contacting them. Just again, acknowledging those systems we participate in and how we disrupt them. So I keep saying this because, you know, if we do put that effort in, including tribal nations with the work that you all are responsible for, it's life-changing because like I mentioned yesterday, this isn't a 9 to 5 for us. It's our life, it's our livelihood, it's our healing, you know. A lot of what we have back home, the issues are repercussions of that, of the 3 waves of genocide here in California. So like I mentioned yesterday, you all here and in the room, not just the committee, you guys are following up off of 3 waves of genocide. So anything you do is going to be like a stride. So I think it's important that the tribe identifies those accomplishments because if you know, California Fish and Wildlife does, then it'll be a stride every phone call, right? So just wanted to mention that. I think that's pretty much all I'll say so that we can get going with the programming. But I just wanted to say thank you. You know, this was a very lengthy process and I don't think I've seen one of you guys yawn yet. So I want to support you in the work you do again. So please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't sleep either, actually. We don't sleep either. Do we have any other tribal representatives or members in the room who'd like to approach the podium before we go online to hear from folks that may have their hands raised? I don't see anyone else approaching the podium. Rachel? Well, we have some tribal folks online too. Yep, yeah, but then absolutely.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and ask staff to lower all currently raised hands and then ask any tribal members or elected officials to re-raise their hands so we can make sure we're just hearing from tribal members and elected officials right now. So anyone online who would like to speak, please raise your hand. Tribal members and elected officials.
I forgot one thing. I was looking over the DMR report and I noticed my name on there. So if you can remove that, I'm not a tribal consultant and I try to make that very clear throughout this process with Tribal Marine Collaborative and to MPAs that I'm just that bridge. So please do not tokenize me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Hopefully someone from the department caught that. We'll make sure. So we don't have anyone online, it seems, elected officials or tribal members or representatives. Okay, Eric.
I'm sorry, we do have 2 hands that were just raised.
Terrific. Yeah, if you can take us through those.
Yeah, so David, if you could go ahead and unmute Judy Mancuso.
Judy, you've been given permission to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm actually an appointed person in the city of Laguna Beach. Does that constitute or should I wait?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Judy Mancuso. I'm the founder and president of Social Compassion and Legislation, which is a political nonprofit whose mission is to protect and save animals and our environment. And I am also the vice chair of the Laguna Beach Environmental Sustainability Committee. After reading the decadal report and listening to the forum all day yesterday, we are excited that the MPA is working as intended to protect and allow our marine life to flourish, our marine life that belongs to all of us on this planet. But sincerely dismayed to hear how everyone from tribes to sport fishermen, commercial fishermen, and others seem to be representing their own special interest and jockeying.
Judy, I'm so sorry to interrupt. So sorry to interrupt, but I was just going to ask if we just have two speakers. I would love it if all the tribal members and representatives and chairs who just spoke, if you wouldn't mind staying for 1 minute. I think Eric and I would love to just acknowledge some of the things you said and reflect on them before you have to leave. If you wouldn't mind, just if it's okay, just for a couple minutes, so we can do that.
Yeah, and my words here are only like a minute and a half, so I'm almost done. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
But sincerely dismayed to hear how everyone from tribes to sport fishermen, commercial fishermen, and others seem to be representing their own special interests and jockeying to be the first in line to continue to take harvest, which actually mean kill, reduce, or eliminate, as what they see somehow as their resources for their reasons. These words mask what is really being done, which has gotten us where we are today in a sixth mass extinction on our Earth. Our own lives depend on the ocean's survival, and that does not mean to keep taking from it. We have done more than enough of that. So if we all love our Mother Earth, we need to keep these MPAs intact and not allow any further fishing or taking of anything in them. Our planet cannot grant indefinite hunting and fishing. Times have changed, and with that, so must traditions and our status quo. I am here for the main voice that has not been heard, which is the animals and our future generations to come that will rely on these ecosystems to be living, not dead. We are in a climate crisis. There are too many people on this earth who all claim their right to something. This is about us and our ocean and our marine life. Lastly, for the record, our mayor of Laguna Beach, Bob Whalen, has submitted a record on behalf of the city urging to keep the MPA as is and not allow any further fishing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I see that our next speaker is Maria Brown. Maria, if it's okay, we'd love to just take a moment to reflect on some of what we've heard so far before we move on to your comments and the comments of the other folks in the room. Is that okay, Maria? I think you're muted.
I'm unmuted now. Yes, of course. I defer to the tribes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Samantha. I don't even know where to begin, so I'm just going to start with kind of a deep personal feeling. Yesterday and today have been very moving, both feelings of grief and sadness, but also joy that this dialogue is progressing so much. It's, they say that the longest journey begins with one step, and we have just taken maybe a baby step. But I'm proud that we have, and I'm especially proud that the tribal members who were here felt welcomed and comfortable enough to come and speak, both yesterday and today. So I thank you for that. I also want to say that I'm proud of this commission. We were one of the first places that I think was receptive to tribal members. And again, the outreach is hard, and we need to do better. And we want to make sure that after today, that all the tribal members who are here and online know that you are welcome here anytime, both as sovereign nations, as individual members of those sovereign nations, and as citizens of California. You have a unique position here, and we welcome you in all those capacities to help us together preserve all of our wildlife and our natural resources for future generations, because I think we all share that deep goal. And so, I'm going to leave it at that, but it really is deeply moving and profound. And I look forward to the work we're going to do together to move the state and the natural environment here forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, and I echo the comments of Eric, and just want to thank you for being here, for traveling here from all over the state, for for sharing your stories, especially your vulnerable stories. And I just want to say, you know, we hear you. We heard what you said about access in terms of the cost of fishing licenses, parking fees, this need to daylight the issue of access for collection, for cultural use, for fishing by federally recognized tribes, but not for tribes that have not gotten that federal recognition. We see that that is an important issue. The need to see people up here who look like you and have your lived experience and have your shared intergenerational trauma. I see that too. I enjoy this work. I don't need to be here. I welcome that, right? So Olivia, when you're ready, like switcheroo, I'm ready for it too. The need for access to education, the need for access to funding, the invitations to connect as humans, that means a lot to me. I want that too. That's really meaningful and generous, and it's something I mean it when I say I intend to take you up on. I also want to recognize some of the folks who aren't here today. There are folks who did work hard from tribes from the early days. You know, there were not enough opportunities. There were major social justice oversights, and there were tribal leaders who worked very, very hard. And I can't get all of their names, but I think about Roberta Cadero, Megan Van Pelt, Hawk Rosales, many others. That's not in any way an exhaustive list, but I do want to recognize that there were tribal leaders who have been working on this for 15 years and more on this specific issue. I'm really proud of the work we've done with tribes so far. Just in the last year and a half, I think about the Clear Lake Hitch. I think about the listing of the Upper Klamath Trinity River spring Chinook salmon. I think about the considerations on bull kelp, commercial take of bull kelp. Those were all issues that we worked on alongside, shoulder to shoulder with tribes. And in many of those cases, the science that we relied upon was indigenous knowledge, sometimes almost exclusively. So I just want you to know that what we're saying, we mean, and I think we can do this too. We probably can't do it all at once, and it's not all in our sphere of influence, but I think I'm really proud of that work we've done so far, and I know that we can stand shoulder to shoulder together on this too. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your work, and just so incredibly meaningful and impactful.
Yeah, and I think it's important to also note that we have a Commissioner, Jackie House-Carmerson, who's CEO of the Trinidad Rancheria. So I think that, you know, she's not on this committee. She chairs the tribal committee, but she's a full commissioner, and she's been on the commission. She's the longest serving commissioner now on the commission. I think it'd be a mistake not to recognize her and her role. Number one, and there's one other thing I want to mention I'm super proud of as well that happened a few years back through the tribal committee and with, you know, deep and profound work from the department, Chuck Bonham particularly, and Jackie, and that is our co-management policy. It was the first in the state, I believe, and probably one of the first in the country. And it was a partnership in developing every single word of that between the sovereign nations and the state of California to say that we are equal partners in all of these decisions. And I think that, you know, it's just a piece of paper so far. And this is just the first beginning baby steps again of implementing that policy. But it is a start, and it's something that I think we should all be really proud of.
Thanks, Eric. I think if it's okay, I'd like to take a 10-minute break now before we go to Maria and before we pivot, if that's okay. Just, I know like some people are transitioning out of the room and would love to be able to say goodbye before folks take off. So we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Thanks. We are going to reconvene. So if I could ask folks to take a seat. If you have an important conversation you're having, perhaps you could take it outside so that we can get started again. Again, we are going to reconvene our meeting. Welcome to take your important conversations outside if we are interrupting. So what we're going to do next is hear from Maria Brown, who we are grateful, Maria, for you waiting. She's the superintendent of Greater Farallones and Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuaries, although I think they're merging and maybe have even a new title. But we're going to hear from Maria, and then we're going to do a little bit of a reframe, and then we're going to go to public comment about the DMR. So first up, Maria, welcome. Thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate you, and we see that, and we know you have some place to be. So take it away.
Well, thank you so much for providing this opportunity for comment. I want to start by saying we support the West Coast region's recommendation for the Commission to maintain the size and integrity of the statewide MPA network. Greater Farallones Sanctuary waters overlap with 25 state MPAs and 6 special closures. We have supported MPAs from the top down by serving on the statewide leadership team and from the bottom up as founding members of the Sonoma, Golden Gate, and San Mateo collaboratives. As many people might not know, the United Nations has recognized our coast's combined state and federal protections as the Golden Gate Biosphere Reserve or network. Is a model for global marine biosphere reserves. So the rest of the world is looking towards us and what we can do to protect and conserve our coastal and marine waters. Core areas in the biosphere include state MPAs. MPAs also contribute to the Biden administration's 2030 conservation goals, 30 by 30, which the state of California has also committed to through the governor's executive order. The sanctuary staff and affiliates supported by the Greater Farallones Association participate in ongoing monitoring, education, and outreach in support of MPAs. And I'd like to highlight some of our current efforts that overlap with recommendations in the DMR. The sanctuary has continued to characterize benthic habitat using underwater visual observations, and we can provide this data to the state, which includes deep water coral habitat in state waters. Regarding recommendation 7C, our education team prioritizes programming for students that experience barriers to accessing our sanctuary by organizing field trips to the coast for Title I schools in San Francisco. We also deliver in-classroom programs to students in the San Francisco East Bay and North Bay, Wallala, and Point Arena, including at the tribal school, about marine protected areas, and provide opportunities for high school students to learn about monitoring in MPAs through the Limpets program. In addition, the Limpets program then provides paid fellowships for future marine practitioners. We also work to strengthen enforcement between allied agencies, which is covered in recommendation 10C. Staff present enforcement training for resource protection officers, and the sanctuary has provided federal funds for state enforcement operations. We also fund technology-based tools for enforcement of MPAs and have recently started using drones to assess kelp loss and recovery. Beach Watch is a longstanding community science program in partnership with the Greater Farallones Association and conducts beach monitoring. Its data was used to develop human use indicators for MPA management, and staff submit reports to MPA Watch and CDFW. Our partner, Greater Farallones Association, also works with the Kashaya Band of Pomo on beach monitoring. We'd like to offer our experience with community monitoring, that it can help inform recommendation 14 on using community science to supplement core monitoring programs. I also want to express that I was pleased to see recommendation 16A on engaging with fishing communities. Our Fishermen in the Classroom program brings commercial fishing into San Francisco Bay Area classrooms to teach students about the rich cultural history and importance of commercial fishing in our state. Also, the Sanctuary and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Seabird Protection Network has worked for many years to engage fishermen on MPAs, especially special closures. Its report to the DMR detailed how regulations combined with targeted outreach have contributed to the effectiveness of special closures, which are meaningful protections for hundreds of thousands of breeding seabirds. This in particular is an important success story of the state network that I want to highlight. In addition to Greater Farallones, Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary also participates in ongoing monitoring, education, outreach in support of the statewide network of MPAs. Together, the Farallones and Monterey Bay national marine sanctuaries will continue to engage local communities and support state MPAs in monitoring education enforcement. So in conclusion, I want to reiterate our support for maintaining the state's MPA network. And again, thank you, the commissioners, for this opportunity to provide comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments, Maria. All right, so as we pivot to public comment on the decadal management review, we had said originally that we were going to first try to bundle comments by questions and comments on the DMR itself, and then we would take comments afterwards on specific recommendations related to Chapter 6 or other recommendations. We have had a moment to reconsider that, and we think it is probably more realistic and easier to just let people come up and tell us what they want to tell us about the DMR and about their recommendations and priorities moving forward. I was going to look to you, not to put you on the spot, Craig, but look to you to see if you could, as people are thinking about what they want to come and say, this is the first opportunity, but it's a big opportunity to give us feedback. And, there's a kind of a whole universe of feedback that they could give us. I assume you're going to be looking for recommendations from the MRC. So perhaps you could help guide us and guide speakers on the kind of information that would be the most helpful to the department.
Thank you. And I don't mind you putting me on the spot. I'm used to it by now. So what we're really looking for is how do we prioritize what we do moving forward? So there's, table 6.1 in the report has a whole suite of recommendations. There's other recommendations in the report, the tribal and other stakeholder recommendations in Appendix A that were gathered, other things that may come up. We can't do everything. And so there's going to be trade-offs moving forward of where do we invest the resources that we have at the state level, at the partnership level. What do we want to focus our energy on moving forward? And so to the extent we can get direction from the MRC and ultimately the commission of what do we prioritize, where do we focus, that would be most helpful to us.
Terrific, as well as any questions that folks might have specific to the DMR, because we do have Becky and Steve and Craig and department folks all available, and also Chief Bess and a whole slew of DFW and LED folks. So to the extent there are clarifying questions or requests on the DMR itself. And then thank you, Craig, for that helpful sort of framing of what would be most useful and most useful to us as well as we seek to make a recommendation to the full commission and then prioritize where we go next. So I think, Rachel, you said the first thing we're gonna do sort of like 15 people in the room, then 15 people online, and sort of toggle back and forth. Do you want to give some instructions to the folks online? I see some people have their hand raised. How do we want to handle that?
Yes. So if you are on Zoom and you would like to speak generally for public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand now. We will be calling speakers in the room first, but we will also be making a list of names and tracking folks who have raised their hand on Zoom. You can raise your hand on Zoom either by using the raise hand button, which should be at the bottom of your screen, or if you are participating by phone, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Do not press it again. If you press it a second time, you're going to lower your hand. Our staff are writing down the list of folks who have their hands raised. And then we're going to go ahead, and once we have your name recorded, lower hands, just because it's a little bit more reliable that way. So please go ahead and raise your hand now if you would like to speak on Zoom. Thanks.
And for folks in the room, in case you missed it, there are speaker cards at the back of the room. And then, so please fill out a speaker card, and then they turn it into
yes, Cynthia at the staff table.
Cynthia, can you raise your hand? That's Cynthia. That's where you want to turn your speaker cards in. Okay. And again, just as a reminder, we don't have a timer. This is an MRC meeting, and we want to hear from everybody. So to the extent you can keep your comments brief to the extent that you can, right? Succinct is what I want to say. Concise doesn't have to be brief, but we want to give everybody a chance to speak. And we do have about 60 people online too. So with that, we are ready to start calling speaker cards for folks in the room.
Thank you. So I'm just going to call a number of names at a time. And when I call your name, you are welcome to come line up at the podium. Exact order is not important. So I'm going to start with David Rudy, Sam Cope, and Suzanne Olyarnik. Please feel free to come up.
Good morning, commissioners and the California Fish and Wildlife Department staff. My name is Dave Rudy. I'm the chairman of the California Sea Urchin Commission. The Sea Urchin Commission is a state agency run by the California Department of Food and Agriculture. So I'd like to talk a little bit about our industry history just for a minute, in case you didn't hear it yesterday. So we've been involved in working collaboratively with the department and the commission since the 1980s. I was nominated to be on the Director of Sea Urchin Advisory Committee in 1987, and that was based on legislation that industry brought forward to self-tax ourselves and to provide funds for the department to do baseline studies on sea urchins. And we've continued doing data collection on sea urchin settlement throughout all this time. We were involved in the MPA development process, and again, we've been doing this data collection and working with the department to do adaptive management. We've had to make some changes in our fishery throughout the years. Originally, it was an export fishery, and we had very few days open during the summer. And over time, it became a domestic fishery, and we changed that to open more days. We've also reduced the number of fishermen involved from originally 900. And right now, we have about 250 fishermen. Our target is to get closer to 150. And that's based on lack of kelp and marine protected areas. But again, our ways of managing the fishery have been based on size limit, which was industry proposed, limited number of days per week, and a limited number of fishermen. So reading through the decadal review, there were several things that I thought were important. One is the state recognizes persistent deficiencies engaging with tribes, fishermen, and communities unrepresented. And the next decadal management cycle will aim to more effectively balance human and ecological domains. And decadal review recommendation 6C, explore innovative approaches to engage the fishing industry in MPA research and management. And again, the sea urchin fishery has suffered significantly in the last 10 years, primarily due to climate disruption. I'll use Chuck's word, climate disruption, because we've lost a lot of kelp and it's really impacted us. We did lose a number of areas through the MPA process, but climate disruption has been our main issue. Another thing in research and monitoring pillar, it talks about integrating MPA research more closely with fisheries management and creating more connections to inform the ecological domain. So moving forward together, again, the decadal review recognizes that fisheries management and fishermen need to be better integrated into MPA management for the benefit of both human and ecological domains. The Sea Urchin Commission endorses adaptive management for both fishery managers and harvesters. So I do have not a specific proposal, but I have a somewhat specific proposal. But my request is that that you direct staff to work with the California Sea Urchin Commission to look into the possibility of doing a limited scientifically monitored harvest of sea urchins inside some state marine conservation areas. And that's my request. If you would consider directing staff to work with us over time to develop this proposal, and then the proposal would come toward the Fish and Game Commission at some future meeting. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Did you have a question, Craig?
Yeah, just to clarify, so that would be commercial harvest in the SMCA.
Correct.
So I don't think we could do that under an SCP. So it'd just be thinking about the mechanism that it would be and whether it's EFP or regulatory change to MPA designations, and we'd have to navigate through that.
The simplest method would be, there is under Title 14, there's a specific law for sea urchin research to allow harvest in closed areas if approved by the marine manager at California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So that letter could be written by the department to allow this activity.
Well, that we'll have to look into that one.
I'll get you that
I know, I think
specific
you said
law.
to me,
I've sent it
yeah.
to you before.
Yeah, I
But
think
there's
we'll
a
have to.
specific law that you could write a letter to allow it to happen. But I think when we talked about it, you said you wouldn't want to do it unless there was more
Right.
support.
Yep.
Thank you for your comment, Dave.
Good morning, commissioners and staff and Fish and Wildlife staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Suzanne Oliarnik. I serve as the director of the Bodega Marine Reserve in Bodega Bay, land of the Coast Miwok, also known as the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. And I want to acknowledge their stewardship of that land that I now manage over the thousands of years. Bodega Marine Reserve is part of the University of California's Natural Reserve System. These sites are dedicated to university-level research, education, and public service, and the system encompasses 41 sites across the state. Several of these are coastal sites, including the one that I manage at Bodega Bay, as well as in Santa Cruz, in the Big Sur area, Scripps, etc. Bodega Marine Reserve is also home to the Bodega Marine Laboratory. Hopefully you've heard of that. I've been director at Bodega Marine Reserve for over 13 years, and before that I was a graduate student through UC Davis studying marine ecology and worked in the habitats there. My position currently as reserve director is focused on facilitating research and the educational activities, which includes helping reserve users navigate permits and other agency requirements, as well as work as an agent of the UC Regents and upholding the university role as a trustee agency for the state. Bodega Marine Reserve has been protected since the early 1960s. We have responsibly managed the resources while allowing for research and education to continue. We have some of the most amazing tide pools you've ever seen, and I would like to invite all of you to come and visit. Our mission is to continue to manage this in perpetuity. We've heard science mentioned numerous times yesterday, and I know that Becky Oda specifically mentioned the need for improving the scientific collecting permit application process, which we are reassured to hear, and we certainly embrace that. I know that's also called out in the DMR. But in addition to the application process, I'd like to just share some concerns I have and many of my colleagues, research and NRS colleagues have about some of the trends we're seeing in scientific collecting permit applications being rejected for work in the MPAs. Over the past few years, a number of researchers have had difficulty getting scientific collecting permits for minor collections in MPAs. We'd like to have some light shed on the criteria being used in reviewing scientific collecting applications specifically for MPAs. Just in the past year, I know of 2 researchers who have moved out of state or changed their research to different ecosystems due to the difficulties that they've experienced in getting a scientific collecting permit. And these are projects that result in very minimal take. This is a loss for California. I want to emphasize the importance and value of research in MPAs. Projects that may not specifically focus on MPA management or monitoring still provide important and critical information on how our coastal ecosystems function, the species interactions, changing conditions, and so much more. For just one example, had we not had ongoing research at our site, we would not have captured valuable and insightful data on the marine heat wave that happened in 2014 to 15. There were many papers that came out of that from Bodega Marine Laboratory. So just to wrap up, we seek to ensure commitment to research in MPAs and not just MPA monitoring projects specifically sanctioned. We want to continue, we want to have better transparency between the Fish and Wildlife Scientific Collecting Permit staff and researchers and the University of California Natural Reserve System community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do want to reflect that I think the information and the research that we've been able to have from our MPAs in the face of the marine heat waves has been incredibly important. I agree very much. Craig, it looks like you're poised to say something about the SCP process and the transparency of that.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. And as you highlighted, we know this is an area where we need to improve. I think the both from the process standpoint of the system getting through the permitting system, but also the flow chart that we use that was developed by the science advisory team. Currently, one of the main criteria for SCP authorization is, can that collection or research be done outside of an MPA? And if it can, then that's where we would prioritize that work. So I think ultimately we'd be looking to commission guidance, working with science advisory team and others to decide what sorts of take do we want to allow within MPAs that could potentially be done outside of the MPAs. And this is part of this broader discussion.
Hi, my name is Sam Cope, and I work for Protected Seas. We're a small California-based company interested in marine conservation and supporting MPA management. I am the senior scientist for our marine monitor, or what we call M2 project. We're a small but mighty team of 3 people that I'm representing today, but we also work with a number of people throughout the state. You may have seen M2 mentioned in the enforcement section of DMR report. M2 is basically a radar and software system that documents boater activity in sensitive coastal areas like MPAs. And it provides secure data to enforcement partners for informing management. Over the past 5 years, we've worked with state and federal partners, universities, conservation organizations, and we've deployed 11 M2 systems in California, and these have monitored 12 state MPAs. And in 2020, CDFW used data from the site in Encinitas to support a case of illegal fishing in the Swami State Marine Conservation Area. And this event was also highlighted in the DMR report. So we see value in using this technology to support enforcement in more MPAs, and specifically those with high incidence of poaching. And this was detailed in the report, MPAs and the level of citations at each one. So M2 can contribute to DMR recommendation number 20, which specifically recommends that the state increase enforcement capacity by exploring technologies that could assist with enforcement cases and evidence gathering in more remote locations. And our system is perfectly tailored for this. It runs 100% autonomously, 24/7 in the field. So we can contribute a significant amount of patrol hours for monitoring human uses in MPAs really anywhere. M2 data can also inform an actionable MPA enforcement plan, as mentioned in recommendation number 19. So in conclusion, we look forward to deepening our partnership with CDFW and others, and we're excited to potentially expand M2 usage in the state and continue to support adaptive management of the MPA network. And so thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. I do want to recognize Chair Ramirez, who has just joined us. Chair Ramirez, is there anything that you'd like to say, or are you here to listen for now? Thank you for joining us and for hosting us on your land.
The most I can say right now is that I'm just hoping to hear and listen, and thank you for bringing this and coming public and acknowledging that we exist. And most important statement is that on behalf of Ohlone, Costanoa, and Esalen Nation, we continue to request formal consultation on projects affecting our homeland and our ocean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Rachel, did you have another group of folks you wanted to call out?
Yes. Our next speakers are Aubrey Fowler, Jamie Diamond, and Ken Franke. Please feel free to approach the podium.
Really official, my laptop. Hello, Fish and Game Commissioners. I'm Aubrey Fowler, the South Coast Specialist with the MPA Collaborative Network. Our mission is to empower diverse communities to engage in MPA stewardship for a healthy ocean. Simply put, kudos for the huge lift of synthesizing the input for the DMR report. We're glad to see the Collaborative Network and our recommendations for increasing pathways for justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion, supporting tribal leadership, and the collaborative network to engage and communicate broadly, highlighted in the report. And in response to Craig's request in what to prioritize, as we've heard in the past few days, prioritizing thoughtful and meaningful relationship building above all else, I think, is our priority. And the collaborative network is heading into another compliance initiative, as you've heard about in past meetings. So we are looking forward to the Southern California MPA trainings for enforcement partners in 2023. I've already hosted one in Orange County. We look forward to the upcoming and many future compliance initiatives to support the adaptive management of the MPA network. We encourage all in this whole room to continue to utilize the and fund and leverage the MPA Collaborative Network as it serves as a synergistic facilitator and conduit of information sharing to turn community input into actionable steps, which are greatly needed for the DMR process going forward. Members of the network are doing the amazing on-the-ground work. So we're really proud of those members and future members, as we're really grateful for their contributions to the social side of the MPA network, especially over those past 10 years and for generations to come. We're grateful to OPC and CDFW for their ongoing support and partnership. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you. Good morning. I am Jamie Diamond. I own Stardust Sport Fishing out of Santa Barbara. I'm a member of the Sport Fishing Association of California and the Coastal Conservation Association of California. I'm a wife. I'm a mother of 3 kids who wholeheartedly love the ocean and an ocean-dependent business owner as well. And I'm also a community leader. I would like to thank all the people who worked tirelessly and thanklessly over the last 15 years to bring us where we are here today. When the process started, there was deep hurt and mistrust among fishermen, and I am so proud to say we couldn't be further from that place right now. Over the last 10 years, I've watched relationships form between fishermen, science teams, management teams, and agencies to bring forward an era of collaboration, communication, and most importantly, respect. We're encouraged by the recommendations in the report, and we look forward to opportunities to further participate in the path forward to continue protection of the resource while ensuring sustainable recreational access for all Californians. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to hear. Really appreciate that.
Commissioner Murray, Commissioner Scalar. First of all, on behalf of the Sport Fishing Association of California, I'm Ken Franke, the president, but thank you because you are volunteers and the leadership that you're demonstrating, including all of us in this conversation, is huge, and we acknowledge that. Specifics for Dr. Schuman, just to be cut into the chase. Recommendations, cooperative research. We have a mountain of cooperative research the commercial passenger fleet has engaged in. We're the platforms, if you will, that a lot of folks get to go, who go on the ocean wouldn't normally get to go. But the cooperative research that we've conducted, tagging projects, ROV projects, et cetera, recommendation going forward would be that you continue to do the cooperative research outreach that you all have. Second item, adaptive management. As we go forward, we're moving into the 30 by 30 evaluations and growing the concept of our conservation effort, that we take a good look at that adaptive management model and seek those opportunities as we gain more knowledge. Where can we adapt and where can we provide that equitable access to folks that typically wouldn't have access to the oceans? So we look forward to continuing to protect the oceans and the resources, and more importantly, to learn about them and make our good decisions based on science. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Ryan Mayer, Penny Owens, and Emily Parker.
Commissioner Murray, if I may,
please,
just real quick. Ken, just wanted to thank you and all of SAC for everything you've done to build those relationships that Jamie referenced. You know, you guys have come so far and have been so willing to engage in dialogue with us, and we just really appreciate you and your whole team for that. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your time today, and of course, all the work that has led up to this day. My name is Ryan Meyer. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Community and Citizen Science, which is a research center based at UC Davis. And our team is focused on the wide range of ways that people can become involved in science. We study community science from a variety of perspectives, including the outcomes for science itself, the environment for the people and communities who take part in these projects together. And in doing that, we work with community groups, museums, schools, government agencies, and funders. And based on broad experience across a lot of different contexts and environmental issues, I can say that what has been happening with California's MPAs with respect to community science is unique and really exciting in terms of its scale, its breadth, and its impacts. More than 80,000 people participated in MPA citizen science over the last 10 years. And those folks spent well over 500,000 volunteer hours contributing to MPA research and monitoring. And that's just the state-funded work. We also found that at least 70,000 more people were involved in ocean and coastal citizen science without funding from the state, or the MPA program, I should say. So that's more than 150,000 people doing science in California's oceans over the last 10 years. So we should be asking, what does that mean for California and the MPA program? These folks did a lot more than just collect data. They participated in other aspects of the science process. Many were exposed to outreach about MPAs during their time participating. Many became part of the outreach and education efforts around MPAs in their own communities. Divers in kelp forests, anglers on boats, kids in the tide pools, families at a coastal bio-blitz. The activities have been highly varied, and that's also a major strength. There are lots of different kinds of opportunities. We also counted more than 100 different organizations that worked together to make community science programs possible. That's an incredible coordination effort, even in the context of MPAs, which of course is partnerships based through and through. And it also represents a large amount of organizational capacity that has oriented itself around the MPA program, and that's a major benefit to state partners. There's also plenty we don't know. Who were the volunteers who participated in these projects? Demographic data is not available. There's a lot we could learn about the current and potential role of community science in reaching new communities and including wider audiences in MPA activities. And given the scale of this activity, community science could be a major avenue for inclusion and equity. But it has to be designed this way, and we need tools to measure our progress. How have participants benefited from their work on MPA community science? What do they want to see in the next 10 years of MPA implementation? What do they see as their part in this broader project? We know very little about the answers to these questions. We do know that community science data are useful. We also know that community science projects require different kinds of support in order to inform MPA management than other monitoring projects do, and that they can deliver benefits across all 4 pillars of the MPA program. So all of this is why I really applaud the DMR report for including several recommendations related to community science, especially number 14, which calls for developing a comprehensive community science strategy for MPAs. I hope that the Commission will pursue this recommendation along with other state partners and look forward to supporting this in any way that we can at UC Davis. Thanks very much.
Good morning, commissioners and Department of Fish and Wildlife staff. My name is Penny Owens, and I'm with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. We're a Santa Barbara-based nonprofit on Chumash lands dedicated to protecting water quality and aquatic habitats in the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. We'd first like to acknowledge and thank the Fish and Game Commission, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the many other agencies and partners for the massive effort and time and efforts dedicated to this decadal management report. So thank you. Channel Keeper strongly supports California's network of marine protected areas, effective management, and enforcement of these MPAs, and to not weaken existing protections by the MPAs. We also support new water quality protections for these MPAs and enforcement of existing water quality protections. Additionally, California's oceans are already experiencing impacts from ocean acidification and climate change, and it's critical to manage this network of marine protected areas with climate resilience in mind. As the report highlights, we see that the MPAs are working. In addition to these ecosystem benefits, MPAs also provide ecotourism opportunities that support local businesses and provide educational experiences for our community to engage with and experience the marine environment. Channel Keeper partnered with several Santa Barbara-based kayak and dive operations to provide some of these MPA ecotourism opportunities, and these trips and experiences were really well received by both the community and the businesses that we partnered with. So in conclusion, thank you again for all your efforts on this important issue, and thanks for your consideration.
All right. Good morning, President Sklar, Commissioner Murray, and Commission staff. My name is Emily Parker, and I am the Coastal and Marine Scientist with Heal the Bay, an environmental nonprofit based on Tongva Land, also known as Los Angeles. Heal the Bay proudly supports the MPA network wholeheartedly, and we'd like to express our deepest gratitude to the Commission, the department, and all of the hardworking staffers, researchers, and advocates that made this DMR happen. It's a momentous achievement that we celebrate. If I may, I'd like to begin by offering some reflections on the DMR forum. Yesterday's forum may not have looked like what some of us were expecting, and that's a really good thing. I encourage us all to sit in any emotions or discomfort that we may have felt or be feeling and let it sink in and really reflect. We were honored to receive a wealth of information from underrepresented voices in that space. We were reminded that our allyship is ineffective if solely performative. I'd like to take a moment to reiterate to you just some of the recommendations that we heard yesterday and earlier this morning that made a huge impact and that we also support. I'll speak first to MPA enforcement. As was said poignantly yesterday by tribal members, enforcement is in and of itself a colonial concept and is only now necessary due to unsustainable practices following the colonization of California's coast. Before and now, the indigenous nations of these lands stewarded and cared for the ocean and coast since time immemorial, without the need for enforcing behavior. Not only that, but enforcement itself is a form of policing. And in a country where we are built on an unjust system, any type of enforcement or policing activity will have social and racial justice concerns. We need to ensure that our MPA enforcement practices do not perpetuate a system of biases and profiling. And we need to prioritize through our programs and through our funding dollars education, connection, and relationship building. We know that early, diverse, and multilingual education and outreach that is developed in community with our diverse ocean users is the most important and most effective. So the key question now remains, how do we most effectively and appropriately encourage the safe and equitable access to coastal resources, or rather relatives, for Indigenous peoples and communities of color, while also balancing that with the need for curbing egregious and unsustainable take or resource hoarding practices? This is something that we have to grapple with, and quickly. We want to repeat a recommendation that we heard from the Sacred Places Institute team yesterday to convene a multiracial task force specifically to tackle this immediate need of balancing enforcement activities. In addition, as you heard yesterday from tribal leaders, while our enforcement officers already receive extensive training, as you told us yesterday, there is still a need for culturally relevant trainings that are based on specific regions and the folks that live in those regions. For our enforcement officers to ensure that tribal management and use of our MPAs is still protected. We'd like to also reiterate the recommendation that you heard both yesterday and this morning to pursue a course of action to expand tribal exemptions in our MPA network beyond just federally recognized tribes, as this limitation affects a great deal of Indigenous coastal nations that have the right to access the relatives of their homelands. I'll move on to some specific recommendations that Healed Bay has for future MPA adaptive management. First and foremost, I have to say this, our MPAs are working, and the first glimpse of the network's success already shows impressive positive results for biodiversity, ecosystem health, and population outcomes in just the first decade. And with more time and improved management, these benefits will only continue to increase. Heal the Bay submitted some comprehensive written comments on the DMR with a great amount of detail that I recommend referring to. It's far more than I'll be able to share today. But most importantly, we urge the Commission to, at a bare minimum, maintain the MPA network following this review and not reduce any of the protections that are currently in place. We encourage a focused effort on enhancing our adaptive management system to maximize the benefits of our MPAs, increase equity, and optimize our monitoring plan to better understand how the network is functioning. So firstly, when considering the needs, perceptions, and opinions of the different communities in MPA management, we strongly recommend not solely relying on those of ocean businesses or commercial ocean users, as this does not reflect the diverse voices of all of those that benefit from MPAs and use MPAs. The report did lean heavily on data from these communities, and while it's of course an important piece, this data cannot replace the data from other communities, from diverse communities, and replace the critical socioeconomic data that is needed to actually measure the social and economic benefits and impacts on communities. So we'd like to urge a strong focus on this piece, as the report notes, this piece of the human dimension in future adaptive management, and emphasize data from all ocean users. Secondly, while we were deeply impressed at the biological monitoring data and the positive results, we were a little concerned at the lack of analyses comparing the different types of marine protected areas. Our network has 6 different classifications of MPAs that all have varying levels of protection, and a specific comparison analysis of these varying degrees of protection is pretty essential and has clear implications for management, both within our network here, but also for 30 by 30 as well. Another gap that I'd like to highlight and recommendation for improvement in the future is within the regulatory compliance piece. So the report details enforcement efforts from the department and specifically looks at things like citation numbers, right? How many citations were given. But as our MPA Watch volunteers and managers that are here in the audience today can tell you, we know that that data is, or that very few of the observed violations that are happening in our protected areas are addressed with like a formal citation. And so that data is an underrepresentation of the violations that are happening in our MPAs. And without that kind of data, we can't truly accurately measure the effectiveness of our network. So we strongly encourage sort of additional recommendations as part of the DMR that would enhance data collection, synthesis, and analysis of compliance beyond just formal citations that are being given. That could include, a robust analysis of CalTIP calls, of MPA watch data, like Ryan was just up here telling you about. That data is really valuable to really look at compliance in the network. I promise I'm almost done. So finally, in the face of climate disruption, which is a new phrase I learned yesterday, we have to manage for climate resiliency. And the report does state that we need to manage for that. Our MPAs show great promise of offering social, ecological, and economic benefits from impending stressors of climate change. And while the MLPA may not have expressly planned for climate change as a part of the network adaptive management program, we are poised with the ability to monitor climate change in a really unique way, both in and around the network. So we recommend infusing all of the recommendations from the OST Climate Resilience and California's MPA Network report that came out in 2021. That report is awesome. It has a slew of incredible recommendations that we think should be infused in with what the commission moves forward with. Those recommendations include things from including specific climate resilience long-term monitoring metrics in the action plan, conducting tiered risk assessments, defining climate refugia, and a number of other things that I don't have time to say here today. Okay, at the risk of putting you all to sleep, I'll wrap up here. There's a great deal more that I could recommend today, but I'll stop to make sure that other folks have the chance to speak, and I'll leave you with this final notion. Tribal leaders have to be more than just engaged in our MPA management and given the opportunity to lead us through the next 10 years of adaptive management. And funding priorities do have to be shifted to equitably fund Indigenous partners in this work. We're so excited to continue participating in the many, many other conversations that we'll be having for the DMR in the coming weeks and months, and the opportunity to make our MPA management program more equitable and effective. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Chris Foss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And I'd like to draw attention to the amount of area take that we anticipate moving forward in federal and state waters. Recognizing that that we've adjusted to the MPA network that exists now, but the commercial fishing community is going to have to adjust again if we pursue the 30-30 initiative, which is 30% federal waters and 30% state waters. So that's the goal there. And in the federal waters, currently, we're faced with massive area take with offshore wind. Right now, they just finished the lease sales off of Morro Bay and Eureka, 373 square miles off of Morro Bay, 242 square miles off of Eureka. And that's projected to be just the very, very beginning of the offshore wind process. So thousands of square miles will be dedicated to offshore wind if you look at the state's goals and objectives. So that is a significant area take and impact to the first commercial fishing community. In the case of the California Bight, the federal government wants to lease in federal waters significant tracts of area that's commercially fished currently on the Ventura Flats and south off of San Diego. That's another area loss. And so what I hope to bring, and what I'd like to really draw attention to is the opportunity we have right now to talk in more detail about how 30-30 is anticipated to be rolled out, where the 14% of the additional area that wants to be brought into the marine protected area system. And specifically, I want to draw attention to if we use the federal existing sanctuaries as a means to try to get to that objective, we have to resist, and Dr. Schuman has assured me that the Department of Fish and Wildlife is resisting the sanctuaries, a desire to meddle in commercial fisheries. My personal experience in Santa Barbara has been one in which the sanctuary has meddled in our local fishing activities to negotiate directly with this commission in the past. And so that is a reality. And so if we're going to entertain incorporating the federal sanctuaries into our MPA network, then we have to push back because we have the council and we have the Department of Fish and Wildlife to manage our fisheries. And as a representative that's trying to make progress on a lot of fishing interests, to be able to speak to you gives us an opportunity to engage, and to be able to speak to the council gives us an opportunity to engage, but to bring in a gorilla that is the sanctuary at the federal level that we can't necessarily influence their desires and wants in a meaningful way, because we'd have to be in Washington, D.C. to bring about that, to bring their influence in. And I've seen it happen in the past. It influences your process and it influences the council process. And I think we need to resist that at all costs, because this ability to engage meaningfully and create working, trusting relationships goes out the window if the feds can come in and superimpose their wants and desires over all the work that's being done at the council level and at the department level. So if we could, at this moment, if it's possible, have a little deeper dive, I think Dr. Schuman requested at the beginning, for direction from the commissioners as to what the 30-30 process looks like, what you guys have as a vision. I'm changing I'm changing it up right now, but I'd like to open it up to a discussion around that, where we can really maybe get a better understanding of what to expect.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean, we're the MRC. We can talk about things in response to comments. We don't have to just nod our heads and then go to the next speaker. So I'm happy to talk about this a little bit if you'd like to, co-chair. Craig, I don't know if there's anything you want to say in response first, since there's a pre-existing conversation that was cited.
So with respect to 30 by 30, I would defer to the comments that Jen Eckerly gave. Was that yesterday? Gosh, it was just yesterday. Regarding the four approaches, and I think specifically that any changes to California's Marine Protected Area Network would go through your process here, and that there wouldn't be some separate process through 30 by 30 to change California's Marine Protected Area Network, and that there's other avenues to pursue that. I'll also reiterate that in all discussions we have with the sanctuaries, and I don't know if there's anyone here from the sanctuary that can agree to it, or can confirm it. But we do assert that fisheries management should be maintained through the department process, the commission process, and the Pacific Fishery Management Council process.
Thanks for that, Craig. So I haven't actually had a chance to talk to my co-chair about this idea or this concept because, again, Bagley Keene, we really can't because we are the co-chairs of this committee. But thank you, Craig, for referencing Deputy Secretary Eckerly's comments yesterday. My understanding is there are 4 paths to 30 by 30. One is national marine sanctuaries, looking at opportunities to work within those sanctuaries. These indigenous marine stewardship areas, which I understand they're still fleshing out, and this would be tribally led stewardship areas. And then evaluating OECMs, which are these other effective conservation measures. I think the OPC is looking at that right now. And then the 4th path that's identified is adaptive management of state MPAs, and that's the part where we come in. That's really the only part right now where we come in. I'll say for me, I see us prioritizing adaptive management of our existing network in response to the specific goals of the MLPA and the findings of the decadal management review. What I've learned from my read of the DMR is it's early days, but in many places, MPAs seem to be working. I've mentioned in past meetings some of the highlights that I've already found extraordinary, species diversity in rocky intertidal habitats, higher inside MPAs over time than reference sites. Intertidal communities inside some MPAs are more stable over time than reference sites, even during marine heat waves in 2014 to 2016. On the Central Coast, community stability during and after the heat wave was linked to higher larval connectivity between sites. That tells me the network is working as a network, which is the thing we wanted, right? We wanted this to be a science-based network that works not just as 124 separate MPAs, but that they work together. We saw that larger MPAs experienced greater increases in abundance and biomass of fish than smaller MPAs, and so on and so forth, right? Now, it is not perfect. There is, I believe, adaptive management to be done. We heard from tribes throughout the day yesterday on the places where there is more work to be done. We haven't collected monitoring data evenly across the network, right? Some places have had more opportunistic monitoring than others. We know that the human dimension information is inadequate. I think we all agree that, and we've heard that already today. We know that we need more engagement from more communities, and that some underrepresented communities are missing from the conversation. There's a lot more to do on tribal co-management, tribal monitoring, indigenous knowledge in a meaningful way, and the potential for tribal collection and cultural use inside some MPAs for both federally recognized and those tribes who have not been federally recognized. But again, the data that we have so far tells me that it's early days. The MPA network is effective in achieving the 6 MLPA goals. So for me, I think we want to prioritize adaptive management against those 6 MLPA goals. I think we probably need some kind of science assessment that can guide how we're doing against those 6 MLPA goals and how we can make the network better aligned with those goals. I think we probably also do, we've heard it already today, want to look at some kind of criteria related to climate resiliency. How can we ensure that our MPA network is resilient to climate change, is still what we want it to be when we created it in the face of climate change, can maybe even bolster and sequester carbon in the face of climate change. We have estuaries and wetlands and some seagrasses and surf grasses protected. Maybe there are other places where we see opportunities for more blue carbon and more carbon sinks, right? So we have a couple of petitions that have already come in. We have largely told people to hold off on submitting petitions for changes to the MPA network until the DMR is here. It's here. I don't think we want to review petitions one at a time as they come in. I think we want a framework with a science assessment, with criteria on climate, on social justice, on access. And we want to be able to look at all the petitions holistically, comprehensively, so we can maintain the integrity of the network as a network. And I think, again, we want to prioritize adaptive management. So enhancing resiliency, meeting goals, climate, social justice criteria. It may mean a net strengthening. I think when we've heard today, I think for me, I'll just speak for myself. I would like for it to not mean a net loss of the network. But I think we want to take what we have and make it more aligned with our goals. Again, more resilient to climate, more effective at mitigating effects of climate change, more just, more equitable. And that's what I would imagine. And then we have, petitions that come in by a date certain, and we consider those petitions together holistically with concrete, specific requests with scientific underpinnings that relate back to the goals and maybe some of these also probably some of these social justice, access, climate criteria. So that's what I envision. I don't know if that answers your question, right? I think if our network counts towards 30 by 30 in state waters. I think to the extent we strengthen it or make changes, it will also still count. But I think in terms of, so anything we do on our MPA network will count towards 30 by 30, but I see us focused on adaptive management of this network. Is that helpful? Does that answer your question? Yeah, please.
There are still some significant black boxes, obviously, and maybe this is too early in the process. You're outlining your hopes and dreams of how we can roll this out under a framework, right? A meaningful framework that's based on what we've learned, and this decadal review is supposed to inform how we move forward. I get that. It makes a lot of sense. It still is uncertain how we can engage in a way that is has great influence. I guess it's here with you, but I don't know. I still don't know where we're, because the 4 pillars means 4 different possibilities for us to influence what happens, right? And so I guess that's what the uncertainty around that is what motivated my comment.
When you say we've got a couple of things that are in buckets of 4. So when you say the 4 pillars, you mean the 4 pillars of the DMR, or you mean the 4 pathways for 30 by 30?
4 pathways. That's what I meant.
So I'm just gonna, Samantha Murray, MRC co-chair. I personally see what is driving our, any changes we make to the statewide MPA network. I see as driven by adaptive management of this network against our goals, against climate, against social justice and access. I do not personally see our process as being driven by 30 by 30. I think whatever we do will count towards 30 by 30, but I'm hyper focused on achieving the goals that we set out to achieve with MLPA and these additional lenses as well. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah.
Maybe. What does it mean to petition? I'm sorry, I don't understand. That's someone coming to you and saying, hey, let's make this area an MPA.
Oh, it's a bit more formal than that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I hope it's a whole lot more concrete than that.
Okay.
Yeah. Scientific underpinnings.
I know.
Tell us how it relates to the goals.
Right, I get it.
And again, this is just coming out, right? We have not agreed on this, but things I can imagine are, how does it relate to the goals and climate resiliency and social justice, or social justice, but has to relate to the goals. That's what I see driving this process. The petition process, somebody else can take that and the nuts and bolts of what that looks like. But first, please, co-chair Eric.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you maybe, I don't know, your peripheral vision, and I was shaking my head, but the mic doesn't pick that up. So I think I should reiterate that I'm in complete alliance with that we're about the MPAs. The other pathways that 3030 about Ocean Protection Council is focusing on, and there'll be opportunities to speak to all of those. But that's not before us. On the petition side, I agree wholeheartedly that we have a process. Adaptive management is the way we should approach it. Petitions can range from very simple minor changes to additional MPAs or eliminating MPAs. It can be the whole spectrum. People can petition us on anything they want to see changed, but it's only going to be seriously considered if it has the kind of information that Samantha said needs to be in there, and there's much more. And our staff can talk about that and we encourage petitioners who think they want a petition to talk to our staff about what a good petition looks like. But that's what we're about here. There've been comments both in the, quoted and misquoted in the press. I know that we've all said different things about what we think might happen. It's in our gut right now because we don't have those petitions or those discussions before us. What we have is analysis of how we've done. And I don't presuppose or prejudge what we're going to do. I agree with Samantha also, though, that my gut tells me I'm not inclined to reduce the areas of the MPA, but that's because, if I see something that says an MPA is serving no purpose with full scientific backup for it, of course I'll consider that. And again, I'm speaking for myself, but I think Samantha and I are very closely aligned.
Thank you. Craig.
So I think what I'm hearing from the co-chairs is that, just to reiterate, any changes to the network would be based on the goals of the MLPA and some additional layers that were just articulated by Commissioner Murray outside of the 30 by 30 process. We made it a half day and I haven't pulled out my wet blanket yet. So, it wouldn't be an MRC meeting if I didn't pull out my wet blanket. So here it is. The planning process was intense, right? Like we spent a lot of time, energy, money, blood, sweat, tears, designing the network of MPAs that we have in place today. Any changes to that network based on scientific criteria, goals of the MLPA with these additional layers are going to require most likely the same level of engagement across the board. There's trade-offs in everything we do. So if we were to go back to a full-scale planning process, that's pretty much our whole MPA team going full speed on MPA planning, evaluating alternatives, costs and benefits of different proposals, likely to the detriment of programs in the other three pillars, and even within that fourth pillar of policy and permitting that we would not be working on. That's okay if that's the choice of the commission, of everyone in the room and all parties involved, but we just need to be cognizant of the trade-offs associated with that. And I think as we progress and start fleshing out those criteria, really thinking through, are we looking to consider wholesale changes to the network? Are we looking for minor tweaks around the edges? Do we have enough information to determine that now? I think as we progress, those will be some important discussions to have.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah. Chris?
One last comment. Because there's this process that you've described where there'll be additional efforts to evaluate and petition for maybe removal. I can't imagine.
Or maybe addition.
But that's where I was going to go, in that in the face of 3030, who is going to be happy with you in the environmental community and the conservation community?
I mean, probably nobody.
But
yeah.
No, but that's right. But also we're all going to be operating under this assumption that a whole bunch more area is going to need to be set aside because we're trying to meet our 3030 goals.
So I just said,
maybe I'm missing this.
I just said that what's driving this process is not 30 by 30. What's driving this process is adaptive management against clear 6 MLPA goals and potentially some other lenses related to social justice and climate resiliency.
So no connection to that potential,
Whatever we do here will count towards that 30 by 30 process.
Okay.
Right? But that is not what's driving this process.
Okay.
Will we strengthen the network? Maybe. right? Are there places we missed before that could enhance the success of the network? Maybe. Are there places where there might be a request for more access, like what we're hearing from Dave Rudy? Maybe, right? But we're going to look at the network holistically and comprehensively. And I will be, I think it's true that, right, it is operating as a network now. We want it to continue to operate as a network. So what we do here impacts what we do over here. And it needs to continue to function as a network. And it's only 10 years old. So I don't, for me, when we see that it's only 10 years old, it's already largely working. I'm not inclined to blow the whole thing up and start over. Why would we do that? Yeah.
I didn't suggest that at all. I just was trying to understand how in 7 years, there's a goal of closing at an additional 14%. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be, is it 7 years? 30, I thought 30% of land, 30% of
But
ocean by
the additional
2030.
the additional 14% can come through other mechanisms.
Right. No, I got that.
Right.
But those are the options that it can come through, right? And I'm just suggesting that you're clearly an option for adding to that goal. You said you were.
Thank you, Chris. I think we're going to leave it at that, unless you have anything else to add. Yeah, it's also the first meeting since the DMR came out. So also early days on this side. I don't see anything happening soon, right? So we are hearing information from people. We are listening. We don't have a plan already. You're seeing it play out in real time, which again is awkward because that's how it has to be, because we can't go have secret meetings and go work it all out ahead of time. We don't promise, right? So we're sort of just getting started here. That's the amount of clarity that I think we can provide right now. I'm glad to hear we're on the same page. I didn't even know if we would be. So with that, I think we'll move forward and continue with public comment.
All right, we have 5 more people in our first group of 15 in the room. We know there are a lot more than 5 that want to comment overall, but I'm going to go ahead and call those names all right now, and you're welcome to come up and approach the podium. We have Anna Newman, Michael Quell, Sarah McCormick, Dree, Li Wenang, and Prabdeep Rai.
Hi all, I'm Anna Newman. I'm the harbor master for the Noyo Harbor District. So I keep hearing all of these things about our MPA network and the science, and I really do believe in it. Where I struggle is that on the North Coast, our MPAs aren't working. We have urchin barrens, we have a kelp forest collapse, we have this entire ecosystem change, and we need to start removing the purple urchins and doing some sort of grazer suppression if what we're aiming to do is manage a kelp forest. Because right now we have kelp forest management policies and programs in place for an ecosystem that isn't there. So I know under, and I'm not sure which pillar this would fall under, but we need to figure out how to develop a market and a fishery for these purple urchins. There's a ton of amazing work that's happening with NGOs and nonprofits and research divers and citizen scientists as they're removing these urchins, but that cannot affect positively the 250 kilometers of coastline that we're seeing in Mendocino and Sonoma that have been affected. It's a drop in the bucket. I always hear, and I don't often agree with this statement, that commercial fishermen overfish. We take too much. Here's an opportunity where we can actually take too much and it will benefit the economy and the ecosystem. Like it's this negative thing and this negative stigma around commercial fishing. And it's just kind of funny that I'm now up here suggesting that we overfish a species. But I really do. And I fully and wholeheartedly believe that this development of an economy around purple urchins and a market is going to provide jobs in my town. It's 7,000 people in Fort Bragg. We desperately need jobs. We've always been a commercial fishing industry, and we need to get back to that and provide that job and that economy. And it will also restore our kelp forests. This is going to go back to where MPAs are a network. I feel like my section of the MPAs, my coastline, is broken. And it's not going to provide the positive inputs it needs, the larvae and the rockfish that are going to spill over and move to the South Coast as the currents come down. It's just frustrating and sad to hear, but also amazing to hear that the South Coast MPAs, you're seeing all of that. You're seeing the healthy kelp forests. And we love the network. We support the work it's doing. It's just that we need to fix our broken part of it, which is the North Coast. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Anna. And adaptive management is like, yes, you know, we understand that there are some areas where we are not achieving, you know, every MPA has their own specific goals and objectives. We understand there are some spots where that's not occurring. So would encourage you to stick around for the process. Also, if you don't know Dave Rudy, you need to.
Yeah.
He knows a lot about creating markets for urchin. And so please keep showing up. I said this on Tuesday for sure. We say it all the time. I think we have some of the most well-managed, healthiest fisheries in the world in California. You know, I don't see fishermen as villains. I don't assume, you know, bad intent by fishermen. So I hope I encourage you to keep being a part of this process. We really do need you as a part of the process.
I definitely intend to. I've been working with Dave and the Sea Urchin Commission and the council. I wrote my master's thesis on the development of a purple urchin fishery. Like, it's something I really do believe in, and I think it can work. And it's there. I mean, we developed the red urchin fishery as a response to too many red urchins in Southern California. And hey, it worked. We just need to do that again on the North Coast. And I'm here to help in any capacity. I've already bugged Becky on how to file a petition. I'll be back. I'm done.
Good morning. My name is Sarah McCormick. I traveled down from Fort Bragg with the Harbor Master, Anna Newman, who just spoke. I work for the city of Fort Bragg and live on the Mendocino coast. And I just want to introduce myself and say I'm so impressed with this amazing network and all of the things that I've learned since I've read it and been here. Part of the reason my work allowed me to come down with Anna is, I'm not speaking on behalf of the city, is because we are a community that's really committed to strong and healthy ocean ecosystems. And we're also a community that is, you know, we're low income community. We're a rural community that's low income, and we're struggling to find ways that we can transition our economy up there to something that is resilient and coastal resilience. I wanted to let you know that the California Coastal Commission has invested $898,000 to us, the city of Fort Bragg, in order to look at the Noyo Harbor and look at our area for investment opportunities within this emerging blue economy that's happening. We plan on using that funding to do all of the analysis around, you know, tsunami hazards and sea level rise, look at our water quality assessment to figure out if there's opportunities to bring in aquaculture practices or all kinds of different things that we can do to support our commercial fleet that exists there now. And why I mention that is because the biggest part of this project is a communication and engagement plan. So we'll be focusing on making those connections, evaluating all the past planning that's been done in our community, finding those salient themes, and really diving into this on a regional level on the Mendocino coast. And we would be happy to incorporate anything we can about MPAs through our outreach efforts. If we could do any kind of combined or collaborative outreach to the community, I think that policy and permitting section 18, where it talks about, you know, looking at regional assessments, it's a great opportunity for us to work together because we're going to be doing a lot of that work in the coming months. We plan on kicking off in another 2 months, so it might be too soon, but it might not. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to participating in this process.
Good morning, President Sklar, commissioners. It's good to be here, see familiar faces as we build our community. A statement coming to me yesterday after our meeting has now disappeared on my phone. To sit back and it's interesting that just disappeared. I'll get to my reflections after that. Just serving as a community compliance liaison on the water, actively engaged with our community especially during the COVID crisis. We saw the high spike in uninformed fishers hitting the water and hitting the shores, developing a communication process where I'm working from on the water, informing allied agencies on shore that might not be able to cite, but we hopefully will make progress in those areas to interact with those taking from our MPAs. The dramatic boom in illegal take that we saw was dramatically effectively halted or declined after that effort, actually engaging from offshore, directing park rangers to go to the purple hat that's stuffing mussels in the back of a knapsack on a family member, those kinds of things, like 30 to 40, 50 potential violations being observed offshore, where the year before we had declined in potential violations down to 29, and starting to see a big decline. That engagement and open collaboration has really opened up to the community to engage with a broader community, and LA Waterkeeper is opening to and gratefully acknowledging the influence of our tribal representatives and engaging and opening up the possibility to working with that more in a fruitful, bountiful way for the community. I will say an observation just outside today, and to say how far we have come, as I saw Ruthie and Wayne, Ruthie from our Northern Coast Tribal Representative, Wayne from CCA, outside talking about how they're going to collaborate and start working together. And that's what we're talking about. And that's a monumental moment. My other monumental moment and my money shot from on the water that I didn't get to yesterday because I rambled just a little bit was we're out on the water. I was training our Rancho Palos Verdes Rangers about boundary lines and what I see activity where I'm seeing folks trickle into the MPAs. And then the Department of Fish and Wildlife vessel came around the corner, waved to, hey, Quill, let's go. Report came together, and I had a money shot on the back of my boat with RPV Rangers, Department of Fish and Wildlife wardens in a shot, and with me out of the picture. I don't need the publicity. I want to bring this community together. So opening to our indigenous influences and those voices percolating through Waterkeeper's work, I want to encourage that, and I always have an area of focus, and I let my brothers and sisters from the other keepers that will focus on water quality and some other ongoing activities we see in the future of an open and transparent process. I won't even reiterate Commissioner Murray's statement that you just made. That's exactly where we're coming from. Let's let this play out, but have an open and transparent process. Very inclusive. Anecdotal, and I'll go there. I'll go back to the hotel yesterday. I see two fishermen with their fisherman garb and stuff coming across the parking lot. And I'm like, you going to the meeting tomorrow? No, what meeting? I'm like, okay. Had come up Northern California, come up here to get their boat to go back because salmon fishing's been closed down, taking it back down. They start lamenting. I'm like, come to the meeting tomorrow. I'm like, it's already a done deal, they're telling me. It's already good. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And I said, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. Trying to build that connection. So we still have a lot of work to do to reach out to the community that feels not included. And I will say the word inclusion has come up in it's a matter of people not feeling included. And 12 years ago, there was a whole reference of who was not included, primarily the fishing community. Now we've broadened that definition, and my brothers and sisters involved in that word inclusion has shifted over the years, but it's a word that people feel threatened by, our community feels threatened by when they aren't included, and it gets defensive and divisive. So the more transparent and open we can be in this process, And I don't see it as a short process. I think we need to this is not a silver bullet that's going to be solving our problems now. This is an environmental and a cycle, a consciousness shift that's changing. The oppressed and the oppressors have been conditioned to think in certain ways. So this is not a quick change. Read it and learn the key words and the phrase that you can repeat will eventually get you there. But this is something that has to shift, and we have to respect how conditioned the oppressors are, as well as the oppressed. And there needs a lot of work to be done, not on external issues, but there are a lot of internal issues that we all deal with, that we're coming to grips with. So this is a monumental task that's going on. So these little shifts in movement, I think we have to acknowledge that positive, as somebody keeps telling me, what's mojo, Michael? It's the positive emerging sense of community that's coming out of this effort. And this is at a time where this commission and what we're doing is not just about MPAs. This is monumental. This is a major shift in what's going on around here. Back to specifics, as my boss would tell me, we're focused on more support for our CDFW. We think that the way that we're working right now is a monumental step toward compliance and enforcement by the community being involved in a process that's a we, not you have to tell them. You have to jump out of the bushes and bust people. No, we have to be together, working together on this and informing what we're seeing through CalTIP. We've done 3-4 years of tracking CalTIP calls, what the responses have been and what the follow-up has been, just to see what the efficiency, how it's being used. And it's remarkable. I was saying yesterday how many callbacks I'm getting just to check and see what's going down. That's a major shift. So that's the efficiency of CalTIP that has emerged from a community sense of being and working together. So we do also support boots on the ground, boots on the water, supporting that effort, because consciousness is just not going to shift. We still have the old way of working that we have to have laws in place and we have to have enforcement in place, but it's just not on the Department of Fish and Wildlife to do this. We have to share the load as a community, and an informed community that's just not coming from one side or the other, bringing all aspects of ourselves together and to the table. So we definitely support the record keeping, the major steps that have been done with CDFW on that, supporting that, funds toward that, and any way that I can help in that effort with my records. We're working and tracking the calls in with wardens along the way, that we're doing some research in those areas and just seeing how more cooperative and collaborative this has been, because this is an us, this is a we, this isn't a you and me, or me and it's I just find that the shift in inclusion, and the word inclusion, and the lack of inclusion being acknowledged, and then steps towards remedying that, is really a positive step, and gives me hope for the future, and that we don't jump to one side or the other to say we've got it solved, we got the silver bullet solution to this problem. And I respect the time and effort and clarity of thinking that's being brought to the table here. I think that's what I got to say, because other people are going to say what I have on my mind, especially around clean water. I mean, we can protect our MPAs, but as we're polluting the planet more and more, we have to really stop human behavior or change human behavior. And unfortunately, we have to do that by litigation and laws until there's a shift of our moral compass as a collective society. Very thankful.
Thanks, Michael.
Hello. I guess I'm much shorter than him. Hi, my name is Ori. I'm a campus organizer with CalPERG students. So I work full-time with students across the state, training them to be leaders in their communities. I kind of wish the actual students that came with us had gone first. Their voices are way more important than mine, but you'll definitely hear from them later on. As a nonprofit statewide, our group is fully student run. Our student board of directors makes the decisions about what projects we run and where our funding goes. And they're the ones that voted in December to make our Protect Our Oceans campaign the lead project to really engage their peers in this important process on MPAs. In my years as a campus organizer, I've spent most of my time at UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego, both the UC campuses right next to MPAs, literally right there. And I've had countless conversations myself, really thousands of conversations with students about marine protected areas and conserving our oceans. And at both of these schools, students come from everywhere to go to school basically right on the beach because of their love for their ocean. And they really want to see their amazing life and beauty protected. It's really inspiring to see students just be so passionate about protecting our oceans and addressing the issues facing our environment. And there's a pretty clear consensus that young people want to see more and increased protections through MPAs. So much that they're willing to pitch in $10 a quarter to help fund our program, to keep educating more and more students about our oceans and making a difference representing students in statewide forums such as this. We actually have over 30,000 dues paying members across the UC system who all pitch in that $10 a quarter. And then in addition to that, I also graduated from UC Riverside, and there's not really a difference between these inland schools and like students from those coastal schools. My friends would literally drive over 2 hours sometimes just to get to the beach and enjoy everything that it offers. So as young people, we really want to protect all of that and protect it in the strongest way possible. So I really urge the commission to expand our MPA network and increase the size of highly and fully protected MPAs. Thanks so much.
Good morning. Just to acknowledge the fact that I have a very fat stack of papers in my hand, this is not my public comment, in case you're frightened. But my name is Prabdeep Rai. I also go by Prab. I also work as a campus organizer with CalPERC students. So I am also full-time staff who works to train college students to be the next generation of activists. I have actually been doing this work since my first week of my first year of college at UCLA. I've been in CalPERC since then. This is now my 6th year with the organization. But I have worked on a variety of issues ranging from clean energy to textbook affordability and now ocean protections. But the reason why I've been doing this work for so long is just genuinely, I have a lot of faith in the future and the people in my community and them wanting to take action on the issues that they care about, especially this issue. And that has been proven to me every single time I've had a conversation with someone, whether it's at the door or with a young person on campus. But along with that, I also just feel like I'm making a really big difference in individual people's lives because every time I talk to people about these issues, they feel re-inspired to believe in a better future because they see that a young person is going to lead the way on it. But with that being said, in February at the Fish and Game Commission meeting in Sacramento, hopefully some of you remember, some of my students from UC Berkeley, who I've been training for more than a year on these skills, actually gave public comment on support of MPAs and showed the support that they had built up from all across the state. I am super proud of them. They worked really hard on this campaign and are great activists. But to be honest, I do think that expanding MPAs should continue to be a bigger part of the conversation that y'all continue to have, especially as you're going through this planning process. At least when it comes down to the science of ocean protections, coming out of this decadal review, the science is just definitely there that it would make the difference that our oceans need. Genuinely, it is like now or never. It's a decadal review. You make the decision every year or every 10 years. The oceans don't have another 10 years to wait. But I will say my expertise definitely is not in the science. It's, for me being on the ground. And I have been having conversations with normal, everyday Californians, especially young people who see the problem that current fishing and oil drilling practices are causing. And since just like this past January, we have built up a lot of support in this campaign. We've had over 10,800 one-on-one conversations with other students and staff about this decadal review. We've also educated more than 16,000 young people in UCs in class announcements. We also have had more than 8,000 students at the UCs pledge $10 per academic term as new members of our nonprofit organization in support of our campaign efforts. We've hosted a ton of community events all across the state of California on these college campuses as well, and have more than 100 video interviews of student comments on why they want you to increase social protections. There's definitely a lot of support, but that's just the people that we talk to. There's definitely a lot more support out there. And I'm sure if you were to go outside and talk to your neighbor, that they would also agree that more MPAs are necessary. I do want to say thank you very much to the commission for the work that you've been doing on MPAs. I just want to say thank you to everyone in this room. I know MPAs have a very long history, but I am strongly urging this commission to triple MPAs here in California and to keep having our state lead the way on environmental protections and conservation. So thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments. I remember the Berkeley students at the February meeting. They were terrific and effective and compelling, and you and they have a lot to be proud of. They were really, really wonderful. So thanks for engaging them in the process, and thanks for reminding us too that the ocean is for all Californians and not just some. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll let them know. I also have this huge stack is a ton of petitions that we have gotten from all across the state over the past 3 months. I would love to give this to whoever would take it. Great. Thank you so much.
So at this point, if we want to continue public comment, we can move to Zoom. And I can have David go ahead and call. It is.
Okay. What do folks think up here? Should we head to Zoom for a bit, or should we break for lunch? Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the Zoom. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks. I'll turn it over to David Haug on Zoom to call names.
Co-Chair Murray, we have 9 speakers on Zoom. Our first 3 will be Nicholas Stackett, Charlotte Mazurek, and Mike Beenan. Nicholas, I'm going to give you permission to talk. You may need to unmute yourself.
All right. Hello, my name is Nicholas Sackett of Social Compassion in Legislation. First of all, I want to say that I am aware that animal welfare is not an official concern of this review, but we do believe it is important that the voice of our tens of thousands of supporters in California who believe we shouldn't be killing animals regardless of sustainability is heard. I don't like using the word sustainable. It really does, it is used to describe how we simply slow down destroying our planet and killing our animals, even if sustainably, quote unquote. I think everyone here recognizes that marine life and wildlife in general is in a losing battle against the push of humanity. The idea of MPAs is fantastic, but we want to see them shaped to let them be protected areas for animals, which between fishing, ship strikes, chemical pollution, noise pollution, don't have a lot of safe havens. Our ask today is that when making decisions on the various recommendations in the review, that you keep in mind the many Californians that believe our state should be facilitating a purely safe haven for our marine life. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Mazurek. Charlotte, you may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Oh, is it? Yes. Charlotte Mazurek in Laguna Beach, and in support of the MPAs with the Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. I've been a coalition member of the Laguna Bluebelt ever since it was established 12 years ago at the beginning of all of these incredible hearings. I believe that the MPA Educational Photo Contest, initiated and developed by Laguna Bluebelt, is now in its 12th year and has inspired and motivated residents, many nonprofits, city government, our city council, to appreciate, know, and support our MPAs. The city and residents of Laguna Beach are consequentially aware of all and solidly behind our MPAs. We've had cash prizes, helicopter rides, local restaurant dinner donations, and local hotel promotions, scuba diving, stand-up paddling, and they've all helped to motivate, support, and educate residents and visitors alike. The Laguna Bluebelt Coalition, with our MPA Watch and support of the Environmental Sustainability Committee appointed by City Council, and the enthusiastic 100% support and collaboration of our City Council and Marine Safety Department, has enabled us to be strong watchdogs and local stewards of our MPAs. Together, we have focused on habitat restoration, water quality education, protection, and networking, which is promoted through our annual MPA photo contest. For all of these strong reasons, please continue to protect the MPAs we have in Laguna Beach and consider extending the citywide no-take MPA to 3 Arch Bay subdivision in South Laguna, which is also in support. Thank you very much for all that you do and your long and enduring time.
Our next speaker is Mike Beenan. Mike, you may need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Mike Beenan, Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. I want to begin by acknowledging the moving testimony by California tribal people that we listened to this morning. I believe you've received our supplemental letter requesting a revised boundary for citywide enforcement consistency and community equity, and also as a way to achieve the national 30-30 goal lines. I'm happy to report the success of Laguna Beach's MPAs in developing programs for effective citywide enforcement by city lifeguards and community vigilance. The Laguna Bluebelt Coalition, organized in 2010, was an early collaborative effort and has an impressive record in MPA education, protection, water quality, restoration, and networking with city, county, and state agencies. Education, for instance, has provided testimony to remind folks that Southern California is in the Gulf of Santa Catalina, not the Pacific Ocean, and has a very different ecology than the open Pacific Ocean. As Charlotte mentioned, the Kelp Fest, the Bluebelt Photo Contest, many art events helps keep locals and visitors both informed about our MPAs. It's also a chance to remind everyone that kelp forests shade the seafloor, which cools sea temperatures, and they store prodigious amounts of carbon. Likewise, protection is achieved through the Burn Buddy program and dedicated lifeguards and our city marine protection officers that make around 1,000 monthly advisory contacts with few citations we're happy to report issued for poachers. My personal focus on water quality, I feel, is essential to a healthy MPA and has led to collaboration over about the last 4 or 5 years with county, water districts, and inland cities to achieve a 47% reduction in dry season inland urban runoff from reaching Aliso Beach and its tide pools, reefs, and kelp forests. I would suggest allowing research and restoration in state marine conservation areas because my routine swim surveys have revealed that our kelp forests are being replaced by sargassum at an alarming rate. Finally, protecting the natural beach sand berm while removing is to provide safe public access to all beach areas. And this sets the stage for the Aliso Estuary Restoration Project funded by the city, the Coastal Conservancies, and many nonprofits. Networking with city, county, and water district and state agencies has laid the groundwork to improve all of California's MPAs. And I encourage you to visit the Laguna Bluebelt .org website to learn more. And please support citywide no-take state marine conservation areas. Thank you so much for all of your work for these many years.
Our next three Zoom speakers will be Mark Shargel, Eric Praska, and Denise. There's no last name provided. This may be Denise Olive. But Mark, you are our first. Go ahead, please.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me this time. Thanks also for this important and valuable three-day event. It was a genuine pleasure to be there yesterday and exchange handshakes and hugs with so many old friends and collaborators and make many new friends. In 45 years of diving, I saw the effects of fishing despite the burdensome regulations that were already in place before MLPA on fishermen. Many here today gathered starting in 2005 to craft a response, which was the first portion of the statewide MPA network. We walked away from the effort 16 years ago with a sense of a job well done and expectation that the MPAs we'd created would show results over decades and endure for much, much longer. After just 6 years, we had some surprises. The positive reserve effects we expected and hoped for were emerging faster than we dared believe. The trend has continued, and as Commissioner Murray has pointed out, our MPAs can do and are doing what we'd hoped for. But in 2013, an overwhelming disruption to ecosystems inside and outside of MPAs began. A viral pandemic created chaos in the ocean, just as a human viral pandemic has disrupted us for the last 3 years. Sea star wasting killed almost every star from British Columbia to Mexico. In a few years, stars had rebounded except one, the giant predatory sunflower star, which has not reappeared and biologists now call locally extinct. Without the threat of that predator, sea urchins changed their behavior in ways never before seen and spread across the seafloor, devouring kelp from Humboldt County down to through the Big Sur coast. Somewhat earlier, sargassum, an invasive alga, which you just heard about, had begun smothering kelp in Southern California. My Wonders of the Sea books on North Central and far Northern California, which I created as a celebration of what we were protecting, now stand as historic documents memorializing what has been lost. But make no mistake, Central California and Southern California are headed in the same direction with alarming speed. We've been watching and beginning to write words about the collapse of kelp forest ecosystems for almost 10 years now. This DMR has been pointed as the forum when we would develop an adaptive action plan. Let's be clear, we must adapt now or face a reality where the vast productive kelp forests that many MPAs were placed to protect are but a memory. Your data shows 95% of the kelp in Sonoma and Mendocino counties is already gone. My observations are that Monterey and Carmel have lost 3/4, perhaps more, of the giant kelp they used to have already. I have underwater photographs of urchin barrens spreading all the way down the Big Sur coast. Surfers in Santa Cruz have remarked to me about how much kelp beds have shrunk there. The writing is on the wall for kelp forests throughout the state. Urchin barrens and sargassum are both nearly monocultures that displace the most biodiverse ecosystem California has. Over a year ago, I speculated that the very existence of MPAs that no longer contain the ecosystems they were designed to protect might be challenged. You've heard from Anna Newman about the situation in Mendocino, where those challenges are being raised already. The disappearance of kelp forests tears great gaps into the biological MPA network, but it is an existential threat, both biologically and also politically and legally. We must adapt and act now if kelp forests and the MPA network are to endure. 16 years ago, we thought reasonably that a decadal cycle of adaptive management was appropriate. The first 16 years of having Central Coast MPAs has shown us we aren't nearly nimble enough. To answer Dr. Schuman's question early this morning about what the DMR lacks, 3 points. 1, it articulates 4 pillars, but we need a 5th. That would be threat response and ecosystem restoration. That has to be nimble and has to include formal inclusion of informal helpers. Just as MPA watch volunteers and others are relied on enforcement resource, volunteer divers like the ones working at Tankers Reef and Casper Cove should be attracted, rewarded, and treated as valuable. DFW currently charges the roughly 100 Tankers Reef volunteer divers $58 a year for the privilege of proving that humans can protect and restore kelp forests. The 5th pillar should create a new category of free licenses for ecosystem protection or restoration volunteers. Point 2, the threat response and ecosystem restoration pillar should include the immediate creation of rapid action plans for control of sargassum and urchins and the restoration of lost kelp forests. These are challenges that we as a state have failed to grapple with so far. The time to adapt and manage the die-off of our most biodiverse ecosystem is now. Actually, it was years ago, but we humans decided we had to wait for this DMR while nature moved much faster than we did. We're playing catch up, but we have yet to join the game. We'll need to stay nimble as climate change makes conditions more volatile. So this isn't just a one-time thing, which is why I call for this 5th pillar. Divers have been the early warning system scouts because we see things happening underwater before the science is unequivocal. So my 3rd point is that the MRC needs a regular recurring meeting with the many thoughtful, observant recreational divers who can and will provide information that might not otherwise emerge. For years, Anna Newman's timely comments of a moment ago are in part informed by her diving experience. You've wisely initiated regular consultation with tribal members who bring deep knowledge built over millennia to the table. Divers are another very different source of more up-to-the-minute information you've so far had a very thin channel to access. Thank you so much for the time I've taken. I look forward to working with you to make our MPAs fulfill their original promise. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Eric Praska. Eric, you can go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Fish and Game Marine Resources Committee. I'm Eric Praske, and I'm a Laguna Beach resident and ocean paddleboarder. I want to begin my comments by thanking Co-Chair Murray for her tireless dedication and support of California's MPA network. I'd also like to thank Becky Oda, Steve Wirtz, Amanda Van Diglen, and Chen for answering my questions about the decadal management review. Commissioners, I know that you will hear from commercial and recreational fishermen who believe the MPA network should be weakened or abandoned. Their arguments are the same arguments that we've been hearing for decades, that the science behind MPAs is flawed and that MPAs restrict their fishing opportunities. These arguments are not supported by the information and data presented in the decadal management review. Work is working and meeting MLPA objectives. There is clear evidence that MPAs are benefiting species and habitats, especially in the South Coast region. As a Laguna Beach resident, I'd like to highlight my frequent personal observations and the reef check finding of a significant positive trend in biomass response ratios for key species, including calico bass, sheephead, and opali in the Laguna Beach MPA. Fishermen often ignore the fact that MPAs are actually designed to enhance fisheries outside of MPA boundaries due to larval transport and spillover. Finally, no-take MPAs comprise less than 10% of state waters, and there remain plenty of nearshore and offshore fishing opportunities for all Californians. I'd like to conclude my remarks by noting that California has committed to conserving 30% of its lands and coastal waters by 2030 to protect biodiversity and fight climate change. I urge you to double down on this commitment by strengthening the MPA network and supporting IUCN green listing of the network. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Eric.
Our next speaker will be Denise. I see a Denise Olive in our attendees list. Denise, I've given you permission to speak. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be present, listening and learning. No comment at this time.
Thank you, Denise. Our final four speakers that we have listed on Zoom are Aaron Ristig, Ashley Eagle Gibbs, Devin O.D., and John Nail. Aaron, you can go ahead, please. Aaron, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. My name is Erin Ristig, and I work for the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation and in collaboration with NOAA Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary. And I work on marine resource protection technologies, specifically EFINS, which is a mobile data collection and sharing app that's currently used by CDFW wardens across the state, and M2, which is a shore-based radar system. And both of these you may have seen featured in the enforcement section of the DMR report. So we at CMSF recommend that the state invest in monitoring tools like EFINS and M2 that can support monitoring and enforcement efforts in our MPAs. And we would like to encourage full adoption of EFINS statewide. EFINS is a great tool in that it allows enforcement agencies to electronically record, store, and reference citation and warning data collected during patrols. It provides valuable features such as geospatial mapping, real-time enforcement data collection, and the ability to rapidly assess repeat offenders while in the field. And EFIN's streamlined reporting outputs can be used to update the Fish and Game Commission on compliance issues. It can be used to aid in coordination with allied agencies, and it can help inform long-term monitoring locations for enforcement. So we greatly value our partnerships with CDFW, the National Park Service, and other agencies who have been pivotal in adapting and growing the use of this application. And we look forward to continuing to adapt EFINS and M2 to better fit the needs of our partner enforcement agencies in California into the future. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for that comment. And I just wanted, we've had a couple other speakers mention this too. And I do want to just echo and say it's so great that we are moving into the year 2023 with electronic record keeping. And you know, I have seen firsthand the EFINS system. And, you know, I love the idea of being able to just sort of push a button and see where the hotspots are for enforcement actions or for compliance issues or poaching and things like that, and to be able to just summarize data really quickly. And I know we're moving in that direction, and I'm just really grateful that we're moving in that direction thanks to some of these new technologies. So I hope we can continue to move forward in that, where it really is just, you know, a query, a push of a button, and we have information to be more focused on certain areas where compliance is an issue, and learn about encounters for MPA violations, and just do that really, really easily. Looks like Chief Bess, you've got something you'd like to say too.
Thank you, Commissioner. Really look forward to the continued collaboration on the advancement of technology and law enforcement in this arena relative to the DMR, as well as across the state in the law enforcement division. There's so many things that we're exploring now in the division relative to technology into the future that really help us into the future with policing and protecting the environment, being able to determine hotspots, what violations occur where and when, and being able to use that data in a predictive policing model to make ourselves more efficient. Since we all know that we're operating at about 35% level, officer level of the total amount of officers that we believe we need in the state. So every opportunity that we can use technology to be able to afford additional environmental protection, we absolutely support that and look forward to the continued collaboration on that, as well as our other allied agency partners that we work with. Thanks.
David, can you take us to our next speaker, please?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is Ashley Eagle Gibbs. Ashley, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Good afternoon, President Sklar and Commissioner Murray. My name is Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and I am the Legal and Policy Director with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, or EAC. We are co-chairs of the Golden Gate MPA Collaborative. We lead an MPA Watch program, and we lead a team of docents providing outreach and education at Duxbury Reef State Marine Conservation Area. First, I want to say thank you to the Indigenous commenters and to the Department and Commission for making the space for these important conversations that need to continue. We are supportive of this critical dialogue and the necessary work towards co-management and incorporating traditional ecological knowledge and voices into MPA management. Also, congratulations on the momentous achievement of this decadal review. In general, we are supportive of many of the recommendations and the future steps outlined in Chapter 6 of the report. We submitted joint comments with Heal the Bay. Emily mentioned some of those today already, along with other NGOs, and that was on March 8th. And we also submitted comments on March 13th, which are focused more on our geographic area in coastal Marin County. Our comments do include some additional detail, but I would like to highlight a few things today. First, I want to highlight the need for adaptive management at 2 MPAs in Marin. We support a designation change at Drake's Estero from State Marine Conservation Area to a State Marine Reserve, and we support an evaluation of Duxbury Reef State Marine Conservation Area for a designation change to a State Marine Reserve and extension of the southern boundary to fully encompass the reef habitat area. To support these designation changes, we raised 3 science-based points, which also apply to the full MPA network. And I think that this is consistent with Commissioner Murray's initial thoughts around the science-based framework approach that she mentioned today. We request the department evaluate the MPA network holistically to identify changes in human use of an MPA, or if there has been a change in an MPA's conservation designation from another agency to inform a MPA boundary or designation change. An example of this in our area is Drake's Estero SMCA has been designated as a federal marine wilderness, and there is no longer any commercial aquaculture farm at that location. In addition, the department should evaluate the MPA network's current boundaries and designation status of MPAs that may have increased visitation and take compared to 10 years ago, and whether the boundaries encompass the entire connected habitat. An example of this is Duxbury Reef, which has increased visitation take, and the southern reef is outside of the MPA boundary. That is, MCAs, where there are complex take regulations, this can cause public confusion. For instance, at Duxbury Reef, the abalone fishery is closed, but there is no signage indicating this. And allowed recreational hook and line fishing sometimes confuses people who might be interested in pursuing some other type of take that's not allowed. There may be a need for updating designations at some SMCAs where only limited types of take are allowed, and to evaluate whether the SMCA is meeting the MLPA goals. Thank you for the clarifications related to the adaptive management process today. We will continue to further explore how best to participate in this process, including submitting a petition as needed to formalize these requests. And also thank you for your commitment to prioritizing adaptive management and climate resilient pathways. In addition, we want to raise general comments about outreach and the importance of community partnerships. It is essential to provide funding for opportunities for outreach and education docent programs at MPAs. These types of programs really help bridge the gap with communities and create a stewardship relationship. We also want to amplify the need for pathways to increase meaningful tribal inclusion, including non-federally recognized tribes in MPA management decisions, as has been discussed. We are very grateful for the tribal participation at yesterday and today's meeting, and we're really honored for the opportunity to listen and learn from all of the experiences. So we very much look forward to continued participation as we work collectively to adaptively manage our MPAs, and thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker on Zoom is Devin O.D. Devin, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, commissioners, department staff, to all the researchers and citizen science that participated in the decadal management review and all the work over the last 10 years. Also, just want to say thank you, especially to all the tribal leaders and community members that shared their voices and perspectives yesterday and today. I'd love to echo their sentiments and suggestions, and I encourage the commission and department to continue to listen and integrate those tribal voices, perspectives, and leadership into the MPA management process. So my name is Devin O'D. I grew up abalone diving, fishing, and foraging along the Northern California coast. And I actually mostly spearfished my way through college at UC Santa Barbara, primarily eating kelp perch as a way to put food on my plate as a working college student. It really instilled in me a deep respect and love of our oceans. It helped inspire me to pursue a career in conservation, which has led me to my current work for the nonprofit conservation organization Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I'd like to applaud the work of so many that put together this DMR, and I'd love to offer some suggestions to the suite of elevated recommendations provided by CDFW, and specifically offer some additional recommendations on operating through the lens of the recreational angler, spearfisher, or coastal gatherer. So of those numerous suggestions listed in Appendix A in the report, there's quite a few that did not make it into Table 6.1, those elevated suggestions for streamlined consideration. And I do feel like there's some really valuable ones there, including but not limited to this list that I'll try to add briefly, and I'll also follow up with some written comments for review. So a few of those recommendations from Appendix A: consider amendments to water quality control plans and policies to further protect and improve ocean water quality and marine habitat. Explore and consider opportunities to nominate and designate new state water quality protection areas that provide additional water quality protections and MPAs. Research opening MPAs on a rotating basis for select fisheries and include monitoring for abundance and biodiversity in open and closed areas. Research allowing the take of migratory and some pelagic species in select MPAs that currently do not allow it. Make sure that MPAs do not unfairly limit access. Integrate MPA information into Google Maps and other maps. Analyze landings in pounds before and after MPA implementation for fisheries that have been identified as impacted by MPAs. So those are all in Appendix A, but we're not in Table 6.1. So I just wanted to flag those specifically. And while I'm enthusiastic about that suite of elevated recommendations and optimistic about some of these additional suggestions in Appendix A, there's a lot of other things out there that I think I'd like to highlight as briefly as I can here, just to ensure robust support for the MPA network and to achieve those stated goals of the MLPA and the 30 by 30 initiative. One of those main things is water quality. It's pretty absent from the DMR. And while I know that the MLPA does not have regulatory authority to control water quality, I really think it's imperative that our state agencies are improving coordination and that the MPA managers are working and including that into the adaptive management process, especially expanding and upholding our areas of special biological significance, state water quality protected areas. Clean waters are essential to important fisheries. And when you look at the number of sewage leaks that we've had in California this year alone, 62 million gallons into the Bay Area in January. In LA County in 2021, 25 million gallons of raw sewage. In San Diego this year, 500,000 gallons of raw sewage. These are going to have a hugely detrimental impact to our MPAs. And so I see this as something that we really need to improve coordination and look at closely through the adaptive management process. Another thing that I really want to flag, and that I would love to just maybe hear some feedback at the end of this, if possible, would just be like the lack of information and analysis on the difference and the results and the analysis of limited take MPAs versus no take MPAs. Really, there's no distinctions drawn in the DMR. And I think that, this is a really crucial question and a crux of what we're looking at here. MPAs are essentially no fishing zones. While they have other elements, that's the main tool that's being used. And so we have a number of MPAs with limited take, and of those limited take MPAs, there's a huge amount of disparity. So in the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 document, the CNRA indicates that limited take, quoting, limited take state MPAs provide an excellent model for other jurisdictions looking to balance biodiversity conservation with sustainable, well-managed commercial and recreational fishing, end quote. And so, I absolutely agree that some SMCAs do provide a really valuable model for potential future conservation designations. There's just a huge amount of difference even within limited take MPAs. For instance, Point Doom SMCA, your recreational take of spearfishing for white sea bass and pelagic finfish is allowed, but there's other SMCAs that only allow for take of finfish by hook and line, like Greyhound Rock SMCA. So no spearfishing allowed. San Diego Scripps coastal SMCA, you're only allowed to take coastal pelagics by hook and line. And then Crystal Cove SMCA, you can take finfish by hook and line or spearfishing and spiny lobster and sea urchin. And so, that still leaves out a number of species for coastal harvesting and gathering. But I think, this is the real part that I just don't understand is how do we arrive at, on the limited take MPAs, this broad disparity between methods of take that are allowed, and how are we looking at that through the adaptive management process and the science of looking at which methods of take are having, no impact, positive impact, negative impact, and how can we potentially, balance access and opportunity for everyone looking forward through that process to make sure that we're not unnecessarily excluding certain communities. And trying to get through as quick as I can. Another part that I just feel is really important is looking at the active stewardship and management of these MPAs. And so I won't go as in depth here because other folks have touched on it, but urchins, urchin barrens are a huge problem. It's been documented. The Keith Rootsart and the Giant Kelp Restoration Initiative has really shown that there's a lot of good evidence for doing some of the urchin culling work in waters adjacent to MPAs, but within those MPAs, we've not allowed any type of active stewardship. We manage our forests on land and we invest millions and millions of dollars to manage those forests. But right now we're operating the MPA network under a preservationist mindset, and we're not doing any type of active stewardship or restoration. And I think the North American model of conservation has shown that some preservationist policies can lead to ecosystem imbalances. And so we really need to look at how can we be proactive about managing the network. And I'll just conclude here that shore fishing, diving, spearfishing, kayak fishing, coastal gathering, these are all activities that truly reflect the broad spectrum of our diverse community. And they're really, it's a really valuable resource for individuals across the economic spectrum to access nature, provide food for their families at the same time. And I just encourage our state agencies and MPA managers and all the really amazing people working on this to protect our oceans to just consider those communities and any protections and recommendations that might unnecessarily exclude these groups. I think that as someone that did spearfish my way through college at UCSB, that the place that I currently, used to spearfish for kelp perch, you can't do that anymore. And so, so part of me feels like there's something missing there, and we need to look a little bit closer at, particularly some of those species or methods of take for the recreational angler or the subsistence fisherman that is going to be sustainable moving forward and also in accordance to the goals of the MLPA. I just really appreciate the opportunity to share this with y'all.
Thank you, Devin. And David, that's our last speaker on Zoom, is that right?
No, Co-Chair Murray, we still have 2 speakers left in the queue. We have John Nail and Ginger Wallace.
Okay. And after those 2 speakers, we are going to break for lunch. Thank you.
Understood. Ginger, you can go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Ginger Wallace with Laguna Bluebelt, and I just want to remind you how absolutely passionate we are here in Laguna about our MPAs. We have enormous support from our community, our city council, our businesses. We have probably 5 organizations that focus only on the ocean. And so we've been really proud about what we've been able to accomplish with our marine enforcement division of the city. We even have a marine protection officer specific for the MPAs. And we actually achieved so much because there was some doubt that a city that is surrounded by so much urbanization would be able to provide enforcement for these MPAs, sufficient enforcement. And I think we've proven that we can do it in just an outstanding way. And consequently, I'd like to urge you to consider allowing us to be able to have an MPA for the city limits so that we can combine all of our efforts. If we would combine the Dana Point SMCA with Laguna's MPAs, we could combine those in a way that would make us even more effective by having one a set of regulations that affect all of Laguna. And I know we can do this and want to do this. So thank you for giving us all the chance to bring marine life back to these areas that were so overfished. And I look forward to hearing that we'll be able to expand the Laguna's MPA. Thank you very much.
And our final Zoom speaker will be John Nail. John, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. So for some context, my family's owned a home in Three Arch Bay in Laguna Beach for about 25 years now. Since the MPA has been put in place, about 5 years ago, I never really saw any halibut out there diving or nearly as many calico sea bass. However, I'm going to give some anecdotes. So this past summer, I saw a giant black sea bass, which has been on the endangered species list for some time now. So it's definitely, since the MPA has been put in place in Laguna Beach, but not Three Arch Bay, it's definitely helped revitalize a lot of the local ecosystem out in the bay there. And I think that that's great. That being said, as you look to expand the MPA, I think it's important to echo what some other divers have said on here. You should look at it by species basis. So take the sheephead, for example. The sheephead is a popular game fish for spear fishermen. Well, sheephead, they eat sea urchins, and it's been established that sea urchins eat the kelp. So having an MPA for specific game like the sheephead, it makes good sense. But some of the other more populated fish, I don't think it makes as much sense because there's such an abundance of them. So thank you for your time. And I think it's just important to look at the species on a case-by-case basis versus just extending the entire MPA down to South Laguna Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, John. So with that, we are going to break for lunch. We're going to take, me too. We're going to take 45 minutes. Let's come back at around 1:30. Thank you.
As we go to lunch, I just want to mention normally at commission and committee meetings, we're not able to provide lunch. However, there are leftover sandwiches from yesterday. There should be enough for everyone. So anyone who would like to is welcome to take a sandwich and snacks. They were provided by the Resources Legacy Fund yesterday. Thank you. and see if there's anyone else there who would like to speak. So our first 3 speakers in the room, I'm going to call names in groups. Feel free to approach the podium. And our first 3 are Bial Sok, Toby Ngo, and Kate Burkhart.
All right. Can you guys hear me all right? Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to make my voice heard. My name is Bial Sak. I'm a second-year neuroscience major at UC San Diego, and I am the chair for CalPERC Students UCSD chapter. I woke up early to be here. I'm kind of tired from the flight up. It's also finals week for me, but despite all of that, I stand before you today, 450 miles away from school, to talk about something that is really important to me, which is increasing protections for California's oceans. So I'm actually a New York native, so I come from a place that's vastly different from here. New York City, despite being on the coast, is detached from this coastline identity that is so unique to California. You know, New York beaches are barely beaches. They are cold and filled with trash, and the water is brown from decades of pollution. Sometimes dead fish wash up ashore on the beach, and it's not the prettiest sight. And that's why I chose to come all the way to California for college, because I wanted to experience a real beach for the first time in my life. And San Diego's beaches are beautiful beyond words. You know, the sunset, the warm sand, the crisp water, and the abundance of marine life. And I was in awe when I first came to California and saw the coastline, and it quickly became one of my favorite places in the world. And as a child, I never really got to go to the beach or see the ocean. So the beaches here have a really special place in my heart. And unfortunately, unsustainable practices are putting our oceans at risk. And it really saddens me to think about how these beaches might not be around in the future, along with all the life that it harbors. And if I were to have a conversation with my younger self, who had always dreamed of seeing the big, beautiful blue ocean, what would I have to tell her? That our marine animals are dying, that our oceans are being ravaged, that my future might not be livable because we're letting climate change go unchecked. I'm not an expert on MPAs or the decadal management review, but I am a citizen as well as a student and the future generation. Commissioners, I urge you to expand California's network of marine protected areas and to strengthen the existing network, because we know that MPAs work. And scientists across the board are telling us that we need to increase MPAs now before climate change reaches a tipping point, a point of no return. And most importantly, California can be a role model to lead the way in ocean protections. If we can do it here, it can be done anywhere. So it's critical that we make the right decisions. So let's make the right decision to increase MPAs for California, for all the young people in this room today, and for my younger self, who would have dreamed to see the ocean one day. Thank you.
Hello. Oops. Hello, everybody. Ooh. Is that loud or is that normal? Like it's a. Hello, my name is Toby. I'm a second-year political science major and a board member at UCSD, UCSD's chapter for CalPERC students. And I'm here representing our 30,000, wait, sorry, I just did a voice memo for this, so it's a little written wrong, but I'm here representing over 30,000 dues paying members across the state. I joined CalPERC students today last year during the fall, and since then, I've learned so many new skills and had so many cool opportunities and experiences, like coming out here and talking in front of you all. I was in this January, actually, this year, I was given the opportunity to lead the Protect Our Oceans campaign for our San Diego chapter. And I jumped at this opportunity because not only does our ocean contain incredible life, like whales that weigh 200,000 to 300,000 pounds, like in fact, there's like 1.5 million of them worldwide. Like that's crazy to think about that mass, you know? Not only do those exist, like the ocean acts as a buffer against climate change and provides us with the majority of our oxygen we breathe. That's like every breath is every other breath is provided our oceans. It's kind of crazy. And like off the coast of La Jolla and down the street of UC San Diego is the Mont La Jolla Marine Reserve area. And the first time I went there, I couldn't believe my eyes. I've never seen so many seals and ocean birds and big fish like swimming under the surface of the water. And from that point, I knew like these marine protected areas simply work. You can see the life, and that visual representation is nothing I've ever like experienced before. And the thing is, a lot of students agree. Over our work across the state, we've talked to like thousands of students, and those students we were able to reach, a majority of them agreed that increasing these ocean protections is necessary for our planet and necessary to fight climate change. And with finals and like next week and another quarter incoming with spring, like me and my team at CalPERG and all the students that care are still committed to bringing attention to these issues, increasing our outreach, and just increasing the attention pointed towards this decision being made right now. And that is why today I just urge the commission to listen to the science that has been presented over these few days and listen to the students. And I hope they really make the correct decision and expand and strengthen the existing marine protected areas in California. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name's Kate Burkhart, and I'm here today as a student from UC Santa Cruz, and I'm an intern with CalPERG students. As a marine biology major, I'm very passionate about observing and learning about marine life. The MPA network that we have right now is good, but we have the chance to make it even better. Our oceans provide like jobs and like regulate our climate. But if we don't protect them now, we won't have an ocean to rely on in the future. That's why I ask you to please strengthen the current network as well as consider expanding them in order to better protect our marine life. I've seen the stark contrast between the kelp forests and tide pools in marine protected areas and non-protected areas. And it's crazy like how different like all of the life is in these areas. I want there to still be animals for me to study, to see thriving in their habitats. All around the world, corals are dying, leaving no place for fish to lay their eggs. And at least like we can start here in California and lead the way in expansive and effective marine conservation. In order for this to happen, the Commission needs to consider having thoughtful discussions regarding expansion of the current network. MPAs help marine ecosystems recover from the damage caused by humans in the past and present. And looking to the future, they can help the world heal too, starting here in California. So I ask that the Commission continue its commitment to strong protections while we also discuss expanding them. Thank you so much.
Apologies. Our next three speakers are Keith Rutsart, Dirk Rosen, and Ray Heimstra.
Hello, my name is Keith Rutsart. You've seen me here many times before, and I think you already know what I want. I want any kelp restoration in Monterey. You know, the MPAs were designed around access. And unfortunately, in Monterey, you can't really dip your toe in the water between here and Point Lobos without being in an MPA. And the MPAs are where kelp restoration belongs. As we do our kelp restoration effort, we find that the experiment of the MPA experiment was proved that if you don't fish, you'll have better outcomes for kelp. And so as we do restoration in these areas, they need to be off limits to fishing, right? So what I'm proposing to you is that as we expand these efforts onto granite substrates in the future, that's our ask of you, that these places become reserves. So what I'm proposing is to take 3 SMCAs in Monterey Peninsula and make them SMRs. So the Dock Ricketts SMCA, the Pacific Grove Gardens SMCA, and the Carmel Bay SMCA. As we agree that we're going to do restoration there, then we would change the provisions for them to be essentially a no-take SMCA or an SMR. These are not permanent conditions. As we restore kelp, better things can happen. And like Dr. Schumann has wisely pointed out, the fishermen are going to be really against doing that. But the ocean can't give you what it doesn't have. And there's not a lot of fish in these areas. The SMCA's concentrated fishing effort into very small areas. And we kind of joke around, like, what are you taking these little fish for? Are you gonna make a taco? Because there's just very small fish in these areas. And the new place that we have, this enforcement boundary of Tankers Reef, now that we've made it the biggest kelp forest in Monterey and it's not in an MPA, that should become an MPA. I propose that that becomes a state marine reserve at Tankers Reef. And the report also says that sandy beaches are really underrepresented on the Central Coast. And that would offer another sandy beach that I'm sure the birders that are here would really like to have something to protect those birds as people enter the beach and they have their dogs on a leash, and make sure that they're behaving like good citizens in that respect. So there was also another thing that happened was 5 years ago, we proposed an artificial reef in Monterey. The Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary requested that, and that's been somewhere in the process. We were told that there's not a provision in to permit an artificial reef, but there are 52 permitted artificial reefs in California. They're just not recognized that way. Like an antenna fell in the water. Well, it's got a permit. That's an artificial reef. So it would be good for science to have an artificial reef, a big boat that we could sink off of Lovers right there in the protected area. And that would have a place that has a zero baseline. What happens when you start from just bare metal? Like, how does that place reform itself? So, that's our ask of it. And we want to do it, in a way that makes sense. We want to do it as a restoration project, not as a scientific collect and permit process. But that's the only method here to get things done because, that's the way that the department is set up for science in that way. And I believe in the science, it works. When you call urchins, the kelp returns. I have evidence of that. Not my evidence, the department's evidence, Reef Check's evidence that this works. And you'll get a much better outcome in the future if we can get onto some granite substrate that can last. And the other thing I would say too is that we're kind of running out of urchins on Tankers Reef. We have a 3-year project, but 5 months we had lowered it down to below the threshold limit for kelp to return. So we have 5 divers went out there, right? Instructor and 4 students. Between them, they found 12 urchins, right? People aren't going to want to go out there and do this kind of effort. We have 186 divers in this project, and we're just kind of killing time. We're kind of going around the edges of our experiment, trying to make more room, not to impress you that we can do better at it, but because we want the sea otters to have something to eat. We need kelp forests desperately. And to me, with all these sea otters that have now entered the system, the debate over restoration should pretty much be over. We really need these kelp forests for these animals. And I would hope that restoration is a permitted activity and it's SMCA and a reserve. You could do it either way. But that'll be the way to approach it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners and staff, Fish and Wildlife staff. My name is Dirk Rosen. I'm the president and founder of Marine Applied Research and Exploration. Thank you for yesterday. I was up most of the night last night thinking about my history. I am a second generation Californian, born and raised, and trilingual. A recreational fisherman since I was 7, conservationist for the last 20 years in California's marine reserves, and I want to touch on that in a moment, and an ocean engineer. So when I was 7, I didn't have any grandfathers left. My mom introduced me to a commercial drag fisherman out of Noyo Harbor who taught me about the ocean. He couldn't swim, so we shore picked for abalone. And he taught me a love for the ocean, saying that every day he saw something he had never seen before. He didn't realize the damage he was doing by being a bottom trawler. If he had known, he wouldn't have done it, and I'm sure of that. So as I got a little older, I was allowed to go out on fishing boats, and by age 10, fish for salmon and rockfish. A few years ago, when I turned 25, I could already see the decline in our fisheries. The rockfish were much smaller. Sometimes you could keep coho, sometimes you could keep Chinook. And I knew there was something wrong, but I didn't really know what to do about it. I then became an ocean engineer and spent the next 20 years building manned submarines and remotely operated vehicles. And then I heard about this incredible, bold, and visionary act, unfunded, called the Marine Life Protection Act. And I got very excited about it, went on the web, found out a couple of the science advisory team members, and I called them up and asked if I could talk to them about this concept of marine reserves. They were very inviting and educational, and I found out that, unbeknownst to me, UC Santa Barbara and others, fishermen down there, came together and created, over the course of a year, California's first kind of pilot network of marine reserves. That was I happened to be in town in Santa Barbara when Lois Capps authorized it. 2003, the department and NOAA convened a meeting to try to get all the researchers to work together and continue their work in the Channel Islands to understand what was going to happen. And I managed to finagle an invite into that meeting, snuck into the deep water group. And I just had one question, which was, where's the data gap? The only thing that room full of PhDs, one fisherman, and myself agreed upon that entire day was that the data gap was below 60 feet. It was below typical scuba depths. So I said, I can get that data. I just needed a partner to figure out what it meant. That partner turned out to be the Department of Fish and Game back then. So starting in 2003, we performed deep water surveys of the marine reserves. 25% of the islands, the California state waters around the islands, is in preserved status. So this was visionary. It became the template for the rest of the state. Now we talk about the decadal review, but I'd like you to consider a 2-decadal review, because these are some of our best results in that eldest of reserves. The result, and I'll kind of fast forward, the result is it took a long time to overfish. It also took a long time for the Channel Islands to come back. So we didn't see a signature until 2009, and we were going just about every year. By 2014 and 15, we had repeatable results that showed that the fisheries populations inside, and more importantly for me, outside the reserves, had increased by 270%, nearly threefold in the targeted fish of the region. And there's 12 focal species that we were tracking. So these were the ones that people were targeting both commercially and recreationally. CDFW led the development of the protocols based on scuba diving transect surveys, also led the development of the data post-processing methods and analysis. We have since done a complete statistical analysis of those methods to make sure that they are comprehensive and can detect change over time. That result is now published and is going to be presented up at the Western Groundfish Conference next month. And basically what it was a postdoc that was lent to the department who analyzed our data for 3 years, and then we paid him to continue that work. And it is a very data-rich archive that we now have. We have surveyed over, well, I should back up a step. We have 10 sites in the Santa Barbara Channel Islands, 5 inside reserves and 5 out. If you look at the state as a whole, we have now done 192 sites inside and out. We only did our statistics on the sites that we have visited at least 3 different years so that we don't just get an outlying result. And as you have heard and as in the DMR, the results are very, very positive. We have no negative results. Sometimes we do on an individual reserve, but when you look at the reserve system as a whole, again, this was visionary, bold, and it's working. And I've got 20 years to prove it, right? In my back pocket. We also have the archival video, so we can go back and compare it with whatever happens in the future. We've heard a lot about climate disruption today. I'm so excited that we have youth following in our footsteps to carry this work on. So in summary, what would I like to suggest for adaptive management? First of all, I'd like to strengthen the marine reserves portion of not the conservation areas. I'm not talking about them yet, just the pure reserves. I don't want any take in the reserves, not even scientific take. You could argue I'm a bit of a hypocrite because we have had the curious squid and sardine go through our thrusters, our propellers. That was obviously by accident, but I would love those to be the classroom for which science is performed without any take at all. Just leave it there, leave it in the bank, if you will. As far as conservation areas, I would love to see some more added and those be managed by the tribes. And this is what changed in me yesterday. Further, I would love to teach the tribes our methods of survey and analysis, not that you need them, but then we'd be able to compare using the same metrics across non-tribal conservation areas. And so that we could evaluate how they're each doing and we could learn from each other. So that's what I would like to offer. And I really thank you for the time and all the effort that went into this meeting. I just want to show you a dashboard. These are your results statewide. Obviously, individual reserves don't always perform as well as the whole. And that's the last piece I want to add is funding. So it's been patchwork for us. Yes, we've done 1,300 kilometers of surveys statewide. However, some years are boom and some are bust. It'd be nice to have a more consistent approach moving forward to how we sample. And we need to sample enough of our sites to make sure we get the complete picture of the reserve system. So thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ray Heimstra, and I'm the Associate Director of Programs at Orange County Coastkeeper. I want to start off with stating our strong support for marine protected areas. Really glad to see them being as successful as they are. Also want to thank you for all the work on this forms yesterday and this ability today. It was nice to be able to have a table. We put our poster up to talk about our different programs, because we actually do a number of programs in marine protected areas. So what I want to start off with is talk a little bit about process. So I've been working for months now to let people know about this process and this meeting and that type of stuff. Got the word out on the decadal review and really been working on that. But when I came here, I don't know what's next. I don't know what's after the meeting today. And I literally asked everybody that I ran into, I said, okay, what do you think is next? What's the next step? And nobody had an answer. So I think going forward, what would be nice, now I think actually is what would be essential, is to be very clear about, okay, this is exactly how we're going to do this. We're going to have X number of meetings. They're going to be on these dates. And then we're going to go ahead and take this next step so that we can plan ahead. Because I had one person, literally call me kind of panicking. It's like, I don't know if I'm going to get my letter in by the time. I said, don't worry, this won't be the last one. But I didn't really know that. I mean, I trust that it won't be. So, in the effort to, there's always people saying do something but don't have a solution. I'll just throw something out there. Today, there's a meeting here on the Central Coast. Maybe in 60 days, there's another meeting maybe on the North Coast. And then maybe 60 days after that, there's one in the South Coast. So you kind of mix it up around. Everybody has a chance to do it both online and in person like this. And then you decide whether you take it to the, is it ready to go to the commission for more feedback and all that type of stuff? I just think it would be really, really nice to have dates and all that type of stuff set up so I can tell people, oh, don't worry, you'll have another chance on this date and here's when things are due. So I think that would be really clear and a lot more inclusive. The next thing is you heard a lot of ideas so far. So you heard from Laguna Beach specifically. They would like to move their no-take boundary south to the south end of the city. What does that really take to do that? So until the break, I really didn't know. I'm not that familiar with the commission process, so I didn't. Looks like a petition would be necessary. So if that's what's necessary, that's fine. But I think it should be really clear for people that are thinking, I'd like to make whatever change that is, that if you're really serious about that there's a specific process that needs to be followed, and that's easy to find in the form and all of that type of stuff. So they can be, and I really like the idea of this being reviewed, through a number of lenses. And I told him, nothing's just going to be changed willingly. You're going to have a damn good reason to change anything. And so anyway, I think that would be really clear. The next thing is just kind of on outreach. I got a copy of this document when I came here. I hadn't seen it online. This is awesome. I love this document. So one of your great staff found it for me, and it was on the Ocean Protection Council page. I didn't even know there was the 2 pages. I had been pretty much looking at the DFW page. So just kind of maybe making it easier to find this type of stuff. The other thing is where I'm at in Garden Grove, when we produce anything, if it's the city or the county, it's in at least 4 languages: English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean. So, at least having it in maybe this is the summary, obviously not the entire report, but having this in some multiple languages would be really helpful. Next, just restoration and SMCAs. We actually have a restoration project in the Upper Newport Bay SMCA. We were lucky enough to have it all permitted, and it was underway and everything before this even happened. But it's been very successful. It's a living shorelines project with eelgrass and oyster restoration, state funded. But the bay is much better off now than it would have been without that restoration. So I know every SMCA isn't appropriate, but I think there should be room for restoration activities in SMCAs. And luckily I don't apply for the scientific collection permit, but I know that's a difficult process. So I'm sure you've heard that before. Making that as streamlined as possible would be nice. Next thing, we heard a little bit about state water quality protected areas. I'm a keeper. We're all about water quality. So I know that's not directly your call on doing this type of work, but maybe coordinating, even if it's just the commission sending a letter to the state water board saying, hey, get this done. You know, that would be really helpful. And then just increased use of community science, you know, including tribal science, fisher's knowledge. I think that's going to be really key because, you know, we've got a lot of data. We need a lot more, and I think there's a lot of quality knowledge out there that we can manage. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Our next three speakers are Greg Helms, Ben Grundy, and Sean Bothwell.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, everybody, staff, and so on. Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. I've been involved in a few aspects of MPAs for a little while. I haven't been sort of as exclusively focused on MPA management as I had been. So whatever it's worth, here are some observations. I am extremely proud of California's MPA network. As I've done a few different types of things in the ocean world, I don't think that I'll ever contribute to something more important, more precedent setting, more elegant and powerful as California's Marine Reserve MPA network. I think it gives us, well, clearly it's a global example and lots of the coastal world wants to be like us, wants to learn our lessons and so on, and there are a lot to learn. It's not perfect, but I believe it is giving us basic fundamental resilience, protection, abundance that's giving us a lot of options in the whole marine protection program, options we wouldn't have had. I don't see anything else at the scale or that's ready to go at the scale of ecosystems like climate change and so on. I really thank goodness that we have the MPA network, given the disruptions that we've had. I mentioned it's not perfect, and I will say, just to reflect on this week, and it's been quite a week. As far as connecting people on a number of levels, we're at the start. We're really at the start. I don't know. There's some regret, but that is where we are. I think it's worth facing it. Whether it's on sort of the social equity and broader access level issues that we're talking about, or whether it's in the kind of co-equal relationship we need to develop with tribal members, we're starting. I think MPAs being as broad and coast-wide and ecosystem and habitat applicable as they are, I think that has helped engender this important conversation. Yes, it's overdue. And I'll say a couple things on that, more things on that. There was the very first speaker on the first panel was from our community in Santa Barbara, and talked about compellingly about the systems we have for managing the ocean and the economic systems, the pressures globally, internationally, and the disconnections that are there. It's very powerful words, resonated very much with me. And I recognize that there was some tunnel vision, right? A lot of tunnel vision the way we put this program together. And tunnel vision isn't where you're wrong in what you see. It's just that you're not seeing the rest of the piece. I appreciated Commissioner Murray saying we weren't operating without tribal involvement. We were just trying to, we weren't holistically onboarding and following it along the lines. So I will also say this at the risk of sounding like I did not get the message yesterday. Those inequities and those global forces, am I concerned that if we have an additional set of considerations and concepts to honor in managing our MPAs, that those forces will do grievous harm to the resources we're all trying to protect. Yeah, I have that fear. I do. I'm nervous. I'm old enough to remember when it was a pitched battle to get MPAs in the first place, at the Channel Islands, here on the coast, in the South Coast and North Coast. I believe, pretty old school, I believe that we set up a network based on the idea that you let nature be natural. That gives you the production, the abundance, the access to how it used to be, and so on. I appreciate the department, by the way, this is a segue, but I appreciate the department following that example. The MPAs didn't all turn out precisely like the photograph that we all imagined that they would, but I'm pretty reluctant to say, let's go tweak things to look like we wanted, because I think that nature bats last. Okay. By the way, those global forces and my concern about, oh my gosh, what if we look this way and suddenly environmental damage is done? I recognize and appreciate more now than I ever did about the fishing community's anxiety about the various forces, from wind power to 3030 to the variety of it. And I noticed that today wasn't, this week and today hasn't been the kind of battle between expand the network and just dismantle the network entirely. I recognize the sacrifice and the adjustment that the fishing community has made. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been the way we expected. It's been real and it's happening. And so that kind of conflict hasn't yet emerged and so on. I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that. It means something a lot. Craig asked for specifics. I have been a little to the side. I didn't bring my glasses to the lectern, so I'm going to try. Couple of priorities that you asked for. I had gotten to that age. Your law enforcement capacity is essential and critical, and it seems like every conversation we have, it's about asking more from law enforcement, and knowing how under-resourced they are, knowing how, knowing how mission critical they are, and knowing how mission specific they are. So just it's acknowledged, it's a key asset. Everything that's been said about law enforcement, I think this weekend I agree with, but you're at the spear point, not only of just making sure the MPAs work, but all the things that of all the issues that were raised about social justice and equity and tribal relations. You're on the forefront of that too. We recognize it. I think that the period of time in which we're introducing MPAs in our program, and we need. Let me put it this way: people who are violating the MPAs at this point, in my view, there needs to be firmer treatment. I think that implies that law enforcement is tracking and knowing whether the person that they're talking to is been talked to before and so on. I think that implies new technology and innovation. And I believe that, I believe that you guys are essential. And that's a core asset. That's something to prioritize. And I know you're stretched. So thank you for that. And by the way, Chief, you demonstrated some on-the-spot leadership yesterday that was remarkable. So for those who know what I'm talking about, thank you. It was amazing. Number two, the core of the community of local organizations that are doing MPA watch, that are interfacing with the lifeguards, that are working at water boards, that are stitching this fabric together, are essential core assets that I think should be prioritized. The DMR didn't probably, the DMR proved that, number one, MPAs are working across the metrics that we wanted. They also proved that nature bats last. So MPAs aren't going to do everything we want in the face of climate change and so on, and that's a reality. I don't know that the DMR provides you by itself enough detail enough scientific backing to process requests to make changes, and I worry about that. And I was told to be specific and make recommendations. I just know that you need to either be, I would recommend that you either need to find scientific resources to keep the MPA network aimed at those goals that we adopted, or that I would simply ask that you keep a zero sum on our network. If you give something here, you're gonna have to put it back there. We don't know where the tipping points are, right, in terms of function. I appreciate the remarks made about the goals of the MLPA. They're still the goals. I certainly want to know if our network is, if the goals that we established originally still stand adequately under climate change scenarios. Do we have enough blue carbon in our network? Is representation as we saw it in 2004 and 2010, 2012, habitat representation, does it still track with what we need given the ecological communities moving north and deep in the face of climate change? So those are questions that I have. The DMR is an important document, and it did what it was asked to. I think we have remaining questions about where MPAs performed differently or didn't do that much difference. Is it to do with level of protection? I'm told by researchers, we think there's too much noise in the system to prioritize research in SMCAs. I doubt they tell decision makers and grantees and whatnot, but it's just as an experimental, as a place to do experiments, they want reserves. Is that showing up in the data? Were good faith compromises made in various MPAs, and there were a lot of them. Do those come at the cost of biological, ecological benefits returned? I think we ought to at least remain open to applying those science questions to find those things out. Yeah, there's quite a bit here that I can't see because I bring my glasses, but I've gone a long time. So again, I'm proud of the work that's gone in. There's been a lot of important work that's gone unthanked. So I'll thank you to the unnamed people. This MPA network is the envy of the world. I appreciate the chance to celebrate with you, and I will be here as long as it takes to maintain this. This is extremely meaningful. I'm proud of it. I hope you are too. Please keep using MPAs as a tool. Thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, CDFW staff, and staff as well for providing this space and opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Ben Grundy. I'm the Conservation Associate with Environment California. And before I dive too deep into the DMR, I first just want to thank all of you and everyone in this room for participating in this space, in this forum, managing and considering input from such diverse groups and diverse individuals definitely has its unique set of challenges. So being able to facilitate that space for such open and honest dialogue where all of us have learned and hopefully grown through this experience together, it provides a lot of hope and optimism for where California can continue to move into the future. I'm sure we're all aware we're here to celebrate California's unique network of marine protected areas. All 124 contribute to the state's global reputation of being a leader in marine conservation. However, we've also had a lot of conversations about our current state of our oceans, how we're being affected by things like the marine heat wave, which affected the Pacific coast in 2014 to 2016. Also other challenges such as historic species extinctions and sea level rise and the general things that come along with a warming planet. It's clear that California must continue to look at the option of expanding and strengthening our marine protected areas. The CDFW's report that came out has a lot of great results that lend a lot of detail, a lot of information for supporting this claim. whether it's the mention of having bigger and more abundant fish populations, or the fact that some marine ecosystems were able to recover faster from the harmful stressors caused by the marine heat wave. Being able to know that these MPAs are truly working and having positive effects for marine life across the state is something that we can't take lightly, and having that information. And there's been calls for additional information in future processes. We know there's some limitations at being the first review, but being able to make some of those comparisons between different levels of protection and having more information coming from sandy beaches and the central and northern coast. There's a lot of opportunities to continue to grow, but with the information that we have, we've already come a long way and made a lot of progress. I definitely want to acknowledge all of that hard work that's been done. We know that MPAs are working, and a great thing is that we know we have time to continue to observe, monitor, and research to see how much growth and how many positive impacts we can see in the years to come with our existing network. The research that has been done clearly suggests that strong protections translate into positive responses from ecosystems and marine life benefits. That's why I'm urging the Commission to continue its strong protections of the existing marine protected area. We can't risk losing the progress that we've already made up until this point. We must continue to take action to monitor and strengthen our existing protections. In all the programs, I've learned so much this weekend when it's come to enforcement and the importance of having proper signs in place. I have the app now, I can ID signs and track them for the MPA Collaborative Network. So coming out of this process, I'm hoping that we can continue to learn together, grow together, and I'm proud to also present support from thousands of Californians. We've had 1,400 Californians sign on in support of protecting and expanding and strengthening our marine protected network, and I'm here today to proudly deliver that support as well. Thank you.
I've never spoken off the clock before. I'm a little nervous about my unfettered power right now. Good afternoon, everyone, commissioners and staff. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. My comments today and my recommendations aren't necessarily focused on the commission or what DFW can do, but that kind of leads me to my first recommendation, which is whatever comes out of this process, the final report, the final recommendations, don't silo yourself into just what you guys can do. And I'm not asking that this report touch on every ocean issue that could possibly help with MPAs. Trust me, it's taken all my energy to not want to come up here right now and talk about ocean acidification or once through cooling or desal. But the report, while it needs to focus on MPAs, can talk about what other agencies can do to help improve the MPA network. So that's my first recommendation, is to not silo what comes out of this. I would point to the OPC's recent strategic plan, which didn't just talk about what the OPC could do, but what the state as a whole could do. And so that's my recommendation to you, is look at this report and recommendations as what the state's recommendations are for improving the MPA network. There was a lot of talk today and yesterday about water quality protections. And so I want to put a little more meat on the bone of exactly what that looks like and what the state needs to do to move forward with protecting water quality and MPAs. MPAs right now only have 1/3 of MPAs only have water quality protections. They're areas of special biological significance, or ASBSs. Only 1/3 of MPAs have water quality protections. The OPC did set a goal in that strategic plan to set water quality protections for all MPAs by the end of this year, end of 2023. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that's not going to happen. It's actually been over 40 years since there has been a water quality nomination and designation in the state of California. The good news is we, next week, will be submitting the first new water quality designation nomination to the Central Coast Regional Board for the Point Sur Marine Protected Area. This is something we've been working on for a while now. We had an attempt to set new water quality protections about 10 years ago. And honestly, back then, the regional board wasn't that interested. They said they had other priorities and didn't have the resources to do it. But today, they're completely different. Their tone has changed. They have buy-in. They're excited about this. They're helping us move forward with this nomination process. And so I think this is really an opportunity to set these water quality protections in the near future. So going forward, that's only one nomination. to get to all the rest of the MPAs. The State Water Board has shown interest and is willing and open to doing one general order to set water quality protections for all the other MPAs at the same time. This doesn't mean it would be the exact same water quality protection for each ASBS. They would have their nuances. The idea being that you wouldn't have to do CEQA for every nomination going forward. The issue is, like most everything, resources. So the State Water Board wants to do it. They're willing to do it, but they need the resources from this administration to be able to get it across the finish line. So that was my second recommendation to you all, is make a signal to the administration in this process and in your recommendations to provide the resources for the State Water Board to create and adopt that general order for all other MPAs that do not have water quality protections currently. My last thing I want to talk about is there's no point in creating new water quality protections if we're not enforcing and requiring compliance with the existing water quality protections that are out there. An ASBS requires a complete prohibition of discharge from land-based sources, so mostly from stormwater runoff. In 2012, the State Water Board adopted an exemption to that prohibition and allowed people that had an NPDES Clean Water Act permit to request an exemption. But that exemption required them to monitor their discharges and demonstrate that they're meeting the natural background levels of that ASBS. Since 2012, there has not been one BMP installed in order to come into compliance with those exemptions. For everyone that has an exemption that's discharging, no one has done a thing since 2012. That's a decade. We've been looking into Caltrans just as the first kind of permittee because they have the most discharges. I want to get this right, so I wrote down the numbers. They submitted their draft compliance plan. They never completed a final one. In 2016, 62 of their sites exceeded their water quality standard of natural background levels, 62. They didn't even monitor for 3 ASBSs. For 47 of their outfall sites, they didn't monitor within the ASBSs that they did look at. And they didn't analyze 125 samples compared to what the natural background was. So they didn't even do the full monitoring that they needed to, yet they still identified 62 sites that had exceedances. And they have still not installed one structural BMP. The report says, basically, we're doing good enough and we're going to continue to do education. We're going to continue to do street sweeping, but we're not going to install any BMPs to actually prevent the stormwater from going into these areas. So that's just Caltrans. And again, no one has done one BMP. So my request is to, again, signal to the State Water Board that these ASBSs, these existing MPA water quality protections, these people need to come into compliance. They need to finalize their compliance plans, and they need to start installing structural BMPs, or else they're going to have to face enforcement. And then the last thing I want to bring up, just a personal story. My mother-in-law actually got caught taking an abalone shell from an MPA, and one of the NGOs that works on MPAs caught her and made her take it back and put it in. And that was a good day for me. I really enjoyed that. So I want to thank the commission, DFW, all the NGOs behind me that have worked on MPA implementation over the years, because it's really been a success, and I appreciate everyone.
Was it Michael Quill? Did he take a picture of her? Is it on his poster?
If I had a PowerPoint, I would have put up a picture of her being guilty, but thank you guys very much.
So our next 3 speakers are Mary Kate Lowry, Asia Hudson, and Anupa Asokan. You're welcome to come up in any order.
Okay. I want to first prioritize some reflections from yesterday, and then I'd like to offer some recommendations for adaptive management, if that's all right.
Anupa, would you mind just saying your name and who you're with?
Yes, it's in my remarks. I'll get to it. You don't, that's all right. I first want to thank so many individuals who made yesterday's event possible and who made the space for people to ask questions so we can better understand what we've learned and what we've missed over the last 10 years of our MPA network. As a woman of color, I often don't feel comfortable or fully safe sharing my perspectives in an open forum like yesterday and today, especially when there's increased vulnerability being here in person. So in the spirit of learning, and I'll use Greg's sort of tunnel vision analogy, I'd like to point out a few things that add to this discomfort and hope that you'll take them for future consideration. So yesterday in particular was precluded by a DMR report, something created to inform decision-making that impacts everyone. And it was riddled with equity gaps with little acknowledgement of the potential harm and impacts those gaps may have on further marginalizing certain communities. My specific concerns are outlined in more detail in the letter you received today, and I hope that you'll take them to heart. Walking in, it was further intimidating seeing a room lined with armed enforcement officers. This was addressed, and I'd like to publicly thank Chair Ramirez for speaking out and to Chief Bess for hearing that and the other officers for listening. There also needs to be more understanding of who is given a platform to speak, who they truly represent, and if it is safe and fair to place certain organizations alongside each other and on equal footing with tribes and tribal elders. But I also have to say, I was inspired by our friends from the tribes and the bravery it takes out to speak for your community, and I recognize the emotional toll it takes to relive and elevate decades of injustice and trauma that you and your ancestors have faced. Yesterday, you were represented, and you had the safety of others alongside you to speak uncomfortable truths. I hope that over the next 10 years, we collectively are able to create safe spaces for more diversity, whether it's race, color, income, how you choose to connect with the ocean and enjoy those spaces, and that more people feel comfortable to participate in decision-making about our ocean. With that said, my name is Anupa Asokan. I am a fisherwoman, and I'm also a conservationist. I see those two identities as mutually exclusive. The giant black sea bass is just one species on a very long list that supports that notion. I have chosen to work for the Natural Resources Defense Council as an organization aligned with my conservation values and working towards environmental justice. Through those identities, as a recreational fisherwoman and as a conservationist, there are a few points brought up yesterday that I would like to add more perspective to. Fisheries management is designed to maximize take from the ocean for those participating in fishing. MPAs are for ecosystem health, resilience, and protection, and are the only fail-safe we have to support future fisheries and other life when resource management can't fully predict climate impacts. The science summarized in the DMR report shows that MPAs are working, and I've seen it firsthand. As a fisherwoman, I do not believe that MPAs limit my access. I can still lawfully catch the same amount. It just dictates where I can catch while leaving space for nature to be, so that those that appreciate the ocean in other ways can experience it as healthy as it should be. Commercial passenger fishing vessels are one way to access the ocean, and it's an important opportunity for many people across California, but this still costs money. Many individuals from low-income and underserved communities are accessing the ocean from piers, jetties, and from shore. Equitable access is not physical access alone. It is also about the quality and the equity in the quality of your experience in the places you feel welcome to access. MPAs improve the quality of our ocean. We need fisheries management, but managing and protecting our ecosystems with MPAs supports equitable access to our ocean and everything in it now and into the future. For the adaptive management recommendations, I want to add some personal flavor to the details in my letter and highlight a few points here. MPAs are working. We've heard that many times today. I see it. And in addition to being a fisherwoman, I'm also a surfer, a paddler, a diver, and spend as much time as I can in the ocean when I'm not advocating for it. These are the areas that give me hope for the future. So thank you for your support and your commitment to these special places. I'm grateful to you, and many people in this room for the foresight and gift of our current protected area network. I caught my first yellowtail off an expansive kelp forest in Southern California. That place provided me meals that I shared in community with many friends and family. Today, that kelp forest no longer exists. I remember the excitement of watching dozens and dozens of flying fish glide over the ocean each summer. I can't remember the last time I've seen one. The kelp forest where I learned to scuba dive is gone. I have a running list of algae and animals I once saw and don't anymore, and another list of things I see now that are new to the waters I frequent, like triggerfish and green sea turtles. Stressors are increasing and the ocean is less predictable, but MPAs offer some semblance of stability and, more than anything, insurance for life to adapt and exist in our future ocean. At a minimum, our network needs more time. We cannot afford to walk back any of the existing protected areas that we have. But to deal with those added stresses on our ocean, I encourage consideration of strengthening and expanding the network. There's a published record of the harassment and inequity that impacted and limited the South Coast designation process in particular. And I would encourage you to revisit the large gap in ecological connectivity from the original scientific recommendations between Point Dume north to the Goleta Slough Campus Point protected areas. I would also like to consider potential for limited take buffer zones to better maximize the benefits of our state marine reserves and understand the costs and benefits of the two levels of protection. Many recommendations and detailed context are in the letter you received today, but as a waterwoman, a Californian, and an ocean advocate, I know that meaningfully protecting more of our coast enriches the ocean and will continue to reward us all well into the future. Thank you for listening. I'm eager to support and work with you and others as we engage and elevate new voices to explore how we can make sure our MPA network is by everyone and for everyone and can continue to be so in the decades ahead. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner Murray, Skylar, fellow commissioners, everybody else in the room. My name is Asia Hudson. I'm a marine analyst at the Environmental Defense Center. It's a public interest law firm that works to protect and enhance the local environment through education, advocacy, and legal action. We primarily work in San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. I would like to commend the Department of Fish and Wildlife for composing a great report that included a diverse group of habitats subject to a variety of different analysis. As the report describes, MPA research and monitoring has shown that MPAs contribute to improve resilience against extreme climatic and oceanic events, increased abundance of big, old, fat, fertile female fish, and enhanced larval connectivity. These are only a few examples of the positive impacts of MPAs along the California coast. Despite the multitude of positive results identified by the CDFW in only 10 years of MPA implementation, more time is needed to allow identified and potentially additional positive trends to reach their full potential. I would also like to commend the department for the supplemental steps taken to further support the implementation decisions made 15 years ago, such as the commitment to incorporate tribes into the process, such as with the Tribal Marine Stewards Network. As we heard yesterday, this is just a first step. We also support the expansion of CDFW's law enforcement division with the Marine Enforcement Division and the push to conduct a language assessment to expand the MPA outreach audience. This shows the dedication of the state to protecting the MPA network. We hope to see the department further expand on the actions stated above and others to better support the MPA network. EDC submitted comments to the commission with 5 recommendations that we would like to see implemented over the next decade. To start, we encourage the state build an evaluation framework through the creation of an evaluation tool, as described in the DMR report, to apply what was learned over the past 10 years and establish targets for meeting the goals of the MLPA. Second, to further our understanding of MPA impacts on California's economy, we recommend the socioeconomic analysis be included in future analyses evaluating the economics of specific stakeholder groups, including non-consumptive users. Third, we encourage the Commission to support efforts to improve enforcement resources and to utilize its administrative penalty authority more frequently in cases of serious violations to deter violations. Fourth, we urge that any changes to the MPA network are supported by scientific evidence indicating that the changes would not diminish, but rather improve progress towards MLPA goals. This includes increased or reduced productions or changes to the size and scope of MPAs. Lastly, we are concerned that the DMR includes a singular profession, commercial fishing, in the Justice, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion section. Respectfully, we feel that this is fundamentally at odds with the DEIJ best practices. Efforts by the fishing industry to contribute to MPA knowledge should be included in research and monitoring section. I would again like to applaud the department for the years of effort that went into this very thorough decadal management review report. The Environmental Defense Center looks forward to continue stakeholder engagement to support MPAs into the future as we look to this management strategy to protect and restore coastal and marine ecosystems in years to come. Thank you.
Ayakui, Neck Now, Mary Kate Lowry, Shrey, Mate Wumachosh, that's a great name, Anishinaabe, Mate Wumachosh. My name is Mary Kate Lowry. I grew up here in Trinidad, California on the coast. That's one of the MPA areas and I'm on the beaches, MPA watch as well. I grew up on those beaches. I work with different elders in gathering and learning about our TK and our Indigenous science. I'm an educator. I've worked from elementary school to high school, Native students, non-Native students. I have a teaching degree in both areas. I've most recently participated in the curriculum team for Save California Salmon. Our water advocacy curriculum was recognized by UNESCO Green Citizens. So I have direct experience on the ground with Indigenous science as well as outreach, community organizing. And I want to do three just sort of main points that the first one is what we're doing here is, of course, part of a healing process. Like I said before, that our grandparents and our parents haven't participated in. So we're doing something really momentous and world changing right now. When I'm working with the students, we talk about the cycle of healing. What we're doing with the MPAs and the Indigenous leadership has been shown here and on the grassroots level, and what needs to happen for the next 10 years is Indigenous science is the forefront. People call it TEK, people call it knowledge, people call it it's in the stories, but it's also based in real science. So we are busting those stereotypes that have been passed down, right? That have been the groundwork for this, the policies that have the genocidal policies. Well, we're busting those stereotypes. I teach Native STEAM. We teach Native, or we call it Indigenous science, engineering, math, cultural fire. Our basket weavers didn't have the words, but when you burn for hazel sticks, the molecular structure changes in the sticks to make it stronger for our baby baskets. Right, and I've been involved in community grassroots processes for developing the Cultural Fire Management Council in our area, which teaches CAL FIRE and teaches about what those are. Prescribed burns aren't new, right? So that same model is going to be used for MPAs. So the scientists and academics are going to learn, right, from, right, and following in that Indigenous leadership in partnerships that had never happened before. That's what's going to happen. And doing that, we talk about the human nature, because we have to talk about, well, what stopped those things? Human beings have a positive and negative part of us. That's just who we are. And there's reasons for both. If our culture or our society doesn't support the balance, it's out of balance and the worst things happen, like genocide for our people and our ocean. Well, when we talk about with the students, we talk about cycles of violence that may be prolific and you're in my family. The cycles of violence of, let's say we keep it short, just the settler colonization of the indigenous peoples of Europe by the Romans that targeted those indigenous communities and that killed that TK and colonized them. It cycled over to our continent here. I'm descendant from both communities here, both on both sides of that ocean. And what my mom, she said, you know, that's a cycle of violence and that we can talk about that. And that's how when I talk with the little kids, and that's why in the playground, when somebody says something to you that hurt them, we listen to them, we make payment or we make things right. We say, what can I do? I'm sorry, what can I do to make it right? That's what we're doing here right now. That's what we're doing here right now. And so, and then we talk about, you know what? We can talk about the hard history in that way. Are we ready to do it? Fourth graders are ready in the state standards for fourth grade. We talk about missions. We talk about California history. And we have students that are like, we're part of this healing process. We can do this. And they do it and they come up empowered. We can talk about that and they can understand that that is part of them so they can understand how to be a better human. And so we come out and they failed. And all of us here can celebrate. Genocide failed. Language revitalization happens. Cultural revitalization happens. Ceremonies, some never stopped, but just went on in hiding. And then we talk about, and now we come back to the top, Indigenous science and Indigenous practices and partnerships. And we talk about whether it was ally stories and helping a baby survive a massacre, right? There's always been allies. But we're talking about allies here today and partnerships for survival. So I want to, the second point that, so we have to provide that cycle of healing and training for our trainers, whether it's law enforcement, people who are doing outreach, people who are doing education. That cycle of healing is our training for anybody. That's the rock. And then we can go into the different areas. So number two is, of course, as Spencer James said, the right to hunt and fish, and there should not be permits. So I want to support that. That's a very strong and simple action item that we can look forward to. And then, of course, the third thing is I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank that our ancestors survived, every one of us here, and that we're going to look forward to the partnership going on. And this is just the beginning of many. And I'm in the Tribal Marine Collaborative who I came with. I want to say that there are people that are ready to do the training. They're ready to build bridges, and we want to respect our tribe's capital T council leadership in providing that direction for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Jessica Morton, Kristen Hislop, and Dan Abbott.
Good afternoon, commissioners and Fish and Wildlife staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment and for including me in the Decadal Management Review Forum yesterday in the Enforcement and Compliance panel. I'm Jess Morton. I'm an employee of the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation. I'm also an affiliate with NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. And as I shared yesterday in the Enforcement and Compliance panel, I am grateful to say that for the past 7 years, we have had the privilege of working with Resources Legacy Fund and California Department of Fish and Wildlife to pilot technologies that can help improve our overall awareness of activity taking place in MPAs, as well as improve enforcement and compliance tracking. And while the eFINS app that I presented yesterday is not currently mandated for use by California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the tool provides participating officers throughout the state with the ability to easily collect, reference, and share high quality data while they're out in patrol in an offline marine environment. And after 7 years of working alongside Fish and Wildlife and other allied agency partners to refine this system to support their needs, the app has proven to be a well-received and also cost-effective tool that provides a better understanding of human use in and around MPAs, provides officers the ability to search historical data while on patrol, and provides agencies with a platform that can facilitate wider agency coordination. And so given these benefits, California Marine Sanctuary Foundation and also NOAA's Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary recommends that Fish and Wildlife commit to expanded and consistent use of EFIN statewide in the Marine Division, continue to partner with NOAA sanctuaries to merge historical EFIN's data as well as official record management system data to better understand how the public is and also how the public is not complying with MPA regulations, as well as where the state and partners can focus resources to improve compliance. And lastly, we recommend that Fish and Wildlife continue to partner with NOAA sanctuaries to explore ways to streamline reporting requirements for officers. And since I had time to cover this yesterday, I'll keep my comments brief, but if anyone is interested in learning more about these systems, you can access more information and recommendations on EFINs and the M2 shore-based radar systems in the Resources Legacy Fund, Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, and California Marine Sanctuary Foundation DMR partner reports. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Hislop. I'm the Senior Director of the Marine Program at the Environmental Defense Center. I'd like to start by thanking committee members and other commissioners, California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, as well as Ocean Protection Council and the other partners that have worked so hard for your dedication to reaching the goals of the Marine Life Protection Act. As we heard yesterday, and as outlined by the Decadal Management Review Report, marine protected areas work, and the state's leadership in ocean conservation is recognized on the global stage. Together, we have supported a network that is world-renowned, and I would like to thank and congratulate all who have worked on this effort. Of course, with more than 10 years of learning behind us, we have identified areas for improvement. Something we have heard continuously yesterday and today is that when we talk about working on this effort together or in collaboration or in community, we have not included all voices who are asking to be heard. We learned from our tribal partners who shared in incredibly generous ways and who are clear in their desire for improved inclusion of their Indigenous knowledge and ability to safely and freely access their lands and waters. Yesterday, we also saw CDFW respond to Chair Ramirez's request to sit together, to learn, and take a step towards being in community, which was a very welcome shift. It has been encouraging to see so many people engaged this week, some of us for 3 full days so far, to share our experience, questions, and recommendations. And of course, we can't hear from everyone, including the myriad voices who support the network of MPAs in California. The people who live in California overwhelmingly support protected places like MPAs. This support is sometimes because of direct interest in ocean access, protections of species, or intrinsic value. Environmental Defense Center is one of the many environmental organizations that has worked alongside you to create and support this MPA network. We are a regional nonprofit with more than 3,000 members who trust in us to advocate on their behalf for ocean conservation. The Decadal Review provides us with the evidence we need to support the MPA network into the future as an important ocean conservation tool. Environmental Defense Center submitted a comment letter in support of the report's recommendations, as my colleague Asia already outlined. So I will just add an emphasis on our request to lead with science-based decision-making, which, as we heard yesterday, should include Indigenous knowledge, especially as you consider requests for alterations to the network. And Commissioners Murray and Sklar, thank you for your previous comments today already about using adaptive management to forward the goals of the MLPA. It is vital that these decisions are made in consideration of all we've learned in the past decade. Climate change is altering our ecosystems in countless ways, some which we are currently discovering and others that have yet to present themselves. We know more than we did a decade ago, and 10 years in the future, we will know yet more. So it is vital that we prioritize science-based adaptive management. We thank you for your consideration of our comments and providing this forum for us to present them today. And our organization looks forward to future engagement in response to what we've learned from the DMR report and from the comments that we've heard this week. So thank you very much.
All right. Hello, commissioners, director. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to start off. So my name is Dan Abbott. I'm the Kelp Forest Program Director for Reef Check. So I oversee a community science monitoring program using volunteer scuba divers that monitors kelp forests up and down our coast. Today, that goes all the way from southern Baja, California, up into Bellingham, Washington. But the bulk of that work has definitely been in California, and the bulk of it has been around MPA monitoring. And the bulk of my work has been along the Central Coast, which, as the director pointed out yesterday, has been around longer than 10 years. I remember the 5-year review of that, and that seems like a long time ago. So first, the thing I want to do is just celebrate what everyone here has accomplished. Setting up those marine protected areas was a ton of work, and it was a huge, huge process. I feel very fortunate that I have been able to experience many of these MPAs in a way that not everybody gets to. And, you know, these are some of the most beautiful ecosystems on Earth. You guys can have Yosemite if I get Point Sur MPA. It is phenomenal. And not only have I been able to experience these areas, but because I run a citizen science or community science monitoring program, I've been able to bring other people along and show them these places and have them interact with them in a very very personal and, you know, spiritual and firsthand way. And, you know, the smiles on the boat after visiting a place like that are truly incredible. And of course, you guys didn't make these areas, but you protected them, and that makes me extremely happy. I want to talk just about a couple things. One is that obviously when we set up these MPAs, we did not think that this marine heat wave was going to happen in 2014, 2016. But that's why you monitor, is to measure the effects. My favorite part of the DMR is page 97 and 98, talking about how the marine protected areas were more stable during this system or during this stressor, and how they were able to, you know, come back faster, or, you know, come back a little bit faster. And of course, there's still a lot of ecosystems that are degraded from that event. That's something that I experienced firsthand. Areas that, you know, I grew up abalone diving on the North Coast, and there's areas that have been a barren, you know, since 2014 or since 2015. And obviously the abalone fishery is gone. And more recently, you know, we're seeing, you know, still seeing the expansion of these barrens, notably along the Big Sur coast, not to the same degree as the North Coast or even, you know, other parts of the Central Coast. But this is still something that is going on that needs to be, you know, monitored and observed and, you know, quantified. And so I guess, you know, the reason I wanted to speak is, one, to just support a couple of the recommendations in the DMR. The first one being number 11, which is support of research and monitoring. You know, and I know I'm speaking to the choir here, right? I think we're all in favor of research and monitoring and collecting data, and it's in the report. Yet, you know, that said, you know, funding is not always equal or even, I should say. One of the objectives of Reef Check is we believe in monitoring. We believe that we can preserve ecosystems through monitoring, through giving all of you the data that you need to make the correct decisions. And so one of the reasons we started off was to even out the monitoring, which is often, you know, there's boom and bust years, right? And so we are dedicated to going out there and monitoring every year.
But it's not always easy, right? A good time is when we have 2 years of funding. That's great. You can kind of like rest easy at night. 1 year of funding means like, well, you got to find funding for the next year and you got to start working on it. Other years, like this year, we don't have money for MPA monitoring in California. So we got to like, piece it together from other sources to make it work, because we believe in the value of it. Just another thing on that same vein is recommendation number 25 about climate change monitoring. We also a couple of years ago got funding to install a network of temperature loggers. So now, fortunately, most of our sites have temperature loggers at them. But that is also currently an unfunded project that we just have to find, private donations and other sources for. So anyways, just I just wanted to kind of put in the plug for that. I am in support of those recommendations, and and would be in favor of long-term funding for them. The last thing that I want to end on is recommendation 14 and talking about community science. There has been, rightfully a lot of talk of inclusion and, getting people involved and people that have not been involved. And I think that's all super valid. But I also want to take a second and highlight some accomplishments and how far we have come. Because when I started this 15, 17 years ago, community science wasn't really a thing. And there was a lot of skepticism from managers and from scientists that volunteer, citizen science, as they were called, could go out there and collect useful data. And now it's just become, nobody even questions it anymore. And I think that's a huge success that should be acknowledged and celebrated. And now we have all sorts of people that are involved, and people that would not have been if resources hadn't been put towards that. Some of them are here today as engaged member that got into this process through that. So I just wanted to congratulate folks on the MPA process and what we've accomplished, and that inclusion aspect as well. Clearly, we have more work to do on that. I've always been very proud of our diversity in terms of gender balance, which isn't always a thing in the scuba diving world, and also racially diverse, but clearly economically diverse is another aspect that we've not been so good at, and that's something that we are definitely focused on the future. But when you hear that word economics, it means there's money involved. So just thinking as that as well. So anyways, main thing I want to do is celebrate what we've accomplished here. It's been a great 15 years. Thank you.
So at this point, we're going to hear from some more speakers who are on Zoom. I am going to ask David Howe to call those names. And as a reminder, if you are on Zoom, you can get in line to speak by raising your hand using the raise hand button, or pressing *9 if you are calling on the phone.
Thank you, Rachel. Our first of 2 Zoom speakers is Carla Garibay Garcia Azul. Carla, you can go ahead, please. Carla, you may need to unmute yourself.
Perfect. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing. Buenas tardes. My name is Carla Garibay Garcia, and I live on occupied Chumash territory in what we presently call Santa Barbara. I'm lucky enough to live a few minutes from Campus Point State Marine Conservation Area, and I'm so grateful for the many moments that I've had in those waters, swimming, surfing, paddling, and watching whales pass by just beyond the kelp forest. I'm a senior conservation manager for Azul, an environmental justice nonprofit that works with and for the Latino community on ocean conservation. For Azul, It's critical that the Latino community and our BIPOC partners feel safe when accessing our coast and ocean and feel comfortable when participating in decision-making spaces about our ocean. Unfortunately, this hasn't always been the case that our communities face. For example, our executive director and founder, who could not be here today, actually participated in the South Coast MPA process, during which Latino community members were confronted by other stakeholders with racial slurs and intimidating yelling, threats, and other attacks. They were generally made feel unsafe and unable to express their viewpoints. And I bring this up because it's important that we learn from the past. And as such, we believe that the commission, partner agencies, and staff really do have a responsibility to acknowledge this past and to really prioritize preventing inappropriate situations and discrimination, such as what occurred back then, from arising in future decision-making spaces as we adaptively manage the network in community. Along these lines, I'm really grateful for the time and space that we've devoted to hearing our tribal representatives, and for the tribal representatives themselves, particularly the elders and youth, for being vulnerable and sharing their perspective, their struggle, and for still being here. Azul does not represent tribal communities, and as such, we cannot speak for tribes, but we stand in solidarity with tribes. We value tribal expertise, and we hope that meaningful and respectful government-to-government engagement and partnership occurs throughout the adaptive management decision-making process. I also want to acknowledge all the hard work and dedication from folks all up and down the state to get the network to where it is today. The network is working. Those 4 words that we've heard throughout the day, I think it's really amazing that we can even say those 4 words just after the first decadal management review. But the network is still so young, and ecosystem recovery can take decades. We frankly don't have the privilege to weaken marine protections at this time. On the contrary, this commission has the moral responsibility to strengthen the network in partnership with all ocean users. As such, we respectfully encourage the commission to consider benefits of expanding and strengthening existing levels of protection, and not closing off the option to create new highly and fully protected MPAs. We urge the commission to collaborate and encourage partner agencies to strengthen the network by implementing strategies like water quality protections and enforcement to address increasing marine stressors. And we want to emphasize the need for a science-based framework to guide adaptive management of the network. And we're in full support of a framework that not only assesses the progress toward the MLPA goals, but as been mentioned before by commissioners, also includes robust science-based climate, social justice, and equitable access criteria. These criteria are critical, and we're happy to provide more specific recommendations whenever appropriate in the decision-making process. As the commission provides guidance to the department as to how that framework will be developed, we ask that there is as much transparency in the process as possible, and that time and official avenues for public input are included along every step of the way. We also hope that there are opportunities to invest resources to support relationship building, not only between the commissioners and communities, but relationship building between agency staff and communities that they support as well. We also think it's critical to invest in efforts to understand the efficacy of different outreach, education, and information gathering methods, particularly with communities that the commission doesn't often hear from or have been considered traditional ocean users. We do believe that once that science-based framework for decision-making is developed, all ocean user communities can hopefully be in a better spot to provide input as management changes are proposed and considered in their region. And I just want to end by thanking you all for dedicating the space to listening to public comment on the DMR. Public engagement really matters, and as such, we believe that it should be easy for everyday people, particularly those from environmental justice and tribal communities, to get involved. So thank you.
Thank you.
And our second and final Zoom speaker is Gilly Lyons. Gilly, you may need to unmute yourself.
Great. How's that? Is that okay?
You seem to be
Can you
cutting
hear
in and
me?
out a little bit. Do you want to try that again?
How's that? Hello, sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me okay. But just holler if this isn't coming through. Good afternoon, co-chairs Marie and Sklar, and commission and department staff. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts. Thank you all so much for today's conversation and yesterday's forum. I just wanted to take a moment to express our support for the MPA network and its globally significant contributions to marine conservation, as well as the state's adaptive management approach to maximizing the network to both people and nature. I would also like to thank the Commission, the Department, and the Ocean Protection Council and other partners for the incredible work that went in developing this inaugural DMR. We echo the comments.
We lost you, Gilly.
From what I see, Co-Chair Mary, it looks like she completely fell off the call.
Yeah, I suspect she's driving because she was here for a few days. Let that be a lesson. If you're here in person, speak before you leave. If she calls back in, would love to hear from her, of course. And then I think we still have 5 speakers in person, yeah?
Yes, we do. So our next 3 speakers will be Ricardo Romero, Sandy Aylesworth, and Jeff Chester. Sandy?
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Sandy Aylesworth, and I'm director of NRDC's Pacific Ocean Initiative. I first wanted to extend a huge congratulations to the Commission, the Department, OPC, and the countless partners and other agencies who have supported the NPA network over a decade plus. Creating, implementing, and then evaluating one of the world's only 2 MPA networks of this size is a visionary feat that has taken tenacity, focus, and dedication. It's truly exciting that we're at this moment of opportunity to reflect on our successes and to evaluate how to do even better in the face of the challenges ahead. I first wanted to share a reflection about access to the ocean. In my previous career, I worked as a deckhand and instructor in the Channel Islands, guiding California school kids on snorkeling trips inside the state's MPAs. Many of those students had never been in the ocean, let alone snorkeling, yet they were electrified by what they saw. They screamed underwater through their snorkels when they saw fish and talked about that leopard shark for days afterwards. I bring this up because access to a healthy and thriving ocean is a key benefit of MPAs. Experiencing healthy ecosystems and seeing wildlife enhances the visitor experience. This is a fact that science backs, but also one supported by those kids snorkeling in the Channel Islands. Because most California ocean users engage in non-consumptive experiences and healthy ocean enhances ocean enjoyment, it follows that healthy MPAs can enhance equity in terms of offering all Californians a positive ocean experience. Moving on to recommendations, NRDC submitted a more detailed letter, but I'll just highlight a couple here. Long-term monitoring of California's MPA network helps gauge whether MLPA goals are being met and increases our understanding of nearshore ecosystems. We support all of the report's research and monitoring recommendations. We would also like there to be a regular schedule for the department and commission to respond to new monitoring data and for there to be regular actions to ensure that the network continues to support ecosystem resilience as circumstances change. Next, in terms of adaptive management, we encourage the commission to continue to give the MPA network more time to realize this potential. We've heard this today many times, so I don't need to belabor this point. Finally, the DMR is an opportunity to take stock of current and future threats to our coastal and marine ecosystems. As we all know, the ocean is dynamic, but changes are happening fast and in some cases unpredictably. But thanks to California's extensive monitoring and other scientific research, we do know that MPAs work. They are a key solution to the challenges we face. we urge the Commission to consider adding new areas or modifying boundaries that are free from as many stressors as possible to allow marine habitats and wildlife to recover and flourish. NRDC is eager to work with the Commission and Department and to support the state in its goal of ensuring we have a healthy and resilient ocean. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners, department staff. My name is Jeff Shester, representing the conservation organization Oceana. We have over 100,000 members here in the state of California. Wanted to start by commending Dr. Schuman and his team and the department, as well as the OPC and the commission for really, I think, what is a tremendous decadal management review report. So much effort went into it. It's also a very beautiful document. The imagery is amazing. And has some really thoughtful recommendations. We certainly appreciate the focus on climate resilience, social justice, diversity, equity and inclusion, and tribal relations, engagement, and co-management. And we also wanted to commend the work of Monterey and the many different scientists who participated in the state-of-the-art science and monitoring efforts, as well as the law enforcement division for all of its work in actually making these MPAs meaningful and a reality. So thank you for putting together what now I think we can all celebrate as a success after 10 years. Oceana has participated in state and federal fishery management off of California since 2003, including participation in the original MLPA process. So we just had a few recommendations with that experience we wanted to share. The first recommendation is to suggest that future efforts really start to examine the linkage and move beyond just state waters and look at how these state MPAs are actually part of a network that includes federal conservation areas as well and fisheries species whose populations move across state and federal waters. The department plays an important role and is led at the Pacific Fishery Management Council on dozens of essential fish habitat conservation areas in federal waters that permanently protect habitats, including prohibiting bottom trawling in over 16,000 miles of the Southern California Bight. Many of these dozens of areas are adjacent to state MPAs, and there's a lot of overlap and movement of the various species between them. And the council does adaptively manage their areas over time as well. Just wanted to kind of call out over the last 2 years, the department has actually led an effort at the Fishery Management Council to establish several new federal protected areas where all groundfish fishing is prohibited in a network of 8 areas at offshore banks and seamounts to protect sensitive habitats and species. These contribute to a broader network of protections. So if you looked at a map of the Southern California Bight, and what areas have protections, you'd see not only the state MPA network, but also an array of these federal protected areas as well. This happened in concert with reopening cowcod conservation areas after they served their purpose and the successful rebuilding of overfished species. The department, in this case, helped bring together commercial and recreational fishermen, some of them are in this room, along with conservation groups in a collaborative effort to develop this federal protected area network that was recently adopted by the Pacific Fishery Management Council unanimously with full consensus and broad support. And what we'd like to see is more collaborative venues like this, because we feel that we can do great things and we've demonstrated the power of what we can accomplish by working together across these stakeholders. So a couple recommendations, consider the linkages between state and the state waters network and protected areas in federal waters in the monitoring and evaluation process, and also consider how to convene stakeholders focused around the common interests of improving fishing opportunities and protecting habitats, wildlife and biodiversity, and access for underserved communities. And along these lines, just kind of on a biological perspective, we do suggest an increased focus on cold water corals and sponges as indicator species of valuable living habitat that can be vulnerable and long-lived. This includes quantifying the known and predicted occurrences of these long-lived species as part of the biological monitoring and analysis. And I guess one other key observation is that most of the focus in terms of the species that we're looking at on MPAs has been focused on benthic fish and invertebrates that have relatively small home ranges and larval dispersal. And what we recommend is that we start looking a little more at how some of the spatial protections might actually benefit other more migratory species, such as top predators and coastal pelagic species that have, foraging hotspots, consistent migration routes, shark nursery areas, persistent humpback whale and seabird feeding areas that are persistent over time and on congregation sites. Even though the animals may move around, there is a very spatial element that could warrant protection as well. And lastly, just kind of pulling back here in terms of the Commission's overall priorities. Over the last 10 years, there's been a lot of work to also implement the Marine Life Management Act, including revising the Master Plan for Fisheries. And so now we're rolling our sleeves up, and there's still a lot of work to do there. And this is critical for habitat protection, bycatch, biodiversity, and sustainable populations. So we want to ensure that the MLMA implementation remains a top priority, as well as looking at the MPAs. So thank you very much for your leadership on ecosystem protection, responsible fisheries, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you very much.
Our next three speakers will be Laura Walsh, Wayne Coteau, and Caitlin Gaffney.
And actually, before we do that, there was something that I meant to say in response to Carla with Asul. Carla, I just wanted to thank you for naming that experience that Marcella had in the South Coast. I am aware that that happened, the, racial slurs and intimidating. And I do, a lot of people in the room here weren't there. And so I really appreciate you naming that out loud, because I think it's important for us to recognize and remember that that did happen as well. So I thank you for that, Carla. There you go. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Laura Walsh. I'm with the Surfrider Foundation. The Surfrider protects our ocean waves and beaches, and we're generally an ocean-minded, ocean conservation community, but we have a really broad group of 100 clubs and chapters who appreciate the ocean in many different ways, everyone from recreational fishers to people who live right on the ocean to people who feel, they have to work really hard to try to access it. And when we saw this DMR report, we did a survey of our network to ask them questions about how they view MPAs. And we're still running the survey, but we've got almost 200 responses, and 90% of people we surveyed said that the words they most associate with MPAs are strong support. And they also had really specific suggestions on all the pillars that we've talked about today, on places where they wanted to see more or a different kind of enforcement, on places they wanted to see boundaries shifted, on places where they thought tourism and climate was having particular impact. So we'll be submitting those specific recommendations as time goes on. But I bring up the survey to make two main points. One is that there are all kinds of people that want to participate in this. And I know that this is always going to be a comment that you'll get, but a lot of people take a healthy ocean for granted, and they don't know how to participate in this process. And when we do reach out to them, they say, yeah, of course, we like seeing all these different creatures in our ocean. And two is that, the human dimensions data is very sensitive to who you survey and how you survey them. And frankly, we're not at all surprised that most Surfrider members say that they want to see a healthy, thriving ocean. And we just encourage you to work with us and continue collecting that kind of data as well. And then also Surfrider signed a letter with 14 other NGOs, and a lot of the pieces from our letter have been stated today, but I do want to just put emphasis on our point about climate resilience. The MPA network wasn't designed with climate resilience in mind, and this MPA network did an incredible thing, which is they saw the existential impact that trends around human activity was having on the ocean at the time, and they proactively planned for a better trajectory. Climate change is now also that existential impact, and we really hope, it's not an afterthought and not just, a tiny piece of this. And Chair Murray and Co-Chair Sklar, we've appreciated all the comments on adaptive management, and we really hope that that's a public process that we can keep participating in and stays with the 6 goals of the MLPA. And then finally, because I've appreciated some of the personal relationships that people have talked about with MPAs. My family, I grew up in the desert, and we'd travel 6 hours once a year to go walk the beaches of La Jolla and swim in the La Jolla Cove. And, that inspired me on a trajectory to go to Scripps and do the research dive program. And
it's affected my whole life. And I don't see the species today that I saw as a kid. And so many people in this room have the same story. And I just want to say that to emphasize all the different ways that a healthy ocean impacts someone's life, and that we really hope to really continue working with you on this process. Thank you.
Yeah, and Laura, if you're finding new people, new voices who want to be engaged, like we are looking for that. So let us know how we can support you in that work and help get more folks engaged, of course.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, ready? Everybody take a deep breath. I think we're almost through this. You know, it's been a long road, and for all of us that have been through this process, thank you. You guys know what my community's been like to try to work with through this process, and we were scared of this decadal review. You know it. And I got to say that it was fair. It was equitable. It's an honest review of what we saw. Okay. Got to reiterate what Ken Franke talked about this morning. 10 years ago, it was a knuckle down, drag out, turn out the lights, let's beat each other up. We have come so far from there. I want to give a hand to everybody that works with us, communicates with us, tries to find solutions, because that is really the honest way we're trying to get done with this. Let's all work together, and can't be more honest about that. Is the process tough? Absolutely. State, federal level, all the agencies, councils, commissions. Yeah, it's rough. It is really hard and frustrating. We all know it. But how do we improve it? As we go through this, as we go through adaptive management, as we go through policy and regulation, and as we're going through this climate change, how do we become more flexible? How do we react faster within rules and regulations, but make them adaptive, more adaptive to that flexibility? That's what we're struggling with. We are very slow to react. Bull kelp, very good example. Over 10 years in working, and another 4 years before it's ever going to be implemented is the schedule. 14 years. We can't wait that long in some cases for some people, right? Some of the things that we struggle with are, what is our goal? Is it to leave it alone to Mother Nature, or do we help Mother Nature out with management action? And we're not sure, because there's a fine line in there that we hear all the time. So we look for guidance so that we know how to react or how to engage. So that's what we're looking for. When do we engage, right? At what point in this process do we need to engage? And we're looking at it more of a proactive standpoint, because we know it takes a long time. So how do we forecast better to get projects started earlier, to get over that finish line, so when we need this implementation, that it's ready to go? And that's a hard thing to judge. And when you get to research and monitoring, we can never have enough data. We can never have enough studies. And we know that. But what we're looking for from y'all is the guidance. What do you need to make better decisions, right? We know that there's lack of data or lack of information, but what is it? How do we create better studies or more informative studies that you can use to help make decisions? What we see and what I try to look at is, from a practical standpoint, I want a report card. I want clear objectives that are measurable, because then you can say, these are my goals. How do I measure them? And how do I say I either succeeded, I'm okay, or I kind of failed? Because if I am at even or fail, then I know I need to take adaptive management efforts. It gives me that checkpoint of where I need to adjust my thinking and manage. That, in my head, that's how it works. What kind of tests do we want to engage with now that we have this science experiment, this round? And I look at it and I say, you prove things right and you prove things wrong, right? There's two sides of a question. We've all said, from our side, my perspective, the fishing side, that there's going to be areas of winners and losers within the protected areas. Is there areas that, because there's a lack of or less pressure, they really don't need to be limited in access because they don't have the pressure? So is the inside and outside test of sampling so small, there's so little difference that really you don't need to limit access up there because there just isn't the pressure. Down in the south, I would never claim that because we know the pressure down south. But up as you go central north, is that really the same case? So is there a test that we should now engage in the next round that we take one of those zones and open the access and retest? I'm not going to pick the zone. I'll let an independent person pick that zone. There's areas that did show very little difference between in and outside because there isn't the pressure of consumptive uses up there. It's just something that I'd like to throw out there. When it comes to outreach and education, that is completely never ending. The diverseness of our demographics in California is so broad. I don't care what way you want to look at it, age group, ethnicity, whatever, never ending. And we need it to be very diverse because each group is unique in how you reach them, right? And you can't just go out there and say, hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, because that door will be slammed on you, just like it can be slammed on any one of us, right? They're not going to go into a community and trust you just because you're there to help. You have to have some kind of rapport. So how do we do that? And we're always looking for creative solutions to do that because there's no one size fits all. There's no one group that has complete outreach on anybody. So we're looking for those kind of ideas. When it comes to the climate change idea, what are those creative ideas for climate resilience? I struggle with that. I'm not a scientist. So how do you protect an MPA from climate change? We talked about the issue of pollution, runoff, sewer, and all that, because we believe that is part of that, right? We're the man-made side of what's happening on climate change. But as far as what Mother Nature does to us, I don't know how we prevent that from happening other than globally making some big efforts in changing the climate. How do we outreach those underserved communities? I'm struggling. We are all trying to do that at various levels, especially different levels of government. But as a community for CCA and the fishing community, we are making really hard efforts and strides in trying to go out to those communities and bring them into the fishing community. You heard about the kids trips that we do. That is trying to reach those communities, teach them and educate them at a very young age on sustainability, responsibility, resource management, good practices. So we're trying to do that, but we don't touch everybody. We can't get to every community. We're not super funded, right? So all of us in the room need to work on these kind of projects. I think the one thing that we found this week or the last couple of days, we all have the responsibility to reach out and work with the tribes, all of us, because again, no one of us has the full reach, and we all have our own perspectives that we all need to share and learn from. And I think that's a two-way street because groups who are within their geography are going to have different perspectives and their different responsibilities will have different perspectives. So I think we all have to go and do the outreach. When it comes to policy and permitting, man, that could go on forever too. When do we do regulation change versus when do we or you need help with legislative changes? Both could help, we go both ways on this. The one thing I always fear is fisheries management going through legislators. I want it to stay within our fisheries management process. I believe in that because we're supposed to be the experts, right? Legislators get in the way and then they put in their two pieces, but they aren't the experts. And that's what scares me. But there's going to be times maybe we need to update statute. You guys need to tell us when we need to engage because we're the ones that can actually help get that done, right? All of us working together have influence. So how do we do that? How do we help with the funding? That's always the big issue. Everybody in here has an issue with funding. But together we can all work the legislature and the funding sources. So how do we help find that? What are those gaps? What do we need? How do we improve that process? How do we incorporate the fisheries management aspect of what we do into this MPA process. It seems like we think they're kind of two separate things at times, but there's a fine line, right? Actually, the MPA line between what we do outside on the fisheries and what we do inside the MPA. So how do we combine those and say it's all one effort? How do you say that the stuff that we're doing in the fisheries management world isn't helping the success of the MPAs or helping with biomass, biodiversity, ecosystem, habitat, whatever? Because we are doing those on the fisheries management side at the state and federal level, right? So how do we not work that? And when it comes to enforcement, I gotta get going back and put on the Cal tip, because I think that's going to help all of us to help the law enforcement get what they need to try the people that are poaching, which are hurting us all. And then we all need to work on the ADAs to get those cases tried correctly and not plead them down. Overall, we know there's too much work. There's too much work, not enough staff time and everything. How do we help you to organize this, prioritize this, get you there faster? Because we know your staff, department staff, there's no more time. You guys are stretched at your limit. So we as a community, we work together. The normal suspects are always in the room and we all talk and we all have staff and resources. You guys need to help us to help you by telling us, what do you want us to help you with? Is it building the list? Is it setting the priorities? Is it putting inside of pillars? Is it by geography? What is it? How do we organize this list of items that are just being thrown out right now? And that's a big task. I'm not even sure how to handle that one. How do we make it so that you can put it in a decision-making process is the next piece, right? It's not just taking the items and putting them on a list, but how do you put them in some kind of a decision tree for implementation or discussion? Yeah, those, I know that's a lot. No, I don't want to ramble, but hey, big meeting, got a long ways. Thank you all.
And I think we have one, we have one more speaker, and then Chair Ramirez, I think if you don't mind, you can sort of round us out as the final speaker, if that works for you. Okay, thank you.
How about that? Okay. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Gaffney, and I work with an organization called Resources Legacy Fund. And we have been a partner and a funder and worked on all 4 of the pillars of the MPA management program, in addition to being a partner to the state in the original designation process to create the MPA network 1 million years ago. And I just wanted to reflect, I think the decadal management review document did a great job of summarizing the effectiveness of the MPA network, MPA's work, proof of concept, but also, and I would say in some ways equally importantly, the proof of concept that partnerships work, right? This has been an extraordinary partnership from the beginning. We would not be where we are today without the hard work of literally thousands and thousands of people. We are following, obviously, in the tradition of those whose families have done this coastal and ocean stewardship work for thousands of years. We have a lot to learn still, but a lot of folks in this room have been doing this work for a couple of decades now, some of us. And I would say for me, in some ways, the most inspirational parts of today were both that continued legacy of stewardship and how much we have to learn from that, but also the youth voices, right? Hearing those who are coming up into this space and how incredibly powerful and eloquent and committed they are. I sometimes can get a little beaten down by how challenging this space can be. Environmental work is hard work to do. Ocean work is hard work to do. And it can feel sometimes too hard. And there's a quote attributed to Frederick Douglass that without struggle, there is no progress. We have plenty of struggle. And I think it is also demonstrating the incredible progress that has been made over the last 10 years, over the last 20, 3 years since the MLPA, but also incredible hope, right? We have so many smart, capable people working together. I actually think we're doing awesome, and I think we're going to do better. We're going to learn more and do better going forward, and just really inspired and grateful for all of the hard work of everyone who is dedicating their energy to this space. So thank you all.
All right, please, Chair Ramirez.
You know, I just want to tell you thank you. I want to say that when I was first contacted, I didn't know about the marine protected areas. I didn't know that they exist here, that people have been working on them. I'm sitting there listening and knowing that you guys are doing a good job. Yes, we all want it to be better, but we didn't want the destruction in the first place. So returning it is important. I hope to be more involved. It is hard because, like I've said before, as non-recognized, we don't have money, we don't have a land base. When I come out here, it's on my money. And thank you for putting us up this week and allowing us the chance to learn more about you, which I'll take back to my members, as we have about 600 tribal members. And our youth are currently becoming very involved in tribal monitoring and learning their history and knowing their sacred sites, and that our sites are on the ocean as well. There have been many burials disturbed because of the changes in the ocean and the ocean coming in. And I was asked by an archaeologist once, why would your people want to be buried in these parts in the ocean? I said, but who wouldn't want to be? And besides that, this wasn't the ocean when they were here, you know? And so now I have a story that I wanted to tell you about the ocean. We believe that the ocean is a very jealous woman, okay? And that she is very protective of what is put into her. Several years ago, I don't know if you heard about the Sarah canonization. In Carmel, we had a demonstration at the church, and the church got messed up. Yeah, I don't know who did it. And then we got out at the Lower Presidio, there was the statue of Sarah. Sarah never came into the bay in a canoe, and he's standing in a canoe on this hill. So somebody knocked the head off of that statue. I got a call from the FBI. Okay, because it's federal land. And they said, okay. And I said, hey, it wasn't me, because if it was me, it would have been the whole darn body. And that was not the words that I used. Okay, but anyway, whoever did it didn't think of what they were doing, in my opinion, because they didn't smash the damn head. They threw it into the ocean. Oh, she didn't want it. She sent it back. And somebody walking on the beach found it and turned it in. Shucks, you know? But It cost the city of Monterey $88,000 to attach that head because it had been in the ocean, and the ocean changes the structure. And by pulling that head out and not keeping it in the water, it would crack. That's what an ocean archaeologist told me anyway. Oh no, I said, oh God, why did I tell her? Because she was going to go get it to make sure they did it right. But to know that the ocean doesn't want all this stuff in her. That's the whole thing. It was just a head, but it was not belonging to her. And she sent it out. And that's what the ocean is getting from you as you protect it. It's returning, and it matters to her. That's what I heard today, the protection. And it's important. And I thank the UROC from coming down. I thank, they called me. They included us, as well as Kelly, all the time. And it's just so important. And I thank you. I thank you many, many times over, and I hope to be included more. And just in ending, I do say, La Sot Dayan Paui Name, which is, may the Creator protect you. And, oh, wait a minute. That guy, where is he? That said his mother-in-law almost got in trouble. I need to talk to you, probably you guys, because I get calls from tribes all the time coming down to collect seaweed, to collect shells. And it's proper protocol that they call us and let us know, ask for permission. And these are probably the yokuts, which are from whatever that place is over there, the hot place, that valley. And I always say, okay, I don't need them being stopped and threatened or anything else. So I need to see what we need to do, because our people do collect the seaweed. Our people do collect the shells. And I mean, we make abalone jewelry constantly. I have plenty on all the time. And I take my great-granddaughter collecting shells off of a Sillamar. I think I mentioned that when I introduce myself, I say I don't translate it usually. I say and that's saying that I'm the mother of Green Star. My daughter died when she was 14 of leukemia. And when she was in the hospital, she would be pretty upset that she couldn't come out. And we would bring her back. We'd bring her home and take her to a Sillamar and let her put her feet in the ocean. And it's coming home to us. And that is home. And that's what we need you guys to know, because we still come home. And we do collect what's there. So we need to talk to you about that. We need to figure out something, because it's been done for centuries. And we gather, and when we do reburials, we rebury our ancestors with those shells. We rebury with what mugwort and stuff we collect. And it's important. Protecting the ocean is important, but we also need to figure out how we're going to work with you guys, because I don't want a gun pulled on me. But anyway, thank you so much. Again, it's been a great 2 days to understand what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chair Ramirez, for being here, for allowing us to have these 2 days on your land, the land of your people. And again, just thanks to all the tribal elders and members who were here. We are so grateful for your time, for your travel, for your vulnerable sharing, for your teaching, for your listening, for all of it. And we really, really appreciate it. It means a lot. I think everybody in this room today and yesterday, you couldn't help but be impacted and feel like something big and transformative was underway. It certainly feels that way to me. So we hear your words and we take them to heart, and we also take them as a call to action, right? So we talked a little bit about it this morning, but everything from access, cost of fishing licenses, cost of parking, how to ensure you are able to continue to collect as you have for thousands and thousands of years without feeling intimidated, how to include meaningful tribal inclusion and leadership, and this issue of the disparate impacts of regulations on tribes that are federally recognized and those that are not federally recognized. And then the issues of access to funding, access to education for your young people. We hear that too. Much of that is not in our sphere of influence, but saying it out loud and speaking to our sister agencies and, pulling the levers that we have to pull is something I know that we are willing to do and obligated to do, responsible to do. So. And of course, the best part is all the invitations to connect outside of this wonderful room that is also not at all outside, to go connect outside as humans and as people. And just for sharing so many stories, the heavy stories, the important stories we all need to hear, and the stories that bring a little bit of levity as well about the ocean as a jealous woman. So I think with that, we will take a break, actually, on account of, again, us all being humans and needing to do things like get water and use the restroom, and all of you too. So we will take a break for, say, 10 minutes, and then we will be back. Thank you. I think we are going to get started again. Thanks, everyone. Thanks so much. Wonderful. All right. Well, I think before we move forward with Co-Chair Sklar and I's and our sort of reflections on the day and answering the question of where we might go next, I think that Craig has a few things he'd like to say.
Thank you, Co-Chair Murray. I just want to say thank you. Chair Ramirez, thank you. It's been a pleasure getting to know you over the past 2 days and look forward to getting to know you better. Thank you to our other tribal members that came and participated and joined us the last 2 days and helping us learn more about you. Thank you to all the new voices that we've heard from over the past 2 days. It's just such a pleasure to hear some new blood in this process. I hope you feel welcomed. Please reach out. We loved hearing from you. I won't call you the old voices, I'll call you the seasoned voices that have been sticking with it for all these years. Thank you to the co-chairs, to commission staff, Chief Pest, Assistant Chief Cord, you and your team, you guys are rock stars. Thank you for that. And then there's one group that I want to thank that or have literally been behind the scenes the past 2 days. So if all department staff, Lindsay, you're included in that too, can just stand up. Come on, guys, stand up. So this is our MPA team. They wrote the report, assisted with the design and layout of the report. And so they're really the ones that do the heavy lifting for this. So I just wanted to make sure they were recognized. Thank you all. You've done a great job.
Thanks, Craig. And I echo that. I see and appreciate all the work that has gone into pulling this report together and pulling these couple days together, and just really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much. Eric.
Thank you, Samantha. Yeah, I want to echo what Craig said, thanking all of the people who worked on this. It wasn't just the beautiful finished report, it was all the work that went behind it too, that for years. And it was incredibly comprehensive and is a great stepping off point for now, the next process that we'll discuss in a few minutes. So thank you to everybody at the department who did all that work. Becky, your leadership on it was outstanding. Thank you to everybody on our commission staff who's worked on this process as well. Susan, thank you so much for your leadership on that, and our Sea Grant fellows. And thank you to, as Craig said, to everybody who's participated over the last 3 days. Before yesterday's session, we had a MRC meeting on Tuesday that was also very meaty and productive. I kind of breaking down the last 3 days into several buckets. There was a critical one, which was the tribal element, which was, as I said earlier today, I was pretty emotional for all of us, for different reasons and for similar reasons. One of the things that came away feeling is that we all know this, but we forget it, that we all share much more in common than we have differences. And it goes for folks who were original people here, and those of us who came later under circumstances that were not right. But we share a lot in common, and that the ocean is something that we really share deeply in common. I think in this room particularly, there's an incredible love for the ocean. I don't think there's anyone in this room who doesn't have that. We all have our stories about, our childhood experiences. I think of your daughter who was 14. We had a memorial service for my niece who was 14 on Saturday. She was severely disabled, couldn't communicate her whole life really, or very, very minimally. But her father and she had this thing about the water. It had to be a pool. It was a pool, but the few times he could take her to the ocean and put her feet in the ocean, we saw joy from her that it was one of the few things she could communicate. And the greatest joy, I think, was when she was with her father in the ocean. We all share that humanity and that love for the ocean that I think many of us here have had since we were very, very young. And I think a lot of us would rather be in the water or on the water than just about any place else. And it's like, here's Samantha, it's too bad we're so close to the ocean. You can't see it from this room. So enormous gratitude, but there was that big bucket that was about the communications on tribal issues and tribal concerns that we will take with us forward. As I said, we've only taken baby steps, but hopefully it's the beginning of a very long and fruitful journey. I look forward to spending time with different tribes who have invited us to spend time with them. I really look forward to that. The next is kind of a broad conversation about the MPAs overall. The purpose here was to look at the recommendations, but we've begun that process. We spent a lot more time just talking about the MPA philosophically and generally, and also about how it's done, how they've done. And the news is good, that they've worked incredibly well, and that's something to celebrate while we also talk about the challenges we have. And then there's the philosophy that I think we all share, including we heard from consumptive users, fishermen, commercial fishermen who understand how important it is to preserve the ocean. And it was much less contentious than I understand it was, in the early part of this MPA process, which is real progress. And so I think that we heard a lot of celebration about where we've come and where we've got, and a lot of concerns about where we have to go. There's a lot to figure out. But again, this report is so thorough and so well done. And the comments we've heard over the last 24 hours, more than 36 hours, have been incredibly helpful and will be added to the way we look at all of this as we go through this process over the coming months to recommend and start working on the recommendations. So again, I just want to thank everybody who's put so much time and effort into it, and everybody who spent so much time here. and put so much of their heart and minds into this. And I look forward to the next steps in this process as we continue to try to not just save our oceans, but restore them to the way a lot of us remember the way they were when we were kids. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Eric. I also really want to recognize commission staff, Rachel, Susan, Kimmy, who is not here now, David on the line, of course, Melissa, everyone who, Cynthia, everyone and our Sea Grant fellows, everyone who worked so hard on the last few days. It's been a while since we've had so many people in person. I love it. It's really, really, there's no substitute for being able to have conversations and look at faces and see you here. And I also understand that it is convenient and appropriate many times to engage by Zoom too. And that's why we will always continue to have hybrid meetings. But when we can be in person, it's really nice. I actually, before I move on, I wanted, Susan, you have been involved in these MPAs for a long time. And so I also just wanted to create a space in case there's anything you want to say, because I know it's been an incredibly, extraordinarily intense, few days for you too. So I wanted to see if there's anything you want to say.
Thanks. That's unanticipated. I started this process from the side of work, staff member at the department and supervising staff that were working on the regional stakeholder group processes. And 3 of the 4 coastal regions came in and worked on regulations across all of them. And one of the reasons I value that those processes, was to see, kind of get a different flavor for the unique nature that the conversations took in each part of the region, and watching the conversations, at figuring out how to allow different voices to come forward and see where the conflicts were, and to see how complex this was, and see how very courageous every person was that came forward and participated. And got to get together last night, a few of us that were part of that planning process, the MLPA initiative, and reflect back on that time, and how monumental it was. All of the science that was being pulled together, all of the knowledge being pulled together. There was a building of shared knowledge in stakeholder groups and in meetings. There was a compiling of scientific knowledge amongst the stakeholder groups. There was policy bodies. It was just a really, and it was a life-changing, It was a, I would say that it was a monumental shift in California's, our governance in commission meetings, because our constituents and stakeholders and public members really experienced what it meant to be in the heart of it, and to be a participant, and to co-create and co-design, and to create without committing, and then come to solutions together. That was very, very hard. And that set a new expectation. And we also, it was the first time we really saw such a public-private partnership. And this has been borne out more and more and more, and built into such a collective investment for tens of thousands of people, it seems. And just in my tenure, that's quite a remarkable shift to see. And it's something that I really value, and I know that my colleagues at the department really value as well. And I'm really, I'm heartened at being still uncomfortable, if that makes any sense, that there's still such a tremendous amount to learn. And I also don't want us to diminish the recognition that for all of the, what we've all journeyed through in the last couple of days, There's a lot of people that either didn't speak up, couldn't attend, that do feel differently, and we want to make sure that we have the space for those voices as well, and that there's and that we're just we're still at the nascent stages of this network of MPAs. There's different areas where we've learned more because of time, and there's still a lot for us to learn about. Just the Marine Life Protection Act itself says that these areas are created so that even if they fail, they're learning experiences. So not everything has to work. It's a lot to learn where even if it fails in certain places, and maybe one of the places that we've even, are seeing where even if we fail, we still have new opportunities to have the privilege to connect in new ways with the native peoples of this land that we've occupied over, and our predecessors have, and to learn how to engage new people in this journey of equity and inclusivity, and learning how to build those new, new, what is the word? Anyway, alliances and relationships. So just want to thank everybody for that, and appreciate it's been a really big privilege to see this come through, and really appreciate the recommendations coming forward, and looking forward to the commission's continued leadership as we, in service of this network and our coastal MPAs that are, such a promise for the future.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, I don't need to opine on the journey that we've all been on over the last 20 years on this, but it does, even though, yeah. So like I said yesterday in the comments that I made, the MLPA was silent on tribes. It didn't say anything about what this law was going to mean for tribes. And that was a major social justice oversight. And tribal leaders took that opportunity to lead, and they worked hard and secured these important concrete outcomes, appropriately elevating, the formal role of California tribes and tribal communities in a variety of important ocean and coastal policy venues. And that work we can see from the last couple of days, that work is not done. But even though many of those people who worked on that are not here, and I named some of them earlier, I've been spinning since I did that because there were so many people I didn't name, right? So I mentioned Roberta Cordero, Hawk Rosales, Megan Van Pelt, but there was also Ada Stevenson, Russ Crabtree, Bree Faley, Nick Tupon. Of course, you mentioned Jackie Hassler-Carmison. There were so many people who saw this social justice oversight and transformed it into this opportunity to lead and speak loudly and bravely with their voices and secure these important outcomes that, again, are not finished. It's not an endpoint. There's much work to be done, but it's just been such an honor to witness, and it feels so appropriate to me that now, we've had the last couple of days we have with Chair Ramirez and all of the tribal leaders and members that we've had here the last couple of days. It just feels, it just feels like we're wiser. We're all wiser. We see that, the mistakes, and we want to do better. And it feels like this time we're starting together, shoulder to shoulder, and as uncomfortable as it is, and we're moving forward in the same direction. And we see that we have opportunities to continue to amplify, what it is, what you want, amplify your messages, amplify your voices, and I think we're all really committed to that on this commission. So, with that said, we have heard a lot from folks, I don't know how many people were in the meeting today, but in these sort of 4 pillars of MPA management that we read about in the Decadal Management Review, we heard a variety of priorities, right? The feedback is not like always when it comes to managing our resources. It's not everybody wants the same thing. Not everybody wants us to prioritize the same thing, right? So even just on monitoring, right? We heard about scientific collecting permits. We heard have more, make it easier, streamline it. And we heard have none, right? You know, there are a lot of things that we heard about that were consistent: more Indigenous knowledge, more Indigenous science, continue the cooperative research with fishermen, continue the community science that's going on. There was you know, some interesting stuff about comparing protected areas that allow some kind of take and protected areas that allow no take, and to measure them against each other. You know, somebody asked, well, why do we have some MPAs that allow take of X, Y, or Z, and these other ones that allow A, B, or C? And, you know, that's because it was this stakeholder process and everybody wanted different things. And every MPA has its own goals and objectives. You know, they were all created with different purposes for protecting different species, different ecosystems. And, you know, without getting into the weeds and boring everybody, because I know it's late, but we had this science guidance that said, you know, if you take out just salmon and crab, then that MPA will still be highly protected, because if you're trolling for salmon, there's probably not a lot of bycatch, and there probably aren't a lot of ecosystem impacts if you're just taking out salmon. So those were the kinds of things that dictated which state marine conservation areas allowed what and which were fully protected reserves. It was all about the purpose of each of these MPAs, and just speaks again to the fact that everybody, you know, going back again to what I said yesterday, like, these 1,100 miles of coastline are important. Every inch is important to somebody for a different reason. And so prioritizing those interests, prioritizing what it is that people want out of this MPA network is no simple task. And likewise, prioritizing where we go next is no simple task. So I think in terms of, you know, of course, we heard a lot of specific ideas too about changes that people would like to see in specific MPAs. And I think there will be more of that to come in the spirit of adaptive management of the MPA network. But in terms of a process, I know Ray Heimstra said, I got it. Every 60 days, meet on the coast, new meeting, let's go, let's do it. We're not quite there yet. I think, though, what could make sense is for us to direct the Department of Fish and Wildlife to create a tiered list of priority actions coming both out of, you know, Table 6 of the DMR and what we heard today, because it's not just like, I think we probably want to prioritize adaptive management of the MPA network. And that means potentially looking at things we missed in the first round, or things we might want to change in the spirit of social justice, or tribal access to cultural collecting, or climate resiliency, and so on, right? Or just because something is not satisfying the goals of the MLPA. I think we're probably going to want to prioritize that. But we also heard, again, top priorities for some people are translating signs and, you know, fixing the scientific collecting permit process. So I don't feel like we're in a position today to say, let's go on right now collecting petitions for adaptive management of the MPA network, because I think we have to be realistic about the fact that we are all under-resourced in terms of funding and human power, just like what we've heard a lot of you in the room say that you are. And so if we're asking the department to support this adaptive management process of policy and permitting in the MPA, then that's less bandwidth they have to prioritize some of the other things that we heard you want. What makes sense to me is to, at our April commission meeting, formally have the whole commission direct the Department of Fish and Wildlife to come back with a tiered list of priority actions in all 4 pillars of the MPA management, decadal management review, of what we want to work on first. And we can take comments on that. We would love to hear your comments on where we want to target our efforts between now and that April meeting and at that April meeting. And then starting, as soon as possible after that April meeting, the department can go back and work on the tiered priority list. And I would love it if at the July MRC meeting, the Marine Resources Committee meeting, we could look at that prioritization list, decide what we want to prioritize, and move forward from there. And if it's clear that one of the priorities is adaptive management of policy and permitting inside our MPAs, I would love if we could at least start talking about what the process looks like for that. What do you think of that, Eric?
Yeah, I think that's terrific. I mean, there's not much to add. I don't think. I think you covered it exactly how I think we'd like to see it as well. Obviously, would like when we get to that, just looking forward quite a bit, but when we get to that, preparing for the July meeting, having that out relatively early so people can, get written comments ideally, and because that's really helpful on something when we're getting really specific about priorities, getting, written comments, but then of course, public comments during that we can take into account, and we'll see where we are then. If it may be that it takes another meeting after that before we can finalize it, but maybe we can do it there. We'll see. But I think that these first steps or these next steps are really a good way to go.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, it's not because we don't want to act fast or because we don't take this seriously or find this to be urgent. But again, you are all not a monolith in terms of what you want us to prioritize, right? So I think we came in here in the spirit of actually listening and not having a predetermined outcome. And we've just been, I could read everything you said, right? I wrote down under each of the pillars all the different things that people asked for. And we can't do it all at once. So we have to decide which we all, hands in the middle, which we want to prioritize first, because the department can't support all of it and do all of it at once, for sure. So I think that process makes the most sense. And I hope that that is clear enough for now, Ray. I see you nodding. Okay. Susan, anything you want to add?
So what I'm hearing is that this is an MRC recommendation to the commission to request that the department review the materials within the recommended actions and for prioritization in the next 10 years, bring back priority and what we've heard today and yesterday, come back with a recommended priorities of how to approach this, kind of bin together, and to schedule that for consideration in July. And that would give the public opportunity to weigh in and give feedback on those priorities. Right?
Yeah.
Ish.
I think that's it.
I don't know if I should say this out loud
Say
here,
it.
but
Say it.
I'm thinking about some other big items we have on the agenda for July as well. Just so we should have a conversation about whether we have to maybe do 2 days again. I know, right?
Oh, I look forward
I know
to
you
it.
typically hear that from me, right? I'm the one who always tries to move these meetings faster. But I just don't know. I think we'll see more, but I just want to raise that now for everybody to think about as we get closer to that.
Yeah, and between now and then, written comments welcome, right? We read them. We have 2,000 page binders. We read them. You can also reach out to us. So we want to have a continuation of this towards the goal of funneling to what are our top couple priorities that we really can move on first, knowing that we will do the next ones next, right? But we just can't do it all at once. So we wanted to just hear sort of the universe of actions and priorities first. Appreciate that a lot of what we heard was already, reflects categories within Table 6 of the DMR. So that's really useful. So it's really just categorizing and tiering and deciding where we want to start. Yeah, Craig.
So just for clarification, I think for myself and for everyone else. So written comments to the commission to inform the discussion at the April meeting that would then provide the direction to the department request the department to come back with priorities potentially informed with, here are some things we're thinking about, and we'll also have the benefit of all those comments at that point in time.
Does that make sense to you? Yeah. Susan?
Yes.
One caveat.
Really quickly, if I could. So everybody wants a transparent process. This is what it looks like, right? Sorry, it's messy. Like you're seeing it being invented in real time. This is transparent. Okay.
So what I would appreciate is some guidance about how to share that information with the public so that they have a heads up that there's an opportunity to provide input on that MRC recommendation and looking looking through the materials and the options in advance of the April meeting, because oftentimes the committee reports out and gives a recommendation at the meeting, and then there's follow-up from there. So if there's a chance for the public to mobilize and provide additional information, we can
Yeah, I mean,
send a notice out.
Yeah, I'm interested in your ideas. Sending out a notice. How far in advance does the agenda come out before the April meeting? Ooh, that's a Rachel question.
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks. And what are we at right now? Like 5, 6 weeks. So, I mean, I would support sending out a notice, and then of course it will be on the agenda, and we can try to make the agenda as clear as possible too. And hopefully the people here can tell the people that they work with that we're looking for priority recommendations for what to do first. What is the top priority for you, your community, the people you represent? What do you want us to work on first? Because, there was a lot said over the last couple of days, and there's a lot in the table in the DMR.
Given that this whole process has involved multiple agencies and organizations, maybe we ask the OPC and the department to send out notice about this, because the mailing list may not be, there's some overlap for sure, but there may be people who are only on one list, not another.
Yeah, good idea. So do we all feel like we have clarity on what's happening next? Yes, Craig is nodding. Susan, Rachel? Yes? Nods out there, nodding off, and okay, cool. And Eric, we're in agreement. Becky's nodding. Wonderful. Oh yeah, Steve, why don't you approach the podium?
So is the priority list, is the priority list, all right. Well, you could probably hear me. Hello? Oh. Priority list. So for the priority list, is it within each pillar, or are you asking for priorities at, this is the highest priority from the department that we think we should work on, or should they be within the pillars?
It is the highest priority of all the pillars based on what we heard today and yesterday. It is not necessarily what the department likes the best. It is what we heard and what you think. I mean, it's a combination, right? Of like, what do you think you have the bandwidth to do? What makes sense from the department resources perspective? Yeah, but it's not for each pillar. I mean,
I think we'll have to think about how we structure it, because there may be some pillars may have more high priority items than other pillars, and we'll just have to navigate how we display that.
Just hypothetically, one way to do it would be to do it by each pillar, but then say, and of all of these, this is the top priority, something like that.
Yeah.
And are you looking for some type of Rubik cube or model to, like, I guess I'm saying what the department's priority is might not be the priority of half the people in this room. And so it's subjective, right? How do we elevate that or give it a criteria, I guess is what I'm saying, some value? Your thoughts?
Oh, like a rubric or something.
Yeah, thanks.
I think it needs to reflect I mean, it's not a popularity contest, right? It's not like what did we hear the most? But I think if we did hear, there may be some low hanging fruit, right? So that could be a part of it. I don't have a good answer for exactly how you come up with it, but I think it might be a combination of low hanging fruit we know we can knock out with like relatively quickly without a lot of time or a lot of resources necessary, that was also flagged as by multiple people as something that's really important. And also it could be something like adapting the MPA network and the rules therein. And that's not at all low hanging fruit and easy, but it is something that almost everybody here spoke about. So I don't know exactly what it is, but Eric?
I kind of put it this way. Yeah, look at it holistically, both based on your knowledge, experience, and expertise and everything you've heard. But the second part is that's not going to be the final draft, right? This is a suggestion of your best suggestion of in your expert opinion and judgment of what we should prioritize. But that there'll be a process that may reorganize that a bit.
Right. Okay. Now I was just curious, and because a table 6.1 is kind of like already been that vetting to elevate it, but we do have the additional comment today, so I think I got an idea.
But it's not tiered as like, here's what we think we could do first, or what we should do first based on what we heard yesterday and today, right? It's everything.
Right. I heard specifically, we can't do all of this.
Can't
right.
do it all
From the department, we can't do it all, and we can't do it all at once for sure. And so, we need to organize it in terms of what we can get done and what we should get done first.
Okay. All right. So with that, we will adjourn this March MRC meeting 2023. And just again, thanks so much to all of you for being here. So much gratitude for your time and your energy and your vulnerability and your honesty and your bravery, and just for being here together with us in community and sharing with us. Thank you so much.